And then now it's
Good morning. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for calling in again this morning, for listening in. We are on our third day of the Navajo Nation Council's budget session for FY 2021. Today's September 23rd, 2020. The time now is 9:05 a.m. Right now, colleagues, we're just waiting for a quorum to come into session. I currently have looks like I have 5 delegates online. We'll wait here a little bit longer before I can go ahead and take roll call. To everybody out there listening in, thank you for being a part of our discussion again. If you're on Facebook, Vimeo, or YouTube, we are on legislation 0224-20, sponsored by Chairman Pino, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. This legislation currently right now at Navajo Nation Council session has 7 amendments. 7 amendments, correct? 7 amendments. We're moving on down. Just to give everybody a heads up on who's next up in the queue. I have, we just got done with, there was nobody lined up, so we're going to go back to reserve time. We have Honorable Slater with 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Mark Freeland, 3 minutes. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 37 seconds. And um, and that's it. So when we get back in the quorum, we'll be going back to the main motion on legislation 0224-20. So again, thank you everyone for being with us this morning. I know that we do have listeners in from Office of President, Vice President, and executive offices, and Madam Chief Justice. Good morning out there. If you're listening in, to you and your staff there at the Judicial Branch, good morning. Good morning, Mr. President, too, Mr. Vice President. Good morning to all the chapter officials that are listening in across the nation, too, as well. To all the staff out there at the chapters, thank you for being part of this discussion. To all our veterans, everybody that's outside the Four Sacred Mountains, thank you for listening in, too, as well. To all our European and Asian listeners, thank you very well, too, for listening in. We got a report from YouTube, and apparently we have some followers out in Europe and Asia. So thank you for being a part of our discussion. With that, colleagues, we'll go ahead again, wait a couple more minutes. I'll go back on mute here, probably give it another 5 minutes before we can go ahead and get started when I do get a quorum. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yate Bennett, to everyone that's listening in.
Good morning, speakers. Vice Chair Smith. I'm on board now. Good morning, everybody.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Anybody there?
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Yate Bene. Let's go ahead and where's this? Let's go ahead and get things started here this morning. Again, we were waiting for a quorum, but I do believe that we do have a quorum now. Again, everyone, thank you for listening in. This is a 24th Navajo Nation Council annual budget session. Today's is day 3 of our budget session, and it's our last day of our budget session. And this is September 23rd, 2020. The time now is 9:22 a.m. And I'm here in Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona on the Navajo Nation. I have my colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council throughout the nation. Thank you very much for being with us, colleagues, and thank you to everyone that's listening in, staff from all 3 branches, chapters, everybody on the Navajo Nation, outside the Navajo Nation too as well. Thank you for being a part of our discussion. Good morning out there, Bennett, to our usual listeners on Facebook, Vimeo, and YouTube. We continue on down on our agenda this morning. I'll be presiding, Seth Damon, Speaker of the Navajo Nation. We did call the meeting to order at 9:22 a.m. Now we're going to go on down to a roll call to make us formal and officially in business. So, Ms. Lorraine, if you want to go ahead and do a roll call vote this morning, we can go from there.
Arnold Elmer P. Begay. Arnold Key Allen Begay Jr. Arnold Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Arnold Paul Begay is present. Arnold Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Cal Begay Jr. is here.
Arnold Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Arnold Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Arnold Eugenia Charles Newton is present.
Delegate Brown is present.
Arnold Nathaniel Brown is present. Arnold Amber Knazbot Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis-Bocrati calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you. Good morning.
Honorable Amber Knazbot Crotty is present. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels and Jr. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green.
Honorable Mark Phelan is present. Honorable Pernell Helena.
Good morning. Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Helena is present. Honorable Jamie Hinu.
Good morning. Jamie Hino is present.
Honorable Jamie Hinu is present.
Here's someone.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James is present. Thank you.
Honorable
Oh,
Vince
hold on,
James is
hold
present.
on. Good morning, Honorable James. Sorry, everyone. Colleagues, I'm hearing another meeting happening on the background. If you are listening in to another meeting, can you please mute your phones? Colleagues, if you're not doing roll call, staff members, you could have your phones on mute as well. Just individuals that are doing roll call at this time. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Honorable Rick Ness.
Yate Bennett, Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Ness is present. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Vince James is present also. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr., Honorable Ottiso,
Present from Navajo, Tlane.
Honorable Ottiso is present. Honorable Charlene So,
Present, calling from Tulsacan, Arizona.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winnicott,
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. is present. Honorable Edison Winnicott, Honorable Eben Yazzie,
Here.
Honorable Eben Yazzie is present. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.,
Good morning. This is Herman Daniels Jr., Utah delegate on the line.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present from Fort Defiance.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Edison Winnicott, Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, Mr. Speaker, 20 members are present for the budget session.
Okay, thank you. That 20 members present. Do you have a quorum this morning? That, moving on down, Honorable Stewart? Are you there this morning?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, let your mom know we all said hi.
Okay, I will.
All right. Second, I was seeing if you could do our invocation this morning.
Okay, no problem. So, again, good morning, Speaker, staff, colleagues, and those listening in on this morning's session for the budget for fiscal year 2021. With that, we'll go ahead and say a short prayer this morning to begin our day. Ni chain so no cleaning corner in the corner so the end that no cleaning out on his the alone so the alone corner the benefit hinge to not the hinge night not the cattle corner do yat el corner here high and do yat el corner be it nane kind of nane down corner don thought he ate his house and then leaning corner his the hundred or left corner don't hit up corner yat el corner hit out left yat el corner ban today case of corner the based on that, I get based on it. He get on the corner based on the a leaning with cut was linking the programs departments that he the corner that he corner ban today case to let ya the corner ya date to let corner ya the banda hit out le corner ya the corner the put out a corner janago corner hit no le corner the beni in the corner the hido conventions and then clinic in the president vice president and then again the hima chief justice leaning corner so I don't have lesson left or let corner get that so either le corner Aquigent and the national Aquigent and he leaning housing and leaning corner communities and leaning corner ban today case corner but like it ban that with all the corner the one that corner he has any get a thought and he can't the click and he was a cunning and he better not like a con he answer cunning corner a lot not that dig into that on the hapless not that the corner in the corner on the cage on the dash the corner so he shit and leaning corner for the hapless non-glow the corner in the corner he don't he not close the whole corner so ni kan bena kon de ka kon ya te ho kon na ha pas nan klar le kon don hi dan le ni hi se chan ni ki kon hi get des in hi wan ga ha ya hi na klar da ya ha ya kon en da kon mos da e de kon so ni do na klar da kon kon ni kha se ni kon na just khai ni kon sa an da na do sa an da khai do sa an da kon so lo be do be kha da hot e to le da kon hi mas san is ka ni jo no kon dan when it law that corner ya the corner dance na dance with 13 team the cut na ne cut the corner the corner out for the corner hana dan john don the corner and that the corner so corner the way that it error the you that it and the corner cut out a so they did the corner arcade the arcade corner in the corner so corner Alon his loud and lean corner and hablas nada claro le con his loud sort and leaning the corner and the con his screen his eye the con self cage a kid and leaning con a wage and not arch no speech and not arch con at el con hablas nada claro le con this morning corner in the corner so con after con hanada and jundle and hayada at better the corner in the corner so and he gate and leaning corner zelden and the has corner so DJ corner but hayada hot eto left corner we had the con eto corner بغن لين كون يهنادو طاف كون يعطيه كون بتخا هتزيله بتخا مجون دولار إنسان دولار كون يعطيه كون without بناشني دولار كون then he doctors he nurses and leany كون without بس نادسين دولار كون I thought they do their job the best way they know how كون without even ينجز في دسن كون and the كون I thought so بناشني دولار كون إيشين بس نهاجي هذا بس دسن لان كون ni en his better has in consciousness than an ege corner without even yanges for the sin of the binibi corner the cat la nan hidini like condi and khanchli condi and yot a body con dibeha shada na kostni ni ya asli for which just lead of the corner which just lead just Christ's name amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stewart, for that full invocation this morning. Thank you, everyone out there, for being in this dialogue and being a part of our Navajo Nation Council annual budget session too as well. With that, let's go ahead and continue on where we left off yesterday, colleagues. We are on legislation 0224-20. It's an action related to the Budget and Finance Committee, Navigation Committee, and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget. Its sponsor is by Honorable Jamie Hino. Co-sponsor is by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. We did have 7 amendments through the process of the last 2 days that have been discussed. This is our last day that we'll be here in session. We are going to be moving this budget forward to the Office of the President and Vice President. But before that, we still have individuals that have time here. So let me go down the list. I do have Honorable Slater, 4 minutes, 55 seconds. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Madam Chair Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Mark Freeland, 3 minutes. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 37 seconds. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody in the queue right now. And I know that when we were going back to the discussion board, we were on reserve time. So, and that's when we were going into recess. With that, going back to Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that Legislative Council has provided or prepared an amendment regarding the Veterans Administration budget. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 48 seconds. Is that budget amendment, Mr. Rico? Is this budget? Are you talking about moving dollars from the regular personnel into operating funds within the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, Honorable Slater? Totaling amount of $471,350. Anyone from Ledge Council, is that correct? I don't hear it, Honorable Slater. Honorable Slater says, press *6. I can't unmute you.
No, it's an amendment that I was contemplating last night at my request and this morning about a continuing resolution for the program.
Okay, let me go back to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Continuing resolution for the program. Dang it.
Office of Legislative Counsel. Ms. Lowell, Ms. Barbara, Ms. Khan.
Speaker, this is Kristen, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Speaker, I called back in if you can hear me now. I don't know if you.
Okay. Hold on, Honorable Slater. Ms. Lowell?
Speaker, Mariana Khan is at the Office of Legislative Counsel. She's covering right now, so I do not have the information. I apologize. I do not know why she and Mr. Haven are not on the line right now. I can try to sort this out as to what amendments Delegate Slater is referring to, but I didn't get any requests last night. I don't know if it was sent directly to Ms. Bobroff, so I need a little bit more information.
Mr. Speaker, this is Mariana Khan. I just stepped out of the office, now I'm back in, and I did not receive any information by email to draft an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Slater, did you send that email over to Ms. Barbara?
Yeah, we had. It was with Ms. Bobroff, and we had communicated. She said that she needed more time to think about it last night, but then this morning it sounded like she was drafting and would have it completed by now for this proposal.
Is Ms.
But
Khan
it's not the one that you have in front of you from OLC about moving within the budget. It's about doing a continuing resolution for the program.
okay? Is Ms. Khan, is Ms. Barbroff there?
Mr. Speaker, Chief Legislative Counsel Ms. Bobroff is on in another call at the moment. I do not know when she will be completed with that call, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. At this time, almost later than, it seems like that amendment is not ready.
Yeah, it sounds like we can't do anything until we talk to Chief. So
right.
when you come back,
Yeah,
or let me know when they let you know.
yes.
I should be there momentarily.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Slater. With that, question and privilege, Honorable Otto, so.
Thank you very much, Speaker. If the, all this budget process, if we don't get through tonight, and the likelihood of continuing to a continuous resolution that is in place, what is the likelihood of us going into that if we don't address this budget today? Because I believe there's a lot of issues related to the veterans, the dollars, and I believe my colleagues probably have other amendments that they want to try to work, and that's the reason why, like on a lot of these carryover requests, as of Monday we begin, and if we would have all put it all on one amendment, you know, it would have saved us a lot of time. And but we all choose to do it one by one. And I believe if we're going to try to meet the deadline, we're going to have to really try to get all the if there's any other carryover requests, get it all on one amendment, and that would probably be the best route to address these things related to the matter of the budget. So, and with that, are we, if we go into the CR mode, what is the process that the legislative,
Yeller's on the line.
the executive branch, and the judicial branch take? Thank you.
Honorable Otto, so just to answer your question, that when we had this question on Monday, if we do not pass a budget here today, there'll probably be a draft legislation, maybe as early as tomorrow morning, an emergency legislation due to the fact that tomorrow there is enough signatures for a special session. And at that special session, there'll probably be a CR resolution that can be introduced if this budget doesn't pass by midnight tonight. And that CR resolution will probably be passed tomorrow and give the direction, clear way path. The president would just have to sign that CR legislation into law, move that forward, and making sure that everybody's on the same page. We did have a meeting, all three branches on this past Friday afternoon after the request from Honorable Vice Chair Thomas Walker wanted to see if there was some kind of plan B or what the CR resolution that was already in place kicks in. So again, that's probably the best from what was discussed on Monday, Honorable Otto, so is that they'll be having a separate CR resolution that needs to be passed. And that separate CR resolution will probably be something that can be addressed tomorrow. But without further ado, most comprehensive thing we could do today, though, is move forward and try to pass a comprehensive budget. So I hope that answered your question, Honorable Otto. So with that, colleagues, Honorable Slater,
Speaker.
you have 4 minutes, 48 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and continue on down the line with the next individuals.
Speaker. Speaker, this is Edmund. Can you put me in the queue box?
Yep.
Could you put me in the queue box?
Yes. Chairman, I'll put you in the queue box. That, moving on down, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Hold on real quick, Madam Chair. Just Honorable Slater, we got a text message from Ms. Barbroff, and I think you might have got that too. I'm not too sure, but it looks like your amendment will probably be ready around noon. They're still waiting for documents and information from other departments in order to get that amendment that you requested last night together. Thank you. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Going once. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, going twice. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, going 3 times. Moving on down.
Speaker,
Madam
put me
Chair.
on the queue box.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Delegate Begay.
Okay, you're in the box. Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 4 minutes, 46 seconds.
Speaker, my amendment's not ready. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 45 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes.
Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Good morning, I'm proudly to say that my amendment is ready. And I believe the amendment was emailed out to us yesterday. Thank you, reserve my time.
.305. Reserve your time at 3 minutes, 5 seconds. Honorable James. Hold on, I have Mr. Rico. There's a amendment by Honorable Vince James. What is your Honorable James? Could you clarify what it's on?
Speaker, my amendment is in regards to the 3% increase for Navajo Nation employees with 40,000 annual or less. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, good. Go ahead. Rico, we have it.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 8, 1, page 3, line 23, amend paragraph C as follows. After general wage adjustment, exhibit G, insert new language as follows. Wherein those employees earning less than $40,000 annually will receive a 3% general wage adjustment. Below paragraph, an amendment was made at 1, general wage adjustment, 3%, exhibit G. Insert new language after exhibit G as sub exhibit C. Strike amount $3,846,992 and insert $1,229,870,000. $1,229,870. 2, replace exhibit G with new exhibit G. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly as necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Attached, you have a Exhibit G, which is a memorandum dated September 9th, 2020, from Perlin Kirk, Controller, Office of the Controller, through Resita Tati, Delegated HR Director, Department of Personnel Management, Dominic BL, Director, Office of Management and Budget, to Honorable Jonathan Nez, President, Office of the President, Vice President, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Joanne Jane, Chief Justice, Judicial Branch, Honorable Jamie Hino, Chairperson, Budget and Finance Committee, Subject, Personnel Lapse Fund. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Do we have a,
Hello?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, attached with that Exhibit G, you have an Exhibit C titled 3% GWA projection for employees with salaries less than or equal to $40,000. Column 1, you have executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch, overall total. Column 2, employees, executive branch, 2,660, legislative branch, 52, judicial branch, 96, for a total of 2,808. Column 3, GWA amount, executive branch, $686,674. Legislative branch, $49,901. Judicial branch, $103,252. Overall total, $839,827. Column 4, fringe amount, executive, $320,564. Legislative branch, $23,345. Judicial branch, $46,134. Overall total, $390,043. Column 5, total amount, executive branch, $1,007,238. Legislative branch, $73,246. Judicial branch, $149,386. Overall total, $1,229,870. Mr. Speaker.
that, Honorable James? You good with that?
It's another speaker. and members of the council. Oh, I am good with that.
Okay,
Thank
with
you.
that,
Yeah.
let's move on to amendment number 8, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. Is there a second?
Second by Charles Newton.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton. That, colleagues, any discussion? Once, going twice. Madam
Delegate
Chair, Amber
Crotty with a
Crotty.
question.
Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ahiash, for this amendment and now being able to see the numbers and the impact. I hear the argument, Speaker, that, and I definitely agree that Navajo Nation does not pay a living wage. This looks like it's actually taking away funding for the general wage adjustment for individuals who make over 40,000. So to me, the way it's written, it looks very punitive because the funding is there. I just need clarification in terms of the intent, and then is, because this is going to open up money, this is going to, so 3.8 was allocated, it's in the budget, it's there. And so this is to reduce, is there a reason why to reduce? Or what's the plan so that I think our employees should have a living wage. It costs a lot to live here on Navajo Nation. Many are traveling I travel a minimum of an hour to get here. I just need to understand this amendment a little bit more, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time, 3 minutes, 28 seconds. We'll go back to Honorable James.
Speaker. Although Shmasanit, Honorable Amber Crowdy, in regard to my comment that I made at Navajo on Monday, I did bring up the issue in regards to pay increases. At that time, I did bring up to members of the council, to all of you, what are your thoughts? What are your indication on this? And my first example was, okay, we have all of these exempt and non-exempt positions. And when this pandemic happened, majority of most of all the non-exempt positions, staff that are holding those positions were not qualified for overtime pay. And then on top of that, did not qualify for hazard pay. On top of that, did not qualify for bonuses. And in regards to that, we've set aside all of our non-exempt employees, and all of our non-exempt employees have been trying to make ends meet, paycheck to paycheck, of what they've been receiving. Some non-exempt employees even had tried to work with their supervisor to indicate, I'm willing to work, I'm willing to do overtime. But again, they were not given that notification that they could fall in that position. And we've given a lot to individuals in the exempt positions during this pandemic. And my remarks at that time as well was indicating that, you know, our support staff tremendously work hard to make their bosses, which is mainly the exempt positions, supervisory positions, exempt positions, those individuals, the support staff, usually make their boss look decent, pretty when it comes to reporting, when it comes to explaining the program, explaining what they are doing. And that was where I was coming from. And then it was brought to my attention, you know, a lot of the individuals that are under non-exempt, some of them are making a little bit over 35,000. And so I just came up with that threshold of 40,000 annually, which still includes some of the Navajo, which includes some of the non-exempts that are making over the 35,000. When you look at those class specifications, the class plan, and you review majority of these non-exempt and exempt positions, non-exempt positions are like accounts maintenance specialists, office aide, those support staff positions. So that's where I came in regards to that 40,000 threshold, to where we are not separating exempt and non-exempt at this point in time. And as you know, as us delegates, we know it's the fourth quarter of the budget year, and we sit here and we watch majority of our exempt employees receive bonuses left and right. To the extent of how they do that is amongst them as exempt employees, to zero out as much as they can in the accounts. And even our own staff are in that same scenario. We do have a couple positions where our legislative staff are only making $10, $12 an hour. And I think this would be something, it's not much, 3% is not much for an increase for them, but at least we're concentrating on those individuals that are making less than 40,000 annually to address the cost of living, the general wage adjustment for those individuals that are at that benchmark of making 40,000 annually or less. So there's not a particular reason why we're trying to save the money here, but you can see it makes a big difference if we concentrate ourselves on the 40,000 annual threshold for our Navajo Nation employees. And that will be my response. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Slater. On Amendment 8.
You say Freeland, Speaker?
Honorable Slater.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Did you ask I don't have you in the queue for Amendment 8. Do you want to be in there, Honorable Freeland?
No, not yet. I'm just listening. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Slater? Going twice. Honorable Slater 23 times. That, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Go back to reserve time, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 3 minutes, 28 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing the intent and Shiaj, I agree with what I heard that that our staff in general are not provided a wage that has their family thrive. What I'm trying to understand is the reduction because there's funds for general wage adjustment for all employees. And I want to offer a suggestion because what I didn't hear is in looking at what we can do for either step increase or salary adjustments, that was recommended to DPM at Budget and Finance. I can look over the legislative concern, or we could develop a condition of appropriation so that there's a modern pay scale for our employees. But if the intent is to provide additional funding, like a pool of funding for non-exempt employees or those making under 40, I just want, I know I'm eating up my minutes, but I can send out the vacant positions that are part of this budget. Speaker and committee or council, there's over 388 collective vacancies by executive branch, legislative branch. For this budget, that's 13.2 million. If we want, we can direct that the first quarter of those dollars be used to help if there's a pool of money for step increase or salary adjustments. I know I've heard delegates are frowning against the bonuses, but those are options that we can provide. And I just need to know if that's the intent, is to enhance or increase their budget. But I would ask that we leave the general wage adjustment as is, since it's budgeted. And I'm receiving multiple texts from employees who feel that this is discriminating against them. And if I could offer those solutions, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
That, Madam Chair, McCarty. 112. Go back to Vice Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, Donna, Speaker, and then Shamasanet, Honorable Amber Crotty. Thank you for that information. And like I said, I did bring this up at the Navajo meeting. I didn't get no response. I did yield to the floor for assistance on how we can move forward with this recommendation. But again, like I said, I didn't get any response from any of you, of my colleagues, in regards to this concerns that were being addressed to us. And how is it that we take care of our non-exempt employees? I don't see it as a discrimination. It's just in a matter of fact of how do we move forward with trying to give the equal treatment to our Navajo Nation employees. At one point, non-exempt employees were just put on the side and told, you can't work. Or maybe some of them even worked and were told, oh, we can't pay you the overtime now. Oh, we can't pay you the hazard pay now because you're a non-essential, let me just put it that way, non-essential, non-exempt employee. And those individuals that worked during that time still haven't gotten paid. And how is it that we can give that equal treatment to our Navajo Nation employees? And in overall, in sense, we all know that our non-exempt employees make the bosses look good. And I will continue to say that because in most cases, we don't hear from the non-exempt employees. They don't come before us. But all these binders that we receive, all these packets that we receive have been prepared by a majority of our non-exempt employees, by a majority of the Now Information employees who make less than $40,000. And who knows if the message are relayed back to them to thank them when we do relay that information to supervisors. But again, like I said, this is something that I brought up at Navajo, and none of my colleagues said anything, so I just moved forward in this fashion. So I'm looking for ideas and recommendation at this point on how we can address this, and that is one good recommendation that you stated from us on the Honorable Amber Crowdy. Thank you.
Shania, Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Slater.
Delegate Brigade, this is a question to Vince, Speaker.
Okay, that we'll go down. Honorable Yellow Hair.
Yeah, Speaker, Tele. So yeah, Speaker, Navajo Nation, Brother, Nebayan T. Crow Councilman, because our 24 Councilman, that was all up in our 24 Councilman, good morning, Shinat Ani. My colleagues, I don't know, it's not Anshik Asian net or Koro, okay, so Dilabana Denosenge, that Epine. Say, Jimmy Elger and Chia Chimare, you could pay so Pahot or Yahaki. You must be very careful to fund this allocation for important. City Oban, first case, Lahata Aliashanat Ani, 3 deed and GW Bahun, in Sahut Ewa upon this case. The 40%, $40,000, those that yard is in 3%. 40,001 they got only 60,000, 2%. Other what none they got 1%, 60,000 above. A shame for 100 Johnson, half peso. When you make higher money, peso all you just on like 70,000 they got just on 3% costs a lot of money. The higher you get paid, it costs money 3%. Ani Navajo Nation Council. Akoti kwe kutas ani hajo di listahat the allocation. Akot Nana so to casting law college of Slinigi Dido Shaho Dida not only done other asa abayash did bonus pay. I don't need what I now Choho, need a favoritism, Zapana Alteti, Navajo Nations, Executive Branch, the task, Tahil Kisit Aya, at Kadeti, a bonus pay. Arodi Committee Sapani, Nelhota, 8 Ahonanot, Ot Unaiji Kita is Otido, Tata no. A condet Aronat, Anin, Lineate or Yaki at the theater, but Nahol, Double Theater, Payashti. Political opponents, Dick Adigi political opponents and Lenny Cut. Law Ibichan Tahalia, Sundays at Tindova on, Doi wish a whole Argent Tahalia. TDK, Arjigo Aya, Tajugo Aban Tuskis, because bonus pay Tante, a yo long Tante, Obiquitous Antipe has Anita no. That percentage or higher, 2, 3, 4, 5%. The higher you get, they make more money. A quaggy, Bahonason, should not any councilman. They never peso by yelty. Tajot or Nick, best is obey not high, Ben Hitchayati, best of on Bahotsan or Ayat Ewa, what Eo Tisaban Teskis. I said, I wanted to repeat. Any $40,000 salaries less should get 3%. 40,001 to 60,000 should 2%. Apart from there should be 1%. I can make that motion. I'd like to reserve my time. Speaker, thank you very much. Once about see.
Question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Daniels.
Honorable Daniels? Question of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Kodota, Shinagi. I raise a question of privilege. Kodota, maybe it's just me today. Kodota, this is slow on not this morning. Controller that this joy and he's not those may have did it. Kodota delegate that yellow hair has negative. Other new, other now, I don't know what amendment this guy gets joy and he's not those. I could either than delegate this. Speaker, thank you.
Controller.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Controller or Mr. Willie, are you on the line? Point of privilege, Chairman Henio? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Staff heard something. Chairman Henio?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, I was trying to unmute. I had lots to listen to Speaker Damon. I just want to make a point here to so there's Delegate Daniels. Maybe if we could hear from DPM. I think they handle a lot of this also too. So Department of Personnel Management. We could hear from them as far as what Delegate Daniels student just want to listen to.
Okay, with that, controller.
This is Robert Willie. Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Robert Willie. Can you repeat the question, please?
Honorable Daniels?
Thank you, Kodota. The question that I pose is to the controller or the TPM Kodota, my brother Kodota, Henry Yahaziki. Can you elaborate more on this amendment Kodota that Delegate James is sponsoring? Thank you.
So the amendment, as I understand it, is to reduce the 3% to only the 40,000 and below and non-exempt employees. Part of, I guess, what was presented was that they didn't get overtime and special duty and such. I know that if you were deemed essential, you were part of the special duty pay. All the employees during the pandemic all had admin leave if they weren't deemed essential, so they were getting paid. The cost of living, as far as that goes, it is also, as Delegate Crowdy did indicate, expensive, especially if they're traveling in from different areas. I know that I have several employees that come in from Gallup and Tuahatchee, so there's that travel expense, and then some of them are exempt employees. As far as overtime, it depends on if the supervisors allowed the overtime. During the pandemic, I know that the majority of the individuals that worked did get their special duty. I don't have the disparity between exempt and non-exempt, but I know that there was a whole lot that did come through, and they're still coming through, and we're paying those as they come along. So everybody did get paid during the pandemic. As far as costs, the 3%, yes. If your salary is lower, then your percentage will be lower, and if you are higher at a higher rate, you'll get more. But I know that different positions have different qualifications, so that in itself is part of how you're deemed essential or exempt or non-exempt. And I guess those are the only comments I have for now. If I'd be happy to answer any other questions if they come up. Thank you.
That, moving on down, is Ms. Toddy or Dr. Fowler? Ms. Toddy, Dr. Fowler? Question on privilege. I'm gonna have to come back. I don't have anybody from there. I know Mr. Chris Bahi, are you listening? OPVP or Chief of Staff? We have a question for either Ms. Rosita Toddy or Dr. Fowler.
Hi, Speaker. I don't know if you can hear me. I'll get them on the line. Dr. Fowler and Resita.
Okay.
Good morning, Speaker Damon. This is Resita.
Good morning, Ms. Toddy. Ms. Toddy, did you hear the question?
Did, and yes, with response to the question, it's similar to how Rob already explained it. And the cost of living normally applies to all employees across the board. However, in the past, the council has given different percentages. I think for several fiscal years, we had where there was a cutoff of up to 30, anyone making 35,000 or less were receiving a higher percentage than the rest of the individuals who are making above that amount. So I think Mr. Yellowhair did recommend the 3% for the non-exempt employees making 40,000 or less, and 1% for those making over 40,000. So we are currently working on numbers at the 1% and the 2%, and so that we'll have it available if once a decision has been made. Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we will be working on the numbers, and we'll give you the information as soon as it is available. And in terms of the taxes, sometimes depending on the percentage of the increase, an employee will have go into sometimes a different tax bracket where their paycheck will be even be lower than what they're currently making. So those that kind of information would be better explained by the Office of the Controller. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Toddy. With that, let me move on down. New player, Honorable Elmer Begay.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Speaker.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. I think my question goes to Chicago, Delegate James. Your suggestion, though, your amendment, about Hanson, my question is that there's 40,000 a salary cut off the nickel around the 3% that you get jot but I think the question is that how many positions are we looking at that qualifies that 40,000 threshold? And I believe that there are about 29 positions, and there's more in it. For example, some of these departments, they have 29 or about 30 or 40 positions, but out of that, or one they might qualify for that 40% threshold. If you're a supervisor over the current time, You can have a dog is on case about this. What are you about this case? I think to be fair, I think we need to just do across the board. Should as a being on budget and finance committee. What are Daniel? Oh, that is the 3%. What are Elia and there? Been let's in I don't know that. Another way of looking at it too is that we said that through this pandemic, we know that there's some people that are we say that they're qualified for this special pay, hazard pay, and we consider them as a frontline people. They went through all that. So with that, we gave them some that we appraised them. Most of them are over 40,000 now. You cannot qualify for this 3%. Nobody or we kind of contradiction or self. Jot and Hadonil echo, other shit national dynasty. So I see that Yon Sidaki, so that has a business and not Abanaki. Johnny hit the needle, the Siko, because we all went through that. Employees and then get all that Zashin. You cut out the disease, so you the high disease. Maybe at some time she's up with Jito. They get they've been affected. Ashin Hasin so he needs to end you cut off cases so. According now, upon C case, the Yanan took a day I don't bet we say that there's the 3% it's going to be available. Out of critical age that the needle we haven't even given the COVID care fundings. I think the on the which NATO at the net up which now could the employees could is that Tanabati as leaders as Joe Bansa case instant what are Joe Behadis so I think what I do even needed to the space Bansa and Nitlinigi Doben he had after this or Zotna against Abansi case Yad Asian or instant Dago or now can't Ado members of the Navajo Nation Council thought based on the Clinido, Edo, Bella, Behadis, also the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Well, we're gay. Moving on down. So on amendment number 7. 8.
Thank you very much, Speaker. One area that I like the intent, but you are only entertaining to a certain, I guess, a certain number of colleagues or number of employees. But my issue is that if the legislation continues to go forth as is, I'm going to vote against it because, like, for instance, our starting police officers, their salaries start at about 47,000, and you elect to keep them out of the pool. I think this is not fair. I do say that is I look at it as sort of discriminatory. Whether they're manager, director, employees, and so forth, but we have to keep it all the same across the board. But I do support a sliding scale based off of a salary, maybe 3% for the lower employees 2% for the mid-grade employees, and 1% for the $60,000 on up, or maybe whatever that number could be. A sliding scale that could be implemented, that would be fair. Because it's not fair to the lowest to the lowest person getting the lowest amount, and while the highest person, their 3% rate is different. But if it's a sliding scale from starting from the lowest employees from 3%, mid-grade 2%, and 1% to the higher salaried individuals, that I support that. But right now, I don't support this, and urge the body to vote against this measure. And then reserve my time.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniels.
Thank you. Honorable Otto So. What was the reserve time?
Speaker Winika.
I got 2:36 Honorable Otto So reserve time. I have Honorable Daniels and Honorable Edison Week in the queue. That moving on down to the next individual. Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Yeah, Speaker Damon Shatila Otto. Good morning, colleagues. I think that this is a really interesting amendment, and what I would like to ask the amending party is, I like the idea of a sliding scale, and I think if we were to consider maybe giving those who make less than $40,000 a 3% wage increase, and then those who make $40,001 to $60,000 a 2% increase, and then anyone who makes more than $60,000 a 1% increase, that it covers all of our employees. And I've heard the term discrimination twice. I don't see how, and I know I got that same text message and I asked the person to explain it to me, because my understanding of a discrimination is where there's a prejudicial treatment of, I guess, a certain category of people that's on the grounds of race, age, or sex. The IRS does this all the time with tax. We all pay different percentages of tax based on how much we make. And so I think it's really interesting that term of discrimination was thrown out there, because I don't think it's discrimination, but that's just my opinion. So I think if we do a sliding scale, I think that may be something I'd ask the amending party if they would be willing to consider. So with that, Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay, that reserve your time, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. 3 minutes, 25 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Herman Daniels.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I would like to know if the amending party is actually willing to consider the sliding scale increase that I just now asked about, and maybe that's something that we could also have a discussion on, aside from the 3% for those individuals making less than 40,000. So can I get my question answered? Thank you.
Yes. Honorable James, we go back to you.
Speaker, Shanale, fellow colleagues, members of the council. Kodo, ben hik isan isla Monday da na bigi atite. Ako ben an mestronan hitish ni. Ako ko adole Ekitinsinauti, Ekisna Annashiki, Betande Cleo, Nahayat Esta, the Snow, the Hotate, Pinaklas, Kitleko. Oko Sonale, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Yehati, Ado, Sto, the Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Sto Hot Ayehati, Ado Nana, the Department of Personnel Management, Resida Tadi, the Hot Ayehati, Oko, Aniko, Miss Tadi, Iniko, I got the Nations. The Isna Niniki, Ako, Kodota, Shinala, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Hatsi, the Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, Hatsi, Ashi, oh, Doshi, Ahadako. Me don't need the Shinit, Hitato, Lande, do the Hasti, Adokot, Ashitoni, Deepening, Halit, Ado Lisa, Sokotabe Hasti, Ado open nothing, so not taste or lately, so peso last in the last doko. Over $13 million of stocks in the last doko. So individuals that make 40,000 or less receive a 6% increase, and those individuals that make $40,001 or more give them the 3%. That is another recommendation that I would throw out there as well. Actually, though, I had that store. I is lady. I don't know if you want me to translate it in English.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Ms. Hanyo.
Hey, point of privilege, Chairman Inyo?
Oh, it's Hanyo. It's Speaker Damon. Ado, Shakado, Delegate Vince James Sunanda. Could the member in Libahill and junior employees once I had case about could 13 million in the Nini Eda Suja. 3.8 million they are allocated for the general wage adjustment. Out of the rest, we get these different departments that have unmet needs. Like earlier, we talked about Chief Legislative Council. Ado 150,000 Ado Daltex Ado and so forth. So 3.8 million they allocated for general wage adjustment to that. So it is at least 70 to so I have not to say okay, so 4% in there under 40,000, other 2% and 1%. It is a national it's the Speaker Damon.
Thank you for the clarification. Hey, was that
Speaker Delegate James here?
Yes, go, Honorable James. Go ahead.
To get Honorable Jamie Haney recommended 4% for $40,001 and less, and then the rest 2% and 1%. As how Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton and Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has indicated. Are we moving in that direction now? Because this would be something that I would have to ask Ms. Toddy how long it will take for them to prepare the information to relay that documents back to our legal counsel data. Thank you.
That Ms. Toddy?
Okay,
Good morning, Speaker Damon and Delegate James and all the other delegates that are on the line. It'll take us about 30 minutes to get that completed.
Okay.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Question of privilege.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Well, thank you, Shananda. I'm looking at the BIM manual, page 9, under 4, general wage adjustment. Could this be explained on what this language is talking about? I'm reading it as it is. The general wage, the GWA will be paid out of the personal savings lapse fund account if available, and with approval of the Navajo Nation Council, except that programs receiving a prior year carryover amount from their unexpended personal savings are not eligible to use the lapse fund account for the GWA and must absorb the costs. Could that be explained by OMB or OOC or Legislative Council or maybe DOJ? What is that? How does that affect our amendment that's in this amendment that Shanella is proposing? The way I see it is it's saying you cannot do something here, but I'd like to have clarification on that. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, I believe Honorable Amber Crowdy and Honorable Jamie Hino touched information in regards to that information on the BIM booklet. Honorable Jamie Hino just indicated that there is $3 million set aside and put in place already for the general wage adjustment. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That. Moving on down, back to the board because we don't have the modification language isn't ready at this time. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Kodo, out of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kodo, yeah, Kodo. Shanat Anasanagi out of Kodo this morning. So there's Kodo, my little brother, Kodo. Delegate Stewart, Kodo. Yeah, I see Kodo. I see Kodo that so there's the Hainzi, but I can't need in Kodo. I don't Kodo Nagada speaking to the amendment, Kodo Nagada. Nagay Kodo Celia Janana, Kodo Nagada. Delegate James, Kodo. Yeah, Niyagi Kodo Nagada 3%. Kodo yeah Niya Konagada 40,000 threshold. Konagada Baban just case Kodo. They don't even say under the nations in the radar NGS under the nations on this say. Kodo Nagada under the nations that hate and then so on about this case on this morning. I don't care about the case. I call them Khalid and so on. Kodo. I'm thinking down next year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years down the road. On this case. Oh, I need to say that in this AIC Kodo I see Kodo not the shouldn't Kodo. I see Kodo I see that bitch and how it peso cost of living. I see that bitch and how it but Nagada Kodo on this case Kodo. What is the revenue projection for next year and 2 years down the road 2022 out of that 2023, what is the revenue projection? But that is it of a husband that the Kodo, the Quile Beso Hilianan Beto. Abe husband of Kodo Hashin so in a very so in a very Beso Hilianai, Nation in a very NGS and also the cancer mine. It's gone. Yeah, Kodo well, now we're going to be short 30 million, 40 million. That's what we're going to be short. How do they base on the national election on the Babam? That's case. So I don't know what the Bada is the what my check what we are here. Action about the case, the Queen Asian. I do the Queen Asian equal to a how done banana case. Nay, or your son, or your. We are queen of Besson Johodor. Do you care to I see me now? I gave you now Johodor, what and I don't have case. So Corona Gaita, but Kodo, she says then do that he hosted ego in Nebanta's case. Gaita is argo throughout the Navajo Nation. 3,000 plus, 300,000 plus are Navajo people, the nation, Navajo Nation, but I in the Shigiz that he hosted Babanta's case. What do oh. So who's Yago Lachit Edo Lesland so yeah, but I don't know the best of she but Otto Les 1 hour. I don't know can I head that. I don't know could down. Yeah, these so I up on it, not to 3%, 2%, 1%. It up on it, not could. So Papa, that's case that so I don't know if controller would my husband that the revenue projection for 2021 2022 that's that husband that the could overnight the skill so I could over this case and they measure in first case so yeah additional data or your Khalid Edo that's an original date and a rate that 2023 so you could couldn't hear them flashing the cut on the flashing and not nation less add laka hot air on the land so about this case based on that yeah got about what on less so that elder about this case so because that in niche I don't know I don't know if we're gonna have layoffs or not I don't know not this case is that's a bit don't sort of have to speak about
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. That. Moving on down, Honorable Winika.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to thank Delegate James for sponsoring this bill. Donnie being with Navajo Nation as administrator for many years. And I can understand why Delegate James just wanted to do a wage adjustment for those who are making $40,000 or less. Because ani kodo Delegate Daniel sayas teaching benina ani peso gidoyo uyuni tabo ohodlelo wintonation benina. But I think Ani spending there was many years as administrator, it's always the people with a lower position that does most of the work. You go out to chapters, and most of the time, it's the staff that are out there, the managers. There's some that are really good about that, but it seems like it's the staff that do most of the work. But if you look at it from another standpoint, also, our wages, Navajo Nation wages, are always less than outside agencies that have similar positions. It's always higher. And I think by doing wage adjustment, it helps us to retain employees and also people that are applying for positions. they look at the salary, and the more we make the adjustment, I think we'll be able to be comparable to outside agencies, and that will help us to retain our employees. So I think will help us. But I do agree with going with that 4, 2, and 1 again. I think that will really help, because we have to look at all of our employees. I think could just go 4% all the way across. I think this will help in the long run. So I do really appreciate this adjustment that's being made. And I think if we can all support it, it will help us. And I think if it's changed to 4, 2, and 1, then I'll be voting green for it also. Thanks, Delegate James, for sponsoring this bill. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Speaker Damon, this is Vice Chair Smith.
2 minutes and 23 seconds, Honorable Monica. Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
I requested a question to be answered on that page 9 of the BIM regarding the not eligible to utilize lapse one. Could that be a clarification made here within the time frame? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bial? No. I went back to Honorable James on that question. Honorable James?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you heard that. I don't know if you heard the question regarding the BIM.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I don't know if you want to respond.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, members of Navajo Nation Council, this is Dominic Bial, OMB. The language in the BIM that Delegate Smith is asking about, the background to this, remember, is the classification and pay plan resolution that was initially passed in 2002 and then was amended in 2011. Okay, what this legislation does, these resolutions, is general fund personnel positions. Any unexpended balances would go into the Personnel Lapse Savings Fund. So you've already heard that 13 million was designated now for use in fiscal year 21. Now the reason that was done originally was really for 2 purposes. The first one being is that although the federal government and sometimes state governments and so forth would regularly receive a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, many times Navajo Nation did not. And we did not because there wasn't available revenues or fund balances around to do it. So therefore, it was very sporadic, meaning 1 year we would do it, then 2 years would go by without COLAs and so forth. So just like Delegate Winika just mentioned, we would fall behind the states and regional entities, the counties, as far as the salaries go. Even though the positions and the jobs are relatively the same. So that's why we would lose people who go to work for the states, counties, and and other entities because they get paid better for essentially the same work. So that was one reason for doing this. It creates a fund balance so Navajo Nation can provide a general wage adjustment for employees. At least there's a fund balance for it. Now the second reason, it's called general wage adjustment. It's not called a COLA. And the reason it's called a general wage adjustment is, just like I'm explaining now, all of our positions over the years, we've fallen behind, comparatively speaking to the states and counties and so forth. That's why we lose people, because they get paid better elsewhere to do the same job. So every so often, the Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management should be doing a periodic study to see how we're doing as far as our positions on Navajo Nation and how they compare to the states, counties, and so on, because we want to be relatively the same. Now, Council, you'll remember, some of you, about 3 years ago, the police officers' salaries were adjusted to raise the salaries in order to better compete with the state and county sheriff's offices, state police, highway patrol, etc., and even the city police forces, because we were losing a lot of people, and it takes time to train them, recruit them at the training academy, and so forth. See, that's just an example of this. That's why it's called a general wage adjustment. So now back to the language in the BIM that Delegate Smith is asking about. Now remember, the general fund personnel savings lapse into the personal lapse savings fund. So if a particular program is not letting its funds lapse, and therefore they what it means really is, because they're not contributing to the lapse, they shouldn't really receive benefits from the personal lapse savings fund because they're not contributing to it. That's what it means. So yesterday, you remember, there was discussion about 2 DNR programs who were trying to get carryover, including their personnel funds. So if that had passed, they wouldn't be contributing to the personal lapse balance. And if it had passed, then therefore, by this language, they can't get the GWA from the personnel lapse. They'd have to pay for it themselves. So that's the trade-off, and that's what's meant in this language in the BIM. Mr. Speaker, I hope I explained it reasonably well. Thank you.
Thank you. We all. That, we go on down to new player, Chairman Nez.
Speaker,
Thank you,
put me in the queue.
Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon Harrison, and Ismas Anna Senegido, Honorable Vince James. Here, what are Dida Nahana al Nashi, Batsadan Case, Oho, which is law. Yoban the Shidek, Yoidan it. The Koropa and Neniki Na Henson, and the Anil Kohoro, Response, Anit Leniki, Sad, Atanahadit Ahi. Kodon hitasal so amendment again. Navigate to the hot avances case to hot edit no. Ako on hinge go ayo hans sagoshi ayo shishna ken lessening. Do ebik agents do oh archicon ego ayaha data 3% to non-exempt gay under 40,000 day in a gay. I don't that the exempt and lenigi yaha could you go yaha non-exempt gay overtime which is la I don't that the flex time or comp time which I call exempt gay yaha overtime bad then I don't that the flex time all right eggy bad then comp time the ako national mission lenigi the question not 30 years the la Navajo Nation employees done long. They have a vast knowledge of tribal government. So how it's better husband because the height other hat out to get a big at the Halab church or Asian but husband given a coyat or exempt and law as latch or a level better husband. I don't machine is and so delay kitchen what Nishan have 3% to get or for his ocean. A Jashin bonus stabilization in the employees. Statishin Jotida employee performance given a bonuses which Hodal and all hands are shin the house show which Honda ito hand so goshin. What end the shin sat over stash. So session 8 or be honey that eggy bonus. Could general wage adjustment nenegi adjustment the could 3% nenegi okay the gay niyat eto non-exempt the by and the dan handa and given the be ban see case to be bajini baka. Oh and nana such a go ya exempt the case though. And then Tila do hot air and fish in Hahayos, not nonsense on this. Hala face up banana shade, I'll talk up banana shade in even hot. It is hot over this case of sit down since and I do yet a hop a hot ziggy and Hahimson. So it is also Bahastida. I would like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time, Chairman is 1 minute, 22 seconds. Moving on down.
Point of privilege, Speaker. Point of privilege, this is a Hino Speaker.
Chairman Hino, point of privilege.
I can't launch it to the Speaker Damon, Ashnan 24th Navigation Council. Just want to make this point here about Kodog's pay by Yatigi and being putting that Mr. Biel and I know that Navajo Nation, we need to catch up on our pay compared to states and counties. And again, that is true, but at the same time, though, being on our PAC, what I've learned is that our defined benefit plan, our retirement plan, far out exceeds what the states and counties have in place currently. Navajo Nation takes care of its employees by paying into the benefit plan for them. If you're a state employee, you pay your own. Even though you make more money, but you put more money back into your own retirement. Whereas Navajo Nation get a public tax. So that's the difference too also on Sahek case. Okay, I lost it to the Damon.
Thank you, Chairman Hino. That, moving on down. Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker, this is Delegate So. Can you just put me on the queue?
Yes. Good morning, Honorable Shannon So. Honorable Eugene So, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Okay, all right. I don't want to be to pushing that 6 star, whatever number that was. So that's the thing I told you. On the 2024 Navajo Nation Council. Chris Kanda Shudid so I must regards to our younger generation, our grandkids. And she go climb that ladder that we need. And they climbed it and they got educated. Education, the main purpose for education from the state is for money making, dollar signs. That's what they had to go to school for, dollar signs. They do that. So when they go to school now at this time, this generation, our kids are now competing with outside world. And on the other side of the Navajo Nation, other side of the boundary, working with them, whatever they went to school for, getting paid for what they worth. So that's what my argument always was when we say that's the reason why I always say that I don't think so, because kids, they want to make money. There's a lot of kids out there, a generation now, a few generations now, where they have their own houses. And they live out there, and some of them, even families have houses. Their siblings. Some people go out of town to go see their siblings because they live off the reservation. So that's how we are this day, point in time. So regarding to the money wise here on the Navajo Nation, trying to figure out how and where we can get some more money is very, very obstacle now, because we don't have any money making on we the non-renewable resource. The only thing that we might be the renewable, and there's a lot of ways you can get this, but it's going to take time. So I didn't start thinking that way. So quite a what that base of it and nothing a cold. So I don't not that now we're trying to go into gambling, because of this what happened pandemic where it seems at a standstill. Now that over no syndrome so he has state or the ask it is looking at us right in front of us. We're seeing it in our kids and our grandkids. Now we see it. But some of these people own the reservation making more than 100,000 a year. I don't know how that agreement was signed or contract. But of course, other employment aid the only ones that can come back are kids to compete with the state and the federal and the county, or the ones that are working for the state, the federal and the county. So that being a doctor would be good if they come back. A teacher is going to be good. So certain things that they can come back to make money with all the federal, state, county jobs. But that's how I see it. I'll reserve my time, Speaker.
Of your time, 1 minute flat. That. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So. Floor is yours.
Speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Oh, hold on,
Okay,
Honorable
great,
Charlene.
sorry.
So there's somebody else is speaking.
Speaker, this is Edmund. I'm sorry, Ms. So, but could you put me in the queue box too as well for this?
Yes. Honorable Charlene, so go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Nana. So one of the questions that I do pose, we have employees that have been committed to our divisions and to their job over, especially during this pandemic. We've had Navajo Nation employees who work long hours, and they've dedicated a lot of their time, and they also had risked their health to continue to pull this Navajo Nation through this pandemic. And what I'm kind of questioning with is, as far as with this amendment, there are only like a few that are going to be eligible for the gross wage adjustment, and that leaves out about 2/3 of employees that should all be eligible as well. And my concern is, where is this study conducted to put the threshold at 40,000? And you know, I'm very concerned with the employees, and I think that, you know, in my opinion, and listening to the opinions of my constituents, the most equitable solution should be either give Navajo Nation employee a 3% GWA or none at all, because it just wouldn't be fair, especially to those that we have counted on during this pandemic. And I hope that you consider this concern, and maybe there could be an alternative solution. But if I can also get an answer to my question, is how was the study conducted to keep the threshold at 40,000? Yeah, and I reserve my time.
Okay, with that, reserve your time at 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Let me go back to Honorable James as the motion party for these comments, questions from your colleagues. Honorable James.
Another speaker, other members of the council, honorable delegates,
hello.
Ako kudo the kui goshi da dos kito ado bahata so three ako asahi kide ya kudo bayas ki so ya in handa nashiki with ahda hala da kudo ni chukota ai ban sa ke shidot ahda ansas ke so ben saske inte ani I kodo atsahat I inan example ninde the shninde jo hot ina big iati the hot ali baha stigo ben istan isla khalid aban so kisla chokot abaha si ako ebenia na big iati na han mat ado benia asahne klik baseball an ni Nihite no benina ada ha si jonde ada kot koto ni da ado kot shito ni do benina ona ta na pizza konza pa yel ki ko na bi ya ki de pa yel ki to le o kot ta ka pa asi da kot ban ki no be shi na hoidme o konde shi jone todo da so na hade nashiki chokot khalid kodo ba da nisla chokot ako o hayun ha atshine in his nisla so hey not so non spinian so ado nashik iltinga beninat oto datia adeya kode ado shikeya ado kinchi dish chi dish hinte big isha hala e tida aje ahawan de not so national not so na nashidoshe o old kasta no hot o yun ha chinet o to ta ha na pulling ko en hit me ni ko pes ma ta an en hit me ta ha to pa ko yen ta yo fa ta to pa ko yen se ta is kid ni ga ta ino ta I don't know how to call it. Name the person, the name the pen. Ain't going to host. Put the go. Yeah, I say that is kid on the host. I don't owe you, I don't let. So, put that in me, J. So, do ya that he keep it that in me, J. Crazy, or put that out a the name not a. O quadro that the yak order. Quade Bacade change to the Sahara that a heavy, the careful immediately, or Jade Ego, the Sahara. Just I know the A in the never. Okay, A, the nutcher in this case, or A, Quado, non exempt be. That's it all this hard at A, non necessary big. Ado banat ani but yanda nashiki ado la jono ya ate yosen na nash eklo ya yosen na so kita ni hat ishi kodo peshma ani na ani pleni pa na ate kididi jono ya si te yuni kon se koda ne oko kwai ki has ani beni na koda they have the other in all time, in all time. They has only the habit ego, they get shinigi, the has so get only 20,000. In all time, are there another area, got them which not hold Jishako. A call, not so not Neligi, be one edge and next ego go to that our Bakata, the Hoko. Ako sadala hit aho e host albaka di losla chokot ako ni kodo sinal enni ako honorable Eugenia Charles Newton ya three ako the na hadi nishi hajo na betos kit ya na sho Hata ya tennis. Ado ha ikishe hina hinche me ilia higi. So me ilia higi escape asto. Hata ya ina sinia. Chokot ina bedikito atene atota. Aton de bit anandnes yak inandnes. To yak honandnes de nan so spot escape anet higi. Annual appraisal. Hatashid Asha Aliand Sadano Yayata Tiako. I started 15 years ago and I'm still in step A on the salary schedule. I started 10 years ago and I started at midpoint on the salary schedule and I'm still at that midpoint. I haven't even gone a step increase. I haven't moved up on my salary schedule. Juno da hot ye istan that often ako. Yen hije yadast here. Eat on hije in a hot no ako. Ako adon da BPM na bedikito Well, this person was hired first. So this person's annual appraisal needs to be done and then down the line of whoever is hired. Chokot Kate Ahwell G-shot Watch it na habit nashigit aho bao na nash edis enigi which ended aho. J nihet hajo but the big ebony not hot at national be 40,000 many but not those kibig hot they has the ko. So Inan that the Itsahat mean they are a day yet only. I would ask it up on that sound only. I would ask it would be comparable to the other entities, the organization outside the nation. Jokot if I'm just to sneak a day Konzago Ashon Halo was a call. Konzago navigate door by Lutio. A art so let's Jokot so if I call Jim Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, she's not asking Juno, you had three of the Oko. A and me. If an individual has a annual rate of 70,000 and they get a 3% increase, they're going to get a large amount of increase when our office aide or office specialists are barely making $12 an hour or $8 an hour. They're going to get penny increase. So without national the Kotoba Zeta Penina Baha speed 40,000 or less. If you do the math on that, it's still pennies to me it is, but I don't know as you as my colleague, you say 4% is still not a lot, but it's an increase. Ishin Shihorni to that Adeya DPM to Atisobaha, the Ikibanina, what Aya Ehanda Yata, the Champudi Mista, many Benina, Aya salaries like Schedule A non of Mexico for all Navajo Nation employees with the 4%, 2%, and 1% increase. In happen not in Mexico. For dinner, Doshi, Hitato, Nado, Sosto, Ishi, that if Yanani Kito, Mexico. It's not Ahmad, put not on Jahana speak or not so.
Okay, thank you, Uncle James. That, let me go back to the floor. Unless, no, let me go back to the floor. I have a new player, Chairman Yazzie.
Okay, Speaker, members of the council, then our staff and everyone that are listening online. Just a couple of questions on the amendment. And one is, of course, I am for the payment adjustment. But my question to the amending party is that we also have staff that are working under a certain amount, such as our LDAs and staff within the council. I know we're deep into this amendment, and asking for a change is totally going to throw a curveball in this. But I just want to share that if we somehow could include them in too as well, because they too do a lot of work, staying late hours and trying to figure out the internet and trying to, doing all these wordings for the legislations. And, I just thought I would bring that out too as well. Of course, we appreciate all the staffs and their work. My second question would be, is the, on the budget amendment and the main budget is the resolution that was passed by council a couple of weeks ago or a week ago, overriding the president's veto in case if we have to do a CR. If this budget and amendments that we're talking about now don't go, and the council had already passed that, and the only reason why that was overridden was because of the safety of our staff, employees. I would think that, with all these curfews being added on and, us being told to stay home and, that would be a priority. But unfortunately, when the continuing resolution was vetoed in the summer, all of us, I was scratching my head and my hair and saying, okay, what about the safety? So anyway, I wanted to bring up the continuing resolution, Speaker. If this budget is not going to go through, what we just did a week ago, 2 weeks ago, is that going to help the nation to move forward? So those are my two questions, Speaker. Third, reserve my time.
Your time at 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Chairman Yazzie. Go back to, for the first question, we'll go back to the sponsor. Second question, I can refer back to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Speaker, otherwise just not honorable Edmund Yazi other behind Vito Banadink Tididi. She doesn't ahead of neighbor so she Bizo she arco dot echo. Jot arts what they in what they finish to no a hata Vito Bahta is the linko. Ishid on the no need to the Bizo she doesn't ahead of she just arco without a not out if I'm not people. I don't have issue with adding political appointees. That's I think that's their title or their positions that they hold. But I think when it comes to policy, I don't know what it would relate to political appointee positions. And majority of the staff, speakers, and the PVP are a political appointee. So, thank you.
I don't know if that would be needing a change in the policy. Ms. Toddy, are you on the line?
Point of privilege, Speaker, is Henio.
Point of privilege, Chairman Henio.
Kaya lang sila Speaker Davis nanta nanta ko daw check delegate Danielle nanta ados nanta siya delegate Vince James. It's going to get more expensive if you add political appointees to this mix. Again, the reason being is because political appointees Navajo Nation puts 10% of their salary into a deferred payment. So even enough. If you increase their pay, then it'll just get more expensive for the nation to put 10% of that into their defined benefit plan, I believe, a deferred benefit. So that's my point, Speaker. Damon.
Okay. Patty?
Roger that.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Damon.
Yes.
That would have been my response. Currently, the political at-will employees are not included in these calculations for both the executive and the legislative branch. So yes, it will increase the amounts. So we are still working on the calculations, and I think it would be a little more helpful if we could get it kind of narrowed down, because right now I've got 3 different versions that or recommended amounts. Right now I've got one at 3% for employees making 40,000 or less, 2% for those that are making 40,000 and one plus. The other is 3% for 40,000 employees making 40,000 or less, 2% for employees making $40,001 through 59,599, 1% for employees making 60,000 or more, and another was 4% for employees making 40,000 or less, and 2% for those making 40,001 and above. So we're looking at the calculations right now and trying to finalize them. So, but it's just getting confusing. So we should get this. We should have it done in a. I'm thinking maybe another 10, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Toddy. Honorable James, maybe if you want to direct Ms. Toddy to which one you're amendable to, so that that's the one that she can work on and continue to get completed.
Thank you, Don. Another speaker, though, Ms. Toddy. In regards to narrowing it down, I believe Honorable Chanela Eugenia Charles Newton made that motion to go with the salary slide scale of the 3%, 2%, and 1%, and that was actually recommended first by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. So I think those two delegates are the ones that made that recommendation, and I did not have a problem with that. And one of the and then it was suggested 4%. So for me, I'm okay with the 4%, the 2%, and the 1%. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, Ms. Toddy, you have direction then.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and work using the percentage.
Okay, with that, let me move on back down then, since that's not ready. The second question from Chairman Yazzie regarding the what was it? CR. Thank you. Of all the staff here, no one wants to tell me, but Mr. Bial helped me out. Thank you. That let me go over to Legislative Council, who explained this on Monday, explained it again this morning. We can explain it again.
Hi, Speaker. It's Kristen, if I may. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Lowe, go ahead.
Okay, Speaker, very good. So the issue with the carryover resolution that was overridden by council, there was a provision in there that the programs were supposed to provide updated 6-month budgets by September 1st. So that's the challenge that we are currently trying to resolve. And there are some options that we are exploring. We're going to the Office of Legislative Counsel will put a memo out to Council for consideration. One of the options is to, I think we're having a special session Thursday to possibly act on emergency legislation to enact a new continuing resolution if it's determined that it's needed. Again, the issue is that the initial continuing resolution provided that programs were going to provide 6-month budgets based off of fiscal year 2020 budget amounts done by September 1st. That has not happened, so that's currently the situation that we are in, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Dana. If I might add, I will send out the memo discussing the possible the options. I sent it out for review suggestions last night, a draft copy to DOJ, OMB, and Controller's Office. I did hear back from DOJ that they think that the memo explains the options very well. I haven't heard back from the Controller's Office or OMB, but I'm going to go ahead and send out the memo to Council. It will probably be out in like 5 minutes. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you. That, we move on down. New player on the board. Honorable Count Brigade on Amendment 8.
The Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I did support adjustment, but my only question that I see that earlier, but why does the council have to do this in a way job performance that haki hait ala e kodo ihitnen geniki bepana understand son saskistida akoko maybe those to be put in consideration more is probably those essential workers during the pandemic. Kodo tada do listo nda listo e kwake. They went through certain situation throughout the 6 months, but only 40,000 on down. I mean, with their skills, their background, their qualification, their education, I mean, all of that should also be a consideration for those that are making more than 40,000. I'm not really in tune with the political appointee, just because that I know that they have certain benefits as being a political appointee. I don't and then get that question that according to those people, boots on the ground. Yes, our staff, our LDAs are part of boots on the ground, but a large to the political appointees, although there's new individuals, those that are really sticking to their job to help the Navajo Nation. is the chapter coordinator. AIC they're the coordinator for each of the community. Actually, not all there's vacancies across the Navajo Nation, CSC and AMS. I mean, they're being told to do this and that, where not much of the internet or those type of service that needs to be done. It has to be actual document. No, so then the other area, the other one, the key is the grazing officials in the even though they're in an elected position. And then the other one, the key are the PEPs, public employment. I mean, we should have a minimum standard. And I was looking through the website. Arizona has the minimum wage of $12. New Mexico has $9, and then Utah has $8 as minimum wage. But as a Navajo Nation, we should have a standard of a minimum wage. Maybe that could be I'll drop legislation that the Navajo Nation should have a minimum wage for specifically for PEP. Being installed because they're the main ones doing all these projects at the chapter level. Because another DPP that somehow adjust a specific adjustment by alias for net speaker. So it could do my recommendation request to the amending parties on this. So I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve your time, Honorable Calum gave 34 seconds. That, I don't know if you want to respond, Honorable James.
Yeah, Speaker Shinoda, and then members of the council. In regards to PEP workers, once a salary schedule is in place, then that's what the chapters would follow for their PEP workers at the chapter level. They will follow that salary schedule. And that would be the difference, that the chapter would need to set aside funds for their PEP workers. So the way the way I've worked with PEP workers is that if the salary GWA was done and the chapter had already done their budgets for the new fiscal year, then we just go in there and make new adjustments to make it equal out with the new salary schedules. So the chapters still use those salary schedules that are in place for the Navajo Nation employees as well. So, another Honorable Kealan McGay, it is very, very true that the amounts that our chapter administration staff are making is nowhere comparable to an organization, any other organizations that do the same duties for our chapter staff. So, but I do agree with you that a minimum wage should be done for the Navajo Nation. That will boost up a lot of these clerical positions for our Navajo people that are in those positions or that want to go into that position. Thank you. Speaker, I would like to ask legal counsel Dana to see if she received an updated information from Ms. Toddy, DPM office. Thank you.
Oh, James, did you restate that? I couldn't hear you.
Speaker, this is Delegate James. I was doing a questions to legal counsel Dana to see if she received the updated documents from Ms. Toddy, DPM at the office. Thank you.
Speaker, this is Dana, and I apologize, but I absolutely cannot hear Delegate James, what he requested or said. I apologize.
Have you received any documents from Ms. Toddy? Ms. Barbara?
No, I have not. Generally, that's updating those schedules takes some substantial time, but I have not received anything as of yet.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with a question of privilege.
Question of privilege. Go ahead, Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I also had some trouble hearing the breakdown. Can you just repeat what's being requested of DPM, the breakdown for the percentages? And I would also then like to know where the council delegates fit in that, their impact. I think if we're gonna impact our employees, leadership should also take that brunt. So as delegates, are we receiving, what's gonna be the impact on delegates? I'm looking at my W-2 form and it doesn't say 25,000. Thank you, Speaker.
Or Ms. Toddy said it doesn't have an impact on us. She explained earlier. It doesn't have an impact on us or political appointees.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. So while we're waiting for those numbers, I'd like to know where I have the big book here. I think if we're going to reduce the opportunity for our employees, that delegates should also reduce their opportunities. So if you could guide me on what page that is, so I could craft an amendment so that this is a balanced approach and not punitive. Thank you.
With that, I don't have Honorable Lona. Madam Chair, wait. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, I am your question of privilege is I'm trying to understand what do you mean? Where do we guide you to look at the budget book or with the policy that says that this doesn't impact the council delegates? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Let me clarify. I understand Ms. Toddy's that this amendment will not impact delegates or political appointees. But my point is this amendment is impacting our employees. And so if we're going to impact our employees with the potential for a wage adjustment increase, that they're entitled to, that they're fully funded for right now. I want to know where I could find in this book where council delegates receive additional funds. Because I think it's only fair then we also reduce that opportunity for ourselves. If it's not good for our employees, no matter what their salary, then it shouldn't be good for council delegates to also then maximize their earning potential here on Navajo Nation. So I need to know where's that funding at in this big book? Thank you.
I like, oh, you mean like if you look at council's budget, Navajo Nation, I can guide you to Navajo Nation Council's budget. Where's it at? Legislative branch. And I can guide you to Navajo Nation Council. But I mean, are you talking about right there on Navajo Nation Council budget? It says the 25,000, but are you talking about the stipends that you get for individual meetings? Are you talking about I'm not understanding, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. While we wait for DPM, I did see, actually, I am talking about the stipends. So I would need to look at the numbers, the rough estimates. So we're only giving an employee whatever the 1% is. So I'm waiting for that amendment. I don't know what the impact is. I need to know the difference from they were approved 3%. This amendment is going to reduce them down to 1%. I need to know what that little number is, because I also then think delegates should also be readjusted. We cannot go unscathed and then not provide the same. We're being unfair to employees. This amendment is unfair.
Okay. The salary itself, the salary itself is set by code. And if we're going, this wouldn't have an impact. Okay, every single year there's a GWA, and every single year council delegates are not affected by that GWA. We're not impacted at all by the GWA. So in this year, you would say that we're not getting anything. So where we would be at the base 0. So the impact to a delegate would be 0. So if it's 0, then the 1%, then the 3%. Even if the delegate was going to get a 3% general wage adjustment, we don't get that. We just stay at the same base. So I'm trying to figure out where would we get the 1% and how would we clarify the 1% against what? Because every year previously, it's the same thing. Every year, it's the same thing. That's my question back to you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to understand how do I clarify the 1% to something that last year was at the same value, the year before was at the same value, because the Navajo Nation Council delegates don't get a GWA, nor does the president or vice president. I'm not. Maybe if you explain it more, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker, and I appreciate, I do understand that there's no impact for council delegates' salary. What I'm asking is, I need to know what's the impact on the employee now?
Oh, between the
3% and now what's the impact if we're at 1%?
Ms. Toddy, I would refer that back to you. If you're looking at a regular salary employee That's 60, let's say 60,000. If they were going to a $60,000, and before this, the way the current budget sits, Mr. Seth Damon Jr., who works at the somewhere in the Navajo Nation, is getting paid $60,000 right now, and he's going to get a 3% increase. What does that give him right now? What is that 3%? And then what is it on only a 1%? And what's the difference in the variable? Ms. Toddy.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. We're working on that right now, and I'll give you the information as soon as I get it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Question of privilege. Was it Madam Chair Charles Newton? Is that you? Question of privilege? Or am I?
Yes, Speaker.
I was making sure I was hearing things.
No, I guess my question is maybe just a question for clarification. I thought that in the event that there is a pay increase for a delegate, the president, and the vice president, that is a referendum that actually goes to the people since it is entitled to. And I do recall that at the last election we did have that I guess issue to vote on. It was voted down by the people. So I'm also a little bit confused. The way that I'm understanding it is this pay increase does not apply to council delegates, that we continue to I guess make the same amount that we're making. So that's my question of clarification, because I'm also a little bit confused as to the question. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let me go back to the floor. Because I know that Ms. Toddy's not ready, so I have two new players on the board. Honorable Holona.
Speaker, my question wasn't answered.
Oh, I thought that was just clarity.
Well, it was a question for clarification. My question is, if the council delegate and the president and the vice president were to get a pay increase, does that go to the people for referendum?
Yes.
Or is it something that can be done internally? That's my question. Thank you.
Oh, it was done internally back in 2009, 8, or was it before that? It was maybe in the early 2000s. Correct me, Ms. Barbara. Early 2000s, council increased their pay and increased the president's pay. Then the Navajo Nation Supreme Court struck that down, saying that it was actually the people had to increase, or the chapter route. Ms. Barbara, I'll clarify that. Or Mr. Bial. If you want to clarify that too, I know that you know that. Anybody want to clarify that? If no one wants to clarify, per Title II, Madam Chair Charles Newton, subsection 106, compensation of a council delegate. Item number A, delegates shall be compensated by an annual salary of $25,000 per year. All council delegates shall be paid bi-weekly. A salary increase may be approved by the Navajo Nation Council, but shall not become effective unless ratified by 2/3 of the Navajo Nation chapters within 100 days of approval by the Navajo Nation Council. The provisions of this section shall not be applied to mileage payments, per diem payments, deferred compensation benefits, or any other payments or benefits which are separate from the biweekly base salary established in this section. So that's the only way. Okay, that's a, I hope that answers your question, Madam Chair Charles Noon, because there's another history of that went to the courts back in the day, but it seems like I don't have a great historian that will give us that. I tried to ask for him; he's not on the line. That will give us a rundown. Well, maybe we can add that on to the agenda at a discussion item one of these days. That moving on down.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Helena, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, colleagues, and all the people listening online. I just wanted to find out a couple of things on this wage increase.
Honorable Helena, hold on. There's a question of privilege by Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I apologize, Delegate Halona. I was trying to get in before you started. I do see in the big book, Speaker, the stipend for Navajo Nation Council. I'd request those budget forms so I could see the breakdown on how those stipends are being allocated. I think that's the solution and what I'm speaking of. If we're going to reduce from the employees, I also feel then there should be a reduction for council delegates potential. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay, Honorable Helena, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, staff will be sending that out. Honorable Helena, sorry. Let me go back to you. You hear me? Honorable Helena? Can you hear me right now? Honorable Helena? Honorable Helena going twice. can't tell. Honorable Halona. Moving on down. Honorable new player in the queue, Honorable Stewart.
Thank you, Tilla. Speaker Damon, Otto, Mr. James for this amendment. Otto colleagues in Glenigi, 24th Nation Council, your daughter, the staff in Glenigi, everybody listening in on here as well. Okodi Kwagi. My question is back to the employees, which is what we're talking about for the wage adjustment. I want to know, I know at some time there was a study that was being conducted by DPM on all Navajo Nation positions, which included and affected the salaries. I don't know if we ever got anything back on that one. It was, I believe, possibly in 2018 that came about. On the sliding scale, for the wage adjustment. I believe that it needs to be looked at closely as to what we can do with our employees, because I do see the benefits from what Delegate James is pursuing for those ones that are the non-exempt, but you also have some exempt employees as well that make or help most of the time make their supervisors, their directors look good, and they don't get the credit for it. And that happens a lot within the time I was there as an employee, as a nation, from the nation as well. And just to see that equal playing field across the board. And there is, like what was stated earlier this morning, there is some favoritism as well. And I think this would be better to give it across the board. But I would like to know, what happened to that survey or that questionnaire that was done? Was that ever looked at again? Did it ever come back to the employees or to the divisions and departments to say, this is what we put together, this is how we think it should work? I think that would really help us as well as leadership to make these types of decisions too, all of us across the board. That's why I want to say speaker and reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. That reserved time. 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Halona, you back on the line?
Yes, sir. I am back on the line. Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you, Speaker and colleagues again. I was just curious to find out what do we have? I know I've seen a policy in the personnel manual about cost of living increases and wage adjustments. Have anybody pulled that up to see what the policy says about cost of living and wage increases? We're talking about this, but nobody's brought that up right now, and I think that's important to see. I was assuming that each department had their own policy on cost of living increase or wage adjustments. And, because right now, if we just decide that we're going to use 40,000 as a threshold, it's going to seem like some of the employees are going to be divided. And, if we're going to do a cost of living increase, it should be across the board. I understand that, but that's going to be expensive. The other thing is the people that make the higher wages will be getting a greater cost of increase than the people that are lower wages. And that to me is a problem.
Toddy said that.
Because we know that all the lower workers, the people that are at the bottom end, actually do the most work. And but of course, the people at top, they have a lot of responsibilities also. So I just need to find out what the policy says in the personnel manual, and I think we need to address that in that manner. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Three minutes, 20 seconds. That, anybody else on the board? Let me go back to you, Honorable Vince James. Did you find it? Honorable James?
I think it's kicking everybody out. Kick me out too.
James? James?
Speaker, FYI, I had been kicked off too, so other colleagues might be experiencing that
Honorable
same
James? Okay, so thank you.
today.
Sorry. Honorable James, I think I see you, but it says we can't unmute you. You had to do it yourself at *6.
Hello, can you hear?
I can hear you now.
Okay, it's Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. thing, Mr. Toiler. I'll go ahead and relay the questions from Honorable Stewart and Honorable Pernell Halona to Department of Personnel Management, Mr. Toddy.
Todd, you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Ms. Toddy.
Can you please clarify the question again? I know there were several questions that were raised, and is this regarding the policy manual?
Yes. That's one of them. Then the other
Okay.
one is regarding, I'll go back to Honorable Wilson Stewart after you address the policy manual.
Okay, with reference to the personnel policies and section, I believe it's 6 or 7. Sections 7. G, pay adjustments. And number 5, it talks about the general wage adjustment. It says every year the Department of Personnel Management will recommend a general wage adjustment. The effective date will be determined by DPM. All employees will receive the same percentage adjustment with the exception of those assigned grade step code 99A. The general wage adjustment does not impact the eligibility date for employee step increases. So what we do every year, as Dominic did clarify earlier, is that we do look at how other organizations and then also the cost of living in this area. And we identify a percentage and we recommend several options. For this year, based on the amended GWA resolution for 2000, which was amended in 2011, it does indicate that DPM, OOC, and OMB will review the recommended percentage and recommend one option to the branch chiefs. The branch chiefs and then would recommend that percentage to the Budget and Finance Committee. So this year, the Budget and Finance Committee did recommend a 3% general wage adjustment to the lobby committee, as well as now the full Navajo Nation Council. So in the past, although it says that they would all receive the same percentage, some years back there was the council was kind of in the same situation that we are, that you are currently in, and the recommendation was to give those individuals that were making less than $35,000 a higher percentage than those that are making $35,001. So that split our salary schedule. So in subsequent years, the recommendation was for 1% across the board. So now we're going back to the to where we have split percentages again for the adjustments. So that's what we're working on right now.
Thank you, Ms. Tani. That, Honorable Stewart, I don't know if you want to rephrase your question.
Okay, Speaker. Ms. Toddy, my question was, in 2018, there was a study or a questionnaire given to Navajo Nation employees regarding the pay and the positions, trying to realign them. Whatever happened to that study? I think that would really help us now if that was given out to the division directors. The other one was that, I believe that, this amendment right here is beneficial to those employees as well as the exempt employees, those that really do quite a bit for the directors and the supervisors, but that's on a side note. But the main one question I had was, whatever happened to that survey? Was it given it back down to the departments and the divisions to re-evaluate their programs and departments, looking at what we're discussing now for this wage adjustment, or what was someone that was ever completed? That's my question.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart. With reference to the question on the study that was conducted in 2018, we did have a contract with a consultant, MGT, out of Florida, and they did come on site, and they met with all the division directors. They did send out several questionnaires to the employees, and we did get information. However, when I reviewed the information, it did not, I felt like they were including organizations outside of our local and regional area, which is normally how the salary studies are done. You do a comparison of salaries within your local and regional area. However, in some cases, they were comparing us with the DC area and other states. So we never got a chance to go back and discuss with them the concerns. Although I did bring that one up with the consultants, we never got back to sitting down face to face when the pandemic hit. So we never got a chance to complete that part of the study. So we did have information coming in, and like I said, I felt like it did not give a true comparison of the salaries for the employees, but the preliminary information that was submitted, it was going to cost about $19 million to bring our employees up to the comparable rates based on whatever areas they compared us with. So that information was sent back to us. However, we never had the chance to sit down together to look at what could be done, or if they could go back and relook at their numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Stotty. With that, let me move on down then.
Point of privilege, Kalen.
Okay. What is your point of privilege, Shay?
While Ms. Toddy is on the line, my point of privilege is a response. This wage adjustment, an increase on a yearly basis, I believe personnel lapse fund is that the purpose of it? So, could lapse fund, personnel lapse fund on nothing there. Ako adjustment and indicate equity chong into this. No, I basically could you clarify that, Speaker?
Okay, let me go back to sponsor. Honorable James.
Thank you, another speaker. I'll go ahead and relate my knowledge, Honorable Keelan Begay's question to Ms. Toddy.
Thank you, Delegate James and Honorable Key Allen Begay. The intent of the personnel savings is to assist in maintaining the pay plan, which could include a general wage adjustment or includes a general wage adjustment. And in the past, it also included funding for step increases. However, because of the savings not being, in subsequent years, not being at a level where we could afford it, the program started to pay the step increases on their own. And the only amounts that were being paid from the lapse fund was for a general wage adjustment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else on the board, so let me go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, on Amendment 8, 1 minute, 12 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I did ask for the breakdown, so I'm waiting for that, and I'll reserve my time.
All from Ms. Toddy? Okay, she's still working on those. Moving on down.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
This is Racita. I do have the information regarding the impact if the amounts were changed. For the example I have here is for an individual making $60,000. If they were to receive the 3% increase, it'll be an increase for their base pay at, let's see, right now, they're making $28.85. And with the 3%, it'll increase their hourly rate to $29.72. If they were to get a 2% increase, that would increase their.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I don't, if I could just get that document, I'm looking for the overall impact. So if we're just giving 1% to 60,000 and above, I need to know what their loss of potential. So I just need to crank those numbers out myself. Or if she has this document, if I could review that. Thank you, Speaker.
If you could just email that to her, I guess, or actually email that to Ms.
Okay, I don't have it.
Ms. Toddy? Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, we do have just the example of one rate, which is the 60,000. I can send that to her, and we are still working on the other one for the 4%, the 2%, and 1%. So I'll get that out to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Okay, great.
Question of privilege, Speaker?
Question of privilege and Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, thank you. I want to go back to really quickly the item in the personnel policy manual that was read into the record with the general wage adjustment. I believe the citation that was provided for this document was section 7, the salary and wage administration, and then it goes into G, pay adjustments, item number 5, which is the general wage adjustment. It does say that all employees will receive that same percentage adjustment with the exception. Keep noting the exception of those assigned grade step code 99A. My question is, with this potential amendment, do we need to provide some type of exception saying that that this would apply for all employees regardless of what the employee policy manual states, or do we just leave it and abide by the I guess the personnel policy manual, which does say that there is an exception for those that are assigned to grade step code 99A. And then if I guess the other question that I have is, how many employees fall into that 99A step code? Thank you, Speaker.
Question of privilege or point of privilege. This is Daniel.
Yep, that's it. That's it. Well, question of privilege, let me go first to get this clarified, then I'll come back to your question of privilege, Honorable Daniels. Question of privilege, we'll probably go back to the sponsor and then maybe over to Ms. Toddy. I clarify that with Honorable James as a sponsor. Honorable James?
Yes, that's fine with me. Yes, that's fine with me. Yes, Speaker, I'll go ahead and relay that question to Ms. Toddy, Department of Personnel Management.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Speaker Damon.
Yes.
Okay, in response to Delegate James and Delegate Charles Newton's question regarding the number of employees in the status code 99A, at this time, we do not have any employees who are using that code. The code was established when we conducted the study back in 2002, and we did identify individuals whose positions were either misclassified, and as a result of that, were being paid at a rate beyond the grade that was assigned to their positions. At the time, we had about 200 employees, and subsequently those adjustments were made. So I think about 2 years ago, we were down to 10 employees, and currently we do not have any employees who are using this code. We are also looking at amending the personnel policy manual, so this language more than likely will be deleted from the policy manual. Thank you.
Okay. That, Honorable Daniels, question and privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kodo Shuda, Arid Kodo 24th Council Kodo. Yeah, I think Kodo Nagada. Raise a question of privilege Kodo Nagada. Nagada DPM, Ms. Tari, Juno TG, Yashtan, Nagada, like a scenario, Nahaloya, Nagada. 60,000 over the 1% Jun Hiji Tande to email it or the reason why I say this is because some of us here, delegates, we don't have data internet services. Where I'm at today, there's low reception. Sometimes I get cut off. I don't get emails here. So maybe other delegates would like to hear from Ms. Tadia Speaker. Thank you.
Tadi. Again, there's a question directed towards you directly.
Okay, I'll go ahead and continue the explanation I was giving regarding the example of an individual making $60,000 at this time, and their current hourly rate being at $28.85. If they were to have gotten the 3% GWA, that would increase their rate by 87 cents. If they were to get a 2% increase, it would increase their hourly rate by 58 cents. And if they were to get a 1% increase, it would increase their rate by 29 cents. However, Delegate Crotty is asking for an overall comparison so that she can look at her, do a comparison of her numbers. So this is just an example of to show you what the difference could be if they receive. The other that I did not include is the 4%. If an individual making 60,000 were to get the 4% increase, then it would increase their hourly rate by $1.15. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. With that, going back to reserve time. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you very much. I do support support a number of a sliding scale, and with a wage adjustment, and and it's just like, I believe one was in the news, was that the judicial branch about two years ago, two budget seasons ago, they gave a increase across the board related to their bonuses, and it was unfair to the lower people, while the higher salaried people got a larger bonus number. And to me, that was very, very, very unfair, and coming from that branch, and it really mind-boggled me on the person who actually signed off on it. Then it's thrown out the door, and that's one area that I see. And I believe if a sliding scale is put in there, you have the comparable amount to be increased, because if you look at the percentage, equaling up to the lower people, lower employees who get less, but looking at it, at least a general wage adjustment had been put into place across the board for the Navajo Nation, and the bottom line is there is percentages, and with the 3% margin of 1%, 2%, 3%, that I think that is suffice. We are moving forth on in the future of less money is coming into the tribal coffers, and my other thinking is, with next year's $30 million shortfall, is this something that leadership could park on the table until we find additional resources, because it's going to lead to layoffs. This without finding other resources to replenish the nation's coffers. It is a tough thing, but I'm going to vote in favor of this amendment. It has to be like a sliding scale.
Time.
Thank you.
Okay. Time. So you used up all your time. That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Linton, 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
3:20. Moving on down. Honorable Edison Wanika, 2 minutes, 23 seconds.
Speaker, I waive my time.
Waive your time. Thank you. Moving on down. Chairman Nez, 1 minute, 22 seconds.
I'll waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Chairman Nez. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 1 minute.
I'll waive my time, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Eugene So. Moving on down. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So going twice.
Speaker, I'll waive my time.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Charlene So. Moving on down. Chairman Yazzie, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Speaker, I request for a work session. Waive my time. Just kidding about the work session.
Hey, waive his time. Moving on down. Shay, Honorable Keon Begay, 34 seconds.
Speaker, I'll go ahead and waive my rest of my time. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on down, Honorable Wilson Stewart, 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Waive my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart. Moving on down, Honorable Halona, 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. You know that the study that was done with the wages, I missed that part. Delegate Stewart was bringing up. Where can we get a copy of that, of what was done, and then also how soon are they going to be working on that again to finish that study up? I think we need to take a look at that also. Reserve my time, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Over your
This is
time at
Delegate Crotty.
2 minutes, 50 seconds. I'll turn that over. I think the response was from Ms. Toddy, so I'll go over to Ms. Toddy after the question of privilege from Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask our Legislative Council if this amendment is in order regarding the language that it has to be equal percentage to across the board except, what was it, 99XX? It looks like this language does not comply with that provision. Thank you, Speaker.
What's that? Office of Legislative Counsel.
Hi, Speaker. This is Dana. I apologize. I'm working on a million different things right at the moment. I did not hear or understand the question.
Question of privilege back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty to rephrase the question.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, Ms. Barbroff, I'm asking if this amendment complies with the general wage provision that was, I believe, Ms. Toddy provided to the council, and if I could get a page and that citation. Thank you.
Hang on one second.
Page 9 of the BIM.
Speaker, I'm consulting with Ms. Lowell right at the moment.
It was in I thought it was in the personnel policy. The personnel policy, Ms. Toddy? Is that what you were phrasing earlier?
Speaker Damon, yes, it is. And it's on page 29.
Okay,
29.
so not page 9 of the bin, page 29 of the personnel policy. Okay, just a second. I need to locate different book. Paula said she's listening. You're doing a good job, she said. Oh, good job. Thank you. Speaker, page 29 of the Personnel Policies Manual, Section 5, does state that all employees will receive that same percentage adjustments, with the exception of those assigned grade step code 99A. So the amendment as written, because it distinguishes between employees, would not be consistent with this. So if you go forward with the amendment, we would need to add language in to waive that provision of the Personnel Policies Manual, and Council will have the authority to do that. Thank you, Speaker, Madam Crotty.
We go back on to reserve time. Well, actually,
Speaker, let me also add, I just now got a copy of the adjusted schedule. So it will take me like 5 to 10 minutes to get them into amendment form. Thank you.
okay. That Honorable Alona, did you get your answer, your question answered?
No, sir, I did not. We were about to get to it, and you got to point of order came up, so I'm still interested in finding out what the outcome was. Thank you, Speaker.
Can you restate that again? Because
yeah, the study that was done that
okay, the study.
Delegate Stewart was. Yes.
Okay, Ms. Toddy, do you have a copy of that study that Honorable Stewart was talking about? And if so, could you forward it over to Honorable Helena?
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
regarding the question on the study, I did receive it, and it's quite lengthy, probably over 100 pages long. And right now, I did not bring a copy of it. It's in the administration building number 1 when we were asked to move out. So I'll have to find a way to get a copy of it so that I can look at where I could find a summarized page to help you understand what the study entails.
Okay.
Thank you.
As soon as you get that, then you can forward a copy over to Honorable Helena.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go on down then. On reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 10 seconds. Yep. There's gonna have to be some waiver language that they're including into the amendment, into the modification, if it is accepted.
Speaker, this is my question of privilege. I actually, Speaker, I asked if this amendment is in order because there is no waiver language and we're not abiding by providing that same percentage across the board. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, is this amendment in order? I do believe, Ms. Barbara, did you clarify that?
Thank you, Speaker. The amendment is not in order at the moment. It will be in order once the waiver language is included. So I am suggesting you have 2 options. One, Delegate James could rescind his amendment and add it later, or and add it later when all the waiver language, etc., and the new schedule is included, or you could take a slight break while I get the amendment in order. But in the end, Speaker, it's your call. Thank you.
Waited this long. Okay, 10-minute break for Ms. Barbara to finish up the amendment. We're going to recess. It's 12:59. Be back in 11 minutes, 1:10.
Speaker, could we take a 30-minute break for lunch? Hello?
Yes.
Could we make it a 30-minute break for lunch, Speaker?
Colleagues. 10 minutes, 30 minutes.
30 minutes, just the yellow hair. I support it. Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
1 hour. 1 hour.
30 minutes then. Reconvene at 12.
Fine. Thank you.
1:30.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah, Shumayaj.
Point of order, Speaker. Point of question of privilege. Did he already leave?
This is Delegate Crotty. If OMB is still on the line, if we could get an update on the Veterans Administration budget to decentralize. Thank you.
Yate na kidemil do ba an na din yikakune the net da oltra ba na holjish. Ida ne bezaje hanet go nal kid aliaigi na kidemil do ba an na din yikakune the net da oltra na chido al patience a case be yeje big ekon naide kide hajdil ihigi the nil il do had ida benaidel kid go belagana bezad be net na haneto. Na kidemil do ba an na dini chakone, the net ultra go di nsaha da huiso ha hisen nelbi belash light at ultra. US be has ani a lati bohol nihi ye has nes na yi chahigi the ne ultra. Na kidemil do ba an na dini chahigi the ne ultra anal yese beholni go at ultra go na hode kigo. Hojol negi cho ego ben sa hahodzo not ani be has ani del ego hashinelt yenda de kato big ekon nadatnel. Do yihahegi nashne de ne kedahat ide as adat ehegi big echo ego Washington be Beso has tradenes na din doba atos din doba la di de miliage asahat di de milnsa bigate aha na nil del go chon beniye natadet na kide mil doba na dini hakune de ne daultra donantlago ajil naide kidigi hajdele anes na da aljenjet Altro hajdil Patience case be ajil go. Ha patience case yeje do de be hane dat ahagi be ajdo lilo holjishki be jingo ne na din alhel kiko at Beish be hane be wind ne go had de dili do de nalsos hadel ne go naide kidigi hajdil Anne de ne ndaltra go bindendlisko de ne ndaltra be oneste ndaidel kidigi do dadil alta ndaidel kidigi nagango do gal do khata hatten lago sa da naide kid sa holonle do de naide kid lako at ehegi beniye hado gal ndaltra go benande kidigi ba hochento Washington be has ani ben dawal go na hode kego hojol negi ba haya nande kego wind negi ndayel go dayel tragi ba hanne be na anish do Washington be na anish bil na has anade don keje ye nata dol nishta Patience case a kitad nilje go be na anish bieti big econaide kid doigi be ta hodilne na ide kid al case neligi betra holjisko di nal kidigi nas de yin antkingo ndokil mai na kidemil do ba anadin census da haljin gov ba hanegi ninil kidgo Nda hodol trako be hwe hozinigi dotago census ID be adili dinal sos bakago nchelia dotago njedagi ni nelne Kut ego nandil kito aholiego howangi setahegi be nikhil hodilne Bijegi do ne besh behene be nikhil hodilne Nana howange the nebbilta nagandoigi achilt alla ayol kalkone na kidemil do ba ana dingo voltra go liqui the ne na alkenda has trado Howange bilta nagandoigi bije adadili Benelni the dinil shata bije do in lago at edili Howan bisen tahagi datzet ane Edotago hoan. Haet anegi dat do he hoan be do de hoan ana ajil trodi bin hode kito. Hast hi ashki edodago astana at aid jelinigi yol kalkone hutish chinigi do benachaigi na khay shada ate na gahagi do nande keya Spain de na gahagi do at adane Howangi ikwi da dahawango khait di howan bishop bakaigi big e da jille adi na alken da hast khanigi na hasati howan alto sata at biga nzingo my na kidemil doba anadin CENSUS da aljen GOV anale patience case be patience case be big echo na ite kide hajdil belagana bezad be eliago holo do nana sat ne bezad belagana bezad edota be hada deliago na kids ata holo sad be yatat ki heidigishi be ile ebike itse do de nahasan nashcha big echo big itse do de sad be yatat ki bishop patience case hal kidigi huyati tabaka big itse sad be yatat ki do bakago binet o kote dinal kidigi yol kelko ajdo liligi hanal idolil anens na kidemil do ba ana dini khakone de net alt khako na ide kid hade di list asache ne ine lago kha hodol jishinde donil khahaljish go start questionnaire altsegune nda hodol khako be hwe zenigi Edodago census ID na kids ata hal case neligi bakha anele nta hodol trako be hwe hozeniki Edodago census ID be adili dinal sos bakha go nche elia Edodago nche dagi ni nelne nta hodol trako be hwe hozeniki Edodago census ID tone holongo hoyaki dene naal trako na ide kid be ajil inki biki itse do hogangi seneta ben na ide kid hadedili na hot got do hadedili na kidemil do ba ana dini khakone dene daal trako big echo na ide kid hadel inigi howangi seneta haki ba alia akot eheki ishjan edili o go yes big editse dotago no big editse achil asak yol kalkone di howangi seneta dogo o big editse dotago doda big editse next bakagi be nas jidilke do previous bakagi bet anjilkade nasko edodago not bakagi do bike jitseta akujil inko kha holjiste hatsa nelke nana alanje do akedo nije do nabesh behene baka anele lata sar haje halke ndault go nahode ke go hojol ne nan eni do khait ihida yin naidelke next bakagi adobik itse baka den laigi ndadnil in do indabik iditse dikwe hoangi the queen of Ashin Nahisotra del Intrago Achilt Asayol Kargo Nakidemil Doba Nadini Kakone Nahisotra doigi baka anele Sado Tlejgo Do Bia Daitzo Ebik Jitseko at hat ida Hotland Lago Aka elied holon. Ishja de ne woltrago. Aberan ki sadago. Do bilkaki. A altroltra. Reda Raishi just daheki. Do be holodago. Eid achil. Asa yol kargo. Sedado igi atra woltrato. Awe dolchine a altrobena regi do bik etidago. A at yidoltra. Achanago ik eid an linigi. De neto danik edaigi. Do de nekwe hoange. Ndahaz tranigi. Ado nedet aslahagi hagan. Do be holodago. I yikahagi kwe hoanigi do sadago. Do kwe bel idoltrata. Bezilgo wotako oltrati oltrai nlingota. Salal soy dan lenigita. Has twido sani ba atahayadi ndahaz tranigi ben sikhes behodit eko benina azail di satahagi awalia di satahagi awalia hotsa di satahagi awalia di obet otragi kodat ehegi edo dago dene ondakha do kwe howan gone satada do bilkhata igi dene kodat ehegi nana sakot au yidoltra. Kwe howangi dene ndahaz tranigit a alsko bijegi baka atan leto. Hade bingo dene bije another dol nilko add another person bakaigi biki itse. Kwe howangi achilt asayos kalkone dene ndahaz tranigi ado yitzihe yidoltra. Kwe howangi ndahaz tranigi la sen seko. Yes, bike iditse do bije edili. Ado do dago no bike iditse. Ade naide kidna kigo zohigi baholjij. Howan kwe howanigi benaide kido. Achilt asa yol kalko ikien bi howan biniyesa Alkehuna ago howan anda at ahi do de howan na zize kwe da howanigi sa anigi datse. Ane edo dago kwe howan bi baganigi baganalingo na yilniko edo dago beso bai nelgo yik ene ilego howan be aha ba anandehigida. Ane edo dago kwe howan yi da baganigi sa baganaligo datse do be ehodit eko hagan sali howan altrobik ene ilia beso bai nel. Howan hait datse edo dago howan hait datse hiki do bik ene iliego bi howan. Ken bi howan biniyesa anigi alkehuna ago. Howan anda at ahi. Edo dago howan na zize dipe da ilini bije de dinil. Nana howan biyet na haz tranigi da yin jegi binet da idil kieto. At sego ne hastkida ashkida tsenele. Edo dago astaneta at datse at Ado alto ndetsi beni bejingo ne yihaheki beni bedejchinigi benaide dilkel. Achilt asa ayol kalko na kedemil dobo na din yihako ne benahaigi adili. Ado na khay bets ade jo galtatse do al adene dan lenigi benaide kedigi sahadili. Al adene na khay shada ate na gahagi do toy nande ke Spain de na gahagi don lida. Na khay spahe na khay akuje ke sa anade na gahagi Puerto Rican de ne Cuban de ne edo dago na khay shada ate na gahagi do toy nande ke Spain de na gahagi na sakot ehegi. I kedi naide kidigi Ndaltra go nahodeke go hojol neegisa inalago hoyaki dek ago sa aneki biyeti bahol nego dili. Nana es adene ben naide kid. Dek ago nazneligi be dajalinigi ishjan ajili. Bakage segay. Na kaise jini. Edo dago na kaise jini keya. Ahi sanelde nagahagi. Atse ke hatini. Keya ahi sanel biyeti ke hatini. Benata altoza dene. Filipino dene. Asian Indian dene. Vietnamese dene. Korean dene. Japanese dene. Asian dene. Hawaiian dene. Atse ke hatini. Samoan dene, Chamorro dene, Khalka Bikeya dene, Edo dago nana sa dene jele, Digit ego dek ago nazneligi biyete, Khade shin da khe ba hodil nekut ego. Nana sa khatat lehegi kut ego na ide kiete dolce. Hoan bije bakai gish khait au big a. Khaidi gishin big a ditse. Bahaskin. Bestan. Yetse kehegi. Hastkin. Astat oyel baganigi. Astana. Hastkin jalin god aho jalinigi bilches ke. Astana. Hastkin jalin go aho jalinigi. Do alkhan hote nildande bilches ke. Hayaj do hajet aho jischini. Hayaj do hajet ojen sehegi. Haye edo dago hatsit jille. Billahat Bije edo dago bama. Bitsui edo dago benale. Yatji yehegi. Khadane edo dago hajaad. Sakot ego big A. Yesbagan edo dago hoan bi yesbagan. Alchene bezin. Edo dago do big Ada. Kadan alswa. The netot asa hagin da has trada. Kundit asa anzenego. Asa hadi yidoltra. Khayda anana sati sadaseko. Bishop, Biki Eatse. Dodago, none of the above, Biki Eatse. Haida, Anana Sati Sadaseko, Quebeni Nani, Adi Sada, Das Zohiki, Biki Eatse. Bomato Beje, Amasane, Anale, Ache Yesnahastra. Betzil go Wotako, Ultra de Ultra. Salat soy el tratene benanisht apa nahadi. Hastwido sani ba da hayadi edo dago hastwido sani hoan basa adi. Awalia edo dago awalia hotsadi. Keshidi edo dago nana sa hoanadi. Edo dagot ahait ishin beniye. Njonako benshindlish, kaden daul trako, na hodik keko hojol neegi aden la. Ein lako andidli, submit questionnaire, bakaigi, biki itse, ako na kidemil doba ana din yikakune, the net daul be hadil inigi alswain lado. Howaniki, sintahigi, do nal sos na hilati baka, do di jiyol kaligi baka, hadol kil akut dinil dago hajo anadol nil. Akut na kidemil do ba anna dini kakune, the neta oltka, patience kese be hadel inigi in la. Kade patience kese be the nenda oltka de in la yen alche ananetle. Dinal kego na nest aigi, edo dagot akut egon dal kid nana sasad be yadad ki be adaliaigi be echiltaholnet ashonde, be shinse kese be kwe ada dolil na kidemil dobo ana din census da haljen gov/languages.
Hello?
Yat A.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Yat A. This is Dr. McKay. Right there.
This is Delegate Miz. Yeah.
Oh, Yat A. Shino. Hada hot net. Sign the wall, Des.
Oh, Torto Hatna, Zokra. I didn't know they called loop today. Yeah, there's no hot to get to. We call it Torto.
Cool. Yeah. Isn't that Kinsey?
At den här I say on the whole skate då det stui.
You know what? As a window at the not Kinsey, I don't know.
O'Neill.
Yeah. Oh. No. Hello, Papa. Speaker.
Well, hi. Say hello in this on that's so Heinz.
Yeah. So it's good to hear you, Shino. Here, brother.
There you go. It's a
Hey, Speaker, everybody back.
Yes, we are. Good afternoon, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. This is Navajo Nation. Are we recording? Okay, with that, we are recording now. This is a 24th Navajo Nation Council Budget Session, Day 3, September 23rd. Time now is 1:37 p.m. We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Ms. Green, want to do a roll call?
Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Here, I'm present.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present. Honorable K.L. McGay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable
Dr. Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Canals-Vacrati. Honorable Seth Damon.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Jamie Hinu. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is here.
Honorable Rick Ness is present. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater present.
Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Ottoso. Honorable Ottoso is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Eugene So.
Here. I'm right here. Eugene So.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Key L. McGee Jr. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Keelan McGee Jr. is present.
Honorable Key L. McGee Jr. is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knesbach Crotty.
Jack A. Delegate Amber Canesbach Crotty is calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesbach Crotty is present.
Charles Newton is present from Shipakia, Mexico. I didn't know I was on mute. Thank you.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Pernell Colonna.
Speaker staff, this is Daniels. I'm here. I was on mute.
Delegate Halone is present.
Honorable Pernell Colonna is present. Honorable Jamie Hino.
Speak a little bit louder. Can't hear your voice.
Honorable Jamie Hino. Honorable Rich James. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Star 6. I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm here. I'm present. Star 7.
Enough.
Delegate James present.
Enough, guys.
Speaker, this is Daniels. I'm here on the line. I was on mute.
Just enough.
This is Delegate James. Did you get my response as present?
Gallagher.
This is Delegate James. Did you guys get me as present?
Yes, I did.
We hear you, Neller.
Thank you.
That 15 in favor? 15 members
16.
present?
Speaker, did you get me? This is
16.
Daniel.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Members present.
What about me, Delegate Yellow Hair? Speaker.
Yeah.
16 members present.
Yeah.
That, colleagues, we are on legislation 0224-20. This is legislation that's sponsored by Honorable Chairman Hinio, sponsored by Madam Chair Amber. It's the Navajo Nation, actually, it's approval of the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget. We have 7 amendments approved here at council. We do have one that we are on currently, and that's amendment number 8. Okay, with that, let me go on over to Legislative Council with the modification. Was did you get anything yet? Ms. Barbara? Ms. Barbara? Slow, Ms. Khan?
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. This is Dana. I have sent that amendment to Mr. Rico and to Delegate James, a few others. I just found out from Delegate James, he is fine with it. So Mr. Rico can forward that out if he would. Or if easier, I will do a new email and send it out. Would you prefer that?
Ms. Barbara, maybe if you could send it over again to everybody.
Okay, I will do that.
Mr. Rico and amendments have not received it yet.
Okay.
Rico, if you could read it to the record.
Mr. Speaker, modification to amendment number 8. Item 1. After Exhibit G, strike existing language. Strike wherein those employees earning less than $40,000 annually will receive a 3% general wage adjustment. Insert new language as follows. Wherein employees with salaries at $40,000 or less will receive a 4% general wage adjustment. GWA. Employees with salaries at $40,001 to $59,999 will receive a 2% GWA, and employees with salaries at $60,000 and over shall receive a 1% GWA. General wage adjustment, 3%, Exhibit G, Sub Exhibit C, strike $1,229,870 and insert $2,314,499. 2, page 4, line 8, add new paragraph as follows. The Navajo Nation hereby waives section 7G5 on page 29 of the Navajo Nation Personnel Policies Manual dated June 3rd, 2020, as necessary to effectuate the FY 2021 general wage adjustment set forth above. 3. Replace Exhibit G, Sub-Exhibit C with new Sub-Exhibit C. New Sub-Exhibit C, title FY21 Pay Plan Options, General Funds. Mr. Speaker.
With that, Honorable Vince James, you good with the recommended modification?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, thank you.
All right, with that, Madam Chair Charles Newton, as a second.
I'm good with it, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, with that then, let's go back. New players, back to reserve time. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Speaker, I haven't received the information that I asked with the point of privilege or question of privilege. I don't know how many employees this is affecting.
Speaker, point of privilege.
Madam Chair Amber Crotty, you're gonna have to restate that. Something happened. I don't know. It was like, Madam Chair Charles Newton, point of privilege.
Speaker, that's exactly what I was going to say. I heard a loud echo, and then there was this loud sound right behind it. So I didn't hear what she said. That's all.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair, if you could restate that. 1 minute.
Thank you.
Yeah, two. On Zoom, yeah. Huh? Yeah. You want me to come back to you? All right. Is that reserve time? Coming back then. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 23 seconds on reserve time.
Reserve my time, Speaker.
Chair, this is Daniel. Question privilege. I thought I reserved my time on this amendment.
Honorable Daniels, you did not reserve your time.
Chair, I believe I did.
I usually ask the staff to make sure, and I have 2 staff members who concur that you didn't reserve your time. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chair.
Yours is you went into you were about 1 minute and 40 seconds left, and you didn't reserve your time, Honorable Daniels. But staff,
Okay, Speaker, thank you.
You have some time, Honorable Daniels would like to speak. Moving on down, Honorable Helona, 2 minutes, 50 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, sir. Speaker. Just wanted to make one quick note to Ms. Toddy that she was going to get that summary of the wages that they did a study on. I just wanted to make sure that she gets it sent to all the council delegates. I had a few that called that messaged with me that they would like to get the same copy. So if she could get it all out to the delegates, I appreciate it. And with that, I yield my time to Delegate Daniels. Sir, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. 2 minutes and 21 seconds, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Helona. I owe you a burrito. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking to the amendment, I'm thinking about the chapters out here in the grade 110 chapters that are out here, especially the ones that are in remote areas, like on the western. The other day, I went out to Tolakan chapter. I see carry over that I see the yata Sunakan yata but talking about the GWA for employees. It's not this as this amendment. You're not for this. Nagi up on it. Initial at the chapter level. We have a chapter managers, we have chapter A, CSC, AMS, PP, and Mashigi. It based on that, and Mashigi. So, it about this thing. So, Delegate James, amendment in Lagi, modification, except in La, I see, I bet the case has been but I'm more focused on the chapters out here. The reason being is that they're like the forefront. During this pandemic, I see that Senate being there called Arena, this kid called a hazard paid at the out of which I see that is I see Babashan so I just want to say that but speaking to the amendment, I agree with the amendment with modification political appointees but Also, again, Delegate Halona, thank you for your giving me your time. Thank you very much, Adam, the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Let's see. That new. I got a new player in the game. Chairman Daniel So.
Thank you, Speaker Seth Damon, Otto, and delegates of the Navajo Nation Council, Otto legislative staff, and employees of the Navajo Nation. I guess, when you read articles about whether wage increases really matter to staff, but the main thing some of the studies show is words of praise, words of value to employees has the greatest influence to get people excited about their job, their role in the overall objectives and goals of an organization. And some of our colleagues, I guess I'm really disappointed that we kind of separated. For me, climbing up the ladder from an employee up to being a manager and then up to being the delegate, I really feel like every single one of our employees that get the Navajo Nation payroll check deserves recognition, deserves the fact that, yes, by showing up every day, no matter the home or the community situation, you've contributed to the essential governmental services that the Navajo Nation provides to its people. That's a preamble that should be part of our discussions. And that's what I wanted to preface my comments on. And again, I reinforce what my favorite Che from Northeast On says. The two essential employees at each chapter, community service coordinator, the AMS, or on the certified chapters, the chapter manager and the AMS. We have to make sure that the certified chapters get this additional money for this wage adjustment also. And I guess the other aspect is the certified chapters never closed down, but they weren't included as getting extra monies for this hazard pay. It hasn't happened, and it should happen. So that is something that I really feel like
needs to be part of the discussion also. But in that respect, then I wanted to make that clarification that every one of our employees deserves praise and recognition. And we have to treat them as one and not be dividing and saying essential, non-essential, exempt, and non-exempt. They all provide good, essential service. That would be the extent of my wanting to speak to the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, that. About Chairman Daniel. So, Chairman, you used up your time. With that, anybody else on the board? Let me go back to reserve time.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. My question of privilege is to DPM. If they could give me a breakdown of how many employees are impacted by the 4%, 2%, and 1%. Thank you, Speaker.
I think it's on the next page. Right there, Madam Chair. Yes. It's 903 employees under the 4%, 391 under the 2%, and 1,507 on the 1%. Oh, 213. Wow. Sorry. Okay, with that, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy, 1 minute, 10 seconds.
I'll reserve my time.
1 minute, 9 seconds. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Thank you. I just now looked at the budget amendment. With that, I think that all the employees are covered here. And to me, you know, I think that we actually, a lot of our Navajo Nation employees, they aren't making what is up to par based on state and also federal. But I think what Honorable Hanyo said really got me thinking. And in fact, I went back in and I looked at my state retirement from Texas and then my state retirement from Wyoming and then also the Navajo Nation one. And he is correct in that the Navajo Nation is actually putting, you know, in a lot more into that, you know, into the retirement. So I guess in a way, you know, this GWA is going to help our people, our Navajo Nation employees. But what I kind of worry about is, are we going to have enough money to get us through the next, you know, couple of years, maybe even the next 4 years? I think there was a news report, and I believe Honorable Raymond Smith mentioned this yesterday, that they're saying that this pandemic is not going to end until 2022. And, you know, there's a possibility that it's going to affect our revenue that's coming in. And what I worry about is if we give this general wage adjustment now, does that mean that next year we're going to have to start thinking about laying employees because we don't have enough money? I worry don't have a plan in place. And I believe Honorable Mark Freeland has mentioned that time and time again. There's not an economic, I guess, plan in place, and we've been waiting for that from the president, but there hasn't been anything that has come out yet. So although we are thinking about our employees and we have the best intentions at this point to want to try to assist them during this time, we have to think about the aftermath of what is this going to mean. And I'm waiting for the document that Shadeja Honorable Crotty has requested so that we kind of have that information before us, like what is the domino effect? Because for every action, there's going to be an effect. And if we're talking about funds already, we're already looking at a shortfall, what is this going to do overall with the budget? So with that, I don't know if I have any more time, Speaker, but I support this. I support our Navajo Nation employees, and I think that they are doing a great job. And we do need to adjust their wages. I was just now looking at Walmart. They start their employees at $12 an hour. And, we're barely in some cases at $9 an hour with our employees. And it just makes me think, it's no wonder a lot of our people don't come back to work. It's no wonder that we, have all of these open positions. So maybe we should approach this differently and say, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That?
Question and privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the breakdown from DPM. I just need to, in my math, what Ms. Toddy provided was if you're at 3% at 60K, your increase would be 87 cents. And if we reduced it down to 1%, it'd be 29 cents. So my math, and I just need this verified, is for full-time is 2,088 hours. So 2,088 hours with a 3% increase, so that's times 87 cents is 1,816 and 56 cents. I just need to know if that's correct, because I also am looking at what's proposed, the 1% with that 29-cent raise or general wage adjustment for full-time, 2,088. Is that only $605.52? I need that, these numbers, that's what I'm looking for, the difference, Speaker. My calculations is with this amendment, we would be shortchanging these employees $1,221.04. I just need to make sure those numbers are right, because I want to be clear when we change or modify from 3% to 1%, the impact on those 213 employees. I could, if needed, I can either say those numbers again, or if DPM has calculated the numbers. I just need an impact of moving from the 3% that budget and finance collectively agreed on, or now moving it to 1%. Thank you, Speaker.
That, we'll refer that back to sponsor.
Shinalit, Speaker, the members of the council. I'll go ahead and relay that question to Ms. Toddy from Department of Personnel Management. Thank you. Did you hear me?
Yes. Ms. Toddy?
Okay.
Ms. Toddy, if You're on mute. Just press *6. Miss Toddy?
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
Hello, this is Racita.
Hi.
I'll try again. Okay. The comparison that Delegate Crotty was making is accurate. The example we shared with her was an individual making $60,000 a year. If they were to receive the 3% increase, that would be a 87-cent difference when calculated by the 88 hours. The base would their pay rate would be at $1,809.60. In comparison to a 1% increase, which would increase their pay rate by 29 cents, there would be the base pay would be at $603.20. So there will be a $1,206.30, or I'm sorry, 40-cent difference. And with the current recommended amount at 4%, their salary would be adjusted by, or their pay rate would be adjusted by $1.15, bringing them to $2,392. In comparison to the 1%, that would result in about $2,600 or $2,700 difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hadi. With that?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a $1,700 difference.
Go back to the roadmap here on my amendment number 8. I don't have anybody else on
Question
the
of
board.
privilege, Delegate Crotty.
I have a question of privilege by
Salute. Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair. Question of privilege.
Yeah, National Speaker, Navajo Nation, Bayan Tigi, Councilman. Let's move on. That was read by Mr. Toddy. 3% for 40,000 less, and 2% for above 40, and 60,000 for above 1%. Yeah, let's move on. I finished today, not today. We had to finish it this today. Let's vote on it. All you over, yeah, so should be the numbers are not any. But we need to and so let's motion to move on. Thank you. If I'm in the right order, Speaker.
Thank you. Question of privilege, I guess. Honorable Yellow Hair. The only person that I have on the queue right now is Madam Chair Amber Crotty, so I can go back to her. Oh, question of privilege, Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
Thank you, Speaker. We're talking about our employees here. So my question of privilege is to Ms. Toddy. Can you let me know how many current vacant positions there are on Navajo Nation, and if you've had any potential employees decline the offer because of the low pay grade? And that's my question of privilege. Thank you.
Ms. Toddy, the question is directed towards you. The floor.
Okay. Thank you, Delegate Prodi. The last count I show for vacant general fund positions is 224 vacant positions. In terms of whether or not individuals are declining positions because of the low salary, if I can recall, I think we had less than 5 individuals who did not accept the position because of the low pay.
That, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 1 minute, 9 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So if we're taking $250,000 away from our employees with this amendment, if I could ask the motioning party to reduce council stipend by $260,081 to be fair, and I'll reserve my time.
How much seconds? 52 seconds.
Speaker, this Vice Chair Smith, put me on the queue, please. Thank you.
$267.
Honorable James, there's a request to modify. Could you clarify that again, Madam Chair? Where is that coming from? So we can have it if it is.
Thank you, Chair. So
You
this
have
would
did you send that over? The amendment? Did you send?
I'm asking for a modification. So it would be business unit 1010, I believe 01, and it looks like it's 2410 stipends, Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Speaker.
2410?
I think that's the subunit. The object code is 101001 Navajo Nation Council. And then it says, on my big book, it says 2410 stipends, Navajo Nation Council.
Hey, Honorable, it'd be at, how much is the amount?
Speaker, if I could verify with my numbers, reducing down to 1% per employee affected. So the 213 employees that are affected, my numbers is from 3%, which would have been $1,816.56. At 1% will now be $605.52. And so that's a difference of $1,221.04. Again, if someone can verify these numbers, and I times that by the 213 employees who will be impacted by this reduction, and I received the impact will be $260,081.52.
It'd be $2,082.
No, 260,000.
No. But it'll be $260,082.
Okay, we could round it up.
Yeah. Because OMB doesn't go by cents.
Oh, I apologize, OMB, and I apologize, Ms. Jim and Mr. Bial.
Request to modify, Honorable James.
Another speaker, Adosh Masana and Honorable Amber Crotty. Respectfully, I am going to decline that modification due to the fact that this general wage adjustment is only for Navajo Nation employees. It does not reflect on political appointees' positions. Respectfully declining the request. Thank you.
That, go back to the board, new player. Thank you, Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, on Amendment 8.
Thank you, Speaker. Nomination Council. On Amendment 8, we have GWA 4%, GWA 2%, GWA 1%. The 3% across the board was more comprehensible. 3% didn't categorize any of the employees. And that's what Budget and Finance had put in as the GWA 3%. Now we start doing this, we're segregating certain employees at a certain level. And that just puts an employee wanting to be promoted, knowing that this is happening. They may not want to be promoted. They may not want to go into the category of 2% or 1%. There's a lot of employees that are deserving this. And we're cutting employees above 60,000. And I think Honorable Karate was on something here that was going to open our eyes. If we're going to do this, then it should be across the board. I think we should be an example as leaders. If we're going to do 1% against 60,000 and over, then I think Honorable Karate was in line. But yet it was declined. In Exhibit C, I'm not in favor of this. I was in favor of the 3% across the board. Leave it as it is. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, that 2:46. Every time. I don't know if we go back to nobody. No, I don't have mine. They had to tell them that doesn't work. Let me go back to Honorable Vince James.
Another speaker, Honorable Raymond Smith. I do agree with you in regards to across the board, but in reality, this does not cover across the board as the way you're understanding it. Because if it was across the board, it would include political appointed positions. It would include our PEP workers at the chapter level. And this does not include all of those important key factors individuals. This amendment does include only all the Navajo Nation employees across the nation. This amendment that has been made covers all of our Navajo Nation employees. And when it comes down to Honorable Herman Daniel has addressed the concern of PEP workers, and then Chache. You're still my favorite, Chache. Honorable Daniel So, even though Honorable Herman Daniel, you said is your favorite, you're still my favorite, Che. Has alluded to regarding PEP workers as well. So that would be considered across the board. This is only for those individuals that receive that are Navajo Nation employees of the nation. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you. Let's go on back down. Nobody else on the board.
Question of privilege.
Question
Delegate
of
Crowdy.
privilege, Madam Chair. Member Crowdy.
Thank you, Speaker. I just would ask DPM to provide guidance. I'm hearing that across the board would be political appointees. I want to see the language. My understanding is they get a high pay and there's a high fringe and there's deferment. And I'd like to see the status of PEP. It's my understanding in looking at the chapter budgets. I'll need to know what their status is. They're temporary employees. And so I'd want to also know if temporary employees under the mother government are eligible for this GWA. Thank you, Speaker. I'm trying to make sense of this argument. Thank you. I need those documents.
So your question of privilege is, does PPE employees get a GWA?
Speaker, my question of privilege is, are PEP workers considered Navajo Nation employees? And are they eligible for the GWA? And my same question goes towards political appointees so that we can clarify what across the board. I'm just looking for eligible individuals who are eligible for the general wage adjustment. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Well, I can refer that to the sponsor.
I can add on another speaker, and then on Shamasan and Honorable Member Crowdy. I'll go ahead and relay that question to Ms. Toddy from Department of Personnel Management. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Delegate James and Delegate Crowdy. With reference to the PEP, hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. With reference to the PEP workers, these individuals are actually chapter workers, and they do not go through our process. So all the respective chapters, I believe, pay these individuals out of their own funding. The only ones that are covered under our policies as well as our processes are the CSCs and the AMS for non-government certified chapters. The certified chapters do use these two titles, and from what I can recall, the majority of the chapters have adopted the different versions of the personnel policies manual. And I am aware that these chapters also follow our salary schedules that we issue. However, their funding comes out of the various government certified chapter funds. As far as the temporary employees who work with the different divisions within the executive and the legislative branches, the positions are eligible for the general wage adjustment. With respect to political appointees for both the executive and the legislative branch, they are not eligible for the general wage adjustment. However, they fund the different office of the president as well as the office of the speaker. They fund these
the general wage adjustment from their respective budgets also. Thank you.
A question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate that. I'd also need to ask Ms. Toddy, how will this apply to professional at-will employees? I'm thinking about our attorneys at the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Thank
Ms.
you,
Toddy?
Delegate Crotty. The professional at-will employees are included because they are considered regular status employees. Thank you.
Okay. That. Back to reserve time, Madam Chair Crotty, 52 seconds.
Thank you. I'd like to ask again for a modification. If I could get that $260,082, that would be out of the stipend of the Navajo Nation Council, subunit 2410, not the 25,000. I'll reserve my time.
Oh, okay. That request to modify. Honorable James.
Another speaker, Masana Honorable Amber Crowdy. Again, we are mixing apple and oranges with political appointee positions with regular status Navajo Nation employees. So with that, respectfully, I'm going to decline the modification. Thank you.
What was it?
A question of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Crotty.
Question of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could get clarification, delegates, so I just want to be clear. In this budget for these council delegates, that's political positions. And I need clarification on the status of the business unit I'm addressing, which is stipends for Navajo Nation Council. I need that clarified. Thank you.
Madam Chair, well, Ms. Toddy, clarify Navajo Nation Council delegates a political position? Is that what you're asking? Political appointees. I think we're.
Speaker Damon?
Yes.
With respect to the Navajo Nation Council delegates, they are elected officials.
Okay. And not a political appointee.
Not a political appointee.
What is?
Speaker, question.
Is this a question of privilege or? Hold on, Honorable Eugene. So, you want me to put you in the queue? Oh, you don't have any more time. Do you want? Is yours a question of privilege, Honorable Eugene? So, or what?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back to you with your question of privilege once I get this question of privilege out of the way regarding stipends on 2410. Man, maybe Ledge Council, I don't know who wants to answer that. Those are where's that? Where's what I just read? You gave me something to read. These stipends include delegates attending Navajo Nation Council meetings and their respective committee meetings. They receive $60 per diem for each day, official business and conducting mileage, reimbursements for private vehicle, and rate establishment for the Navajo Nation Council travel policy and procedure handbooks and amendments thereof. Chairpersons of committees may receive a compensation of extra time spent by the chairperson beyond meetings to execute committee business of $80 per diem for each committee meeting day. There's one portion of the stipend that's in the code, and then there's another portion of the stipends. I don't have that document readily handed, Madam Chair. I don't know if anybody else wants to add on to that. Okay. Back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 46 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. On Exhibit C, there's some errors on the total number of positions under the 2%.
Oh, hold on. Sorry, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Smith. And back to Madam Chair Amber Crotty's, the status, hold on, no. The status of the general funds. Those are their general funds. Stipends are general funds. Now I've got to go to Honorable Eugene So with a question of privilege. I'm sorry, Vice Chair Smith. I'm getting confused over here. There's a lot of questions of privileges flying around. Honorable Eugene So. Can you hear me, Honorable Eugene So? I see you.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead.
You. Yeah, that's my question because we're getting confused here, Mr. Speaker. I'm just asking the question, is this the year for a raise for our employees? I was just listening to you guys earlier. There were some pink slips and layoffs. Okay, over now, this kid basis, all the years, no, I didn't hear that part, that we're going to become millionaires. I didn't hear that part. Okay. Thank you.
Let me refer that back to Ms. Toddy, DPM, or even Mr. Bial. Historically, GWAs, are they giving annually, biannually? Whenever there's available funds? Am I talking to myself?
Mr. Speaker?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay. As I indicated earlier, according to the personnel policies, our responsibility is to provide projections for a general wage percentage each year. So that's what we do. And pursuant to the 2011 resolution, it indicates that we prepare the projection and we, the three offices, Office of the Controller, OMB, and DPM review the projections, and we also take into consideration the if there's a balance in the personnel lapse savings. And based on that, we would recommend a percentage, or we would provide options to the branch chiefs, and the branch chiefs collectively would determine the percentage to be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee. And for this year, the 3% general wage adjustment was recommended and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. So as far as I can remember, it has been every year for the past, I would say, 7, 8 years now. And there was a time where we did not get an increase, and that's where we really fell behind when you compare our rates to other organizations within the local and regional area. So prior to that, we did have a history of where there was no general wage adjustment, and the Navajo Nation continued to get behind in terms of their pay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, let me move on back to Vice Chair Smith. Again, sorry, Vice Chair Smith. Floor is yours now. 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Under Exhibit C, there's several errors in there. For example, under the total amount of 4%, if you add up 1,329,877 and add 195,413 and 97,767, should come up to be 1,623,067. And the fringe is wrong too. And the number of personnel, reserve my time.
Every time at 2 minutes, 16 seconds. Ms. Toddy?
Thank you, Mr. Damon. I am looking at the figures, and I do see where there is an error with the total number of positions. The first one is correct for the 4%. The 2% should be at 444 employees. The 1% should be at 244 employees. And I'm still calculating the other amounts. So our overall total for positions should be at 1,591.
Okay, so are you sending over a new updated chart then, Ms. Toddy?
Yes, we're working on it right now. Thank you.
Go back to that. Okay, we have the waiver in there. Okay. No, I mean, yeah, it might change. Okay. That, colleagues, everybody listening in, we're waiting for an updated chart right now for Exhibit C, actually Sub-Exhibit C under Exhibit G. And that's the forms that give us the overall number of employees that will be receiving a GWA per category. If you're in the 4%, 2%, or 1%.
Oh, it's on.
Okay. Okay. So everything's right. So all this is new. Yeah, exactly. All that's it. And okay, exactly.
Speaker is Vice Chair Smith. Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. You still there?
yes, I am. Vice Smith, go ahead.
Yes,
Oh.
this amendment sponsored by Delegate Vince James under the paragraph 1. The numbers are going to change under general wage adjustment. According to my calculation here, it states 2,314,499, but adding up all the figures, it comes up to 2,509,912.
Yeah.
FYI.
Yeah, we're waiting for those numbers to come from Stadi's camp. So we'll be changing those too as well. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Called out of order.
Ms. Toddy, how much longer?
Speaker Damon,
Yes.
we do have the corrected copy, and it is, we did forward it to Ms. Bobroff. If you want me to go over it with you, I can read off the numbers.
No, we don't have it yet, so hold on. Honorable Miss Barbroff, I don't know if you have that amendment, if you want to send it out.
Yes, Speaker, I have it. Would you like me to forward it to all of council? Speaker, this is Dana. Would you like me to forward it to all of council?
Yes, Ms. Barbroff. And to amendments, do you have it?
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty. Is this any better, Speaker? Thank you, Speaker. While we wait, my question of privilege, can I ask for the agendas of the last 6 months that related to personnel issues, reports from the committees? Yesterday, I mentioned my concern about retaliation, and I just want to make sure that this is not done for retaliation, because I heard political appointees, but they will not be affected by this amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
I don't know, maybe it's your computer microphone. Tom, just get that? She wants an all personnel, all agenda. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, to go to each one of to review each one of the agendas, it's gonna take a while, but we can't get that. Okay. With that, we do have the new updated form from the Department of Personnel Management. Mr. Rico, if you could read into the record. New C. And then I have to see if the modification is good with the amender.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, modification to sub exhibit C to exhibit G. Column 1, GWA 4%, executive branch, judicial branch, legislative branch, total. Column 2, GWA percent, 4%, total positions. Column 3, executive branch 757, judicial branch 94, legislative branch 52, for a total of 903. Column 4, GWA amount, legislative branch $906,661, Judicial branch, $134,732. Legislative branch, $66,608,000 for a total of $1,108,001. Column 5, total fringe amount, 400, executive, $423,226. Judicial, $60,682. Legislative branch, $31,159 for a total of $515,067. Column 6, total amount, executive branch, $1,329,887. Judicial branch, $195,413. Legislative branch, $97,767,000. Total amount of $1,623,067. GWA 2%. Total positions, executive branch 341, judicial branch 53, legislative branch 50 for a total of 444. GWA amount, executive branch $282,752, judicial branch $50,247,000, legislative branch $95,661 for a total amount of $428,660. Total fringe amount, executive $132,326,000, judicial branch $23,058, legislative branch $45,325. Total amount $200,709,000. Total amount, executive branch $415,078, judicial branch $73,305, legislative branch $140,986,000, $140,986 for a total amount of $629,369. GWA 1%. Total positions, executive branch 214, judicial branch 31, legislative branch 30 for a total of 244 positions. GWA amount, executive branch $120,855, 27 judicial branch $27,077, legislative branch $47,639 for a total amount of $195,571. Total fringe amount, executive branch $57,981, judicial branch $16,651, legislative branch $11,323. Total amount $85,955. Total amount for the 1%, executive branch $178,836, judicial branch $43,727, legislative branch $34,913 for a total of $257,476. Grand totals, total positions affected 1,591. GWA amount $1,732,232. Total fringe amount $801,731. Total amount of $2,509,912. Mr. Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Speaker, my point is that I think the math is incorrect on the document that was just sent out. Can you have them double check the math? It looks like under GWA 1%, if you add the 214, the 31, and the 30, I believe it comes out to 275, which actually does affect the overall GWA amount, the total fringe amount, and the total amount if we're looking at the percentage. Speaker, can you verify if that's correct? Thank you.
Heidi, chart's incorrect again.
Mr. Speaker, I do see where the error is under the 1% legislative branch, 47,639 plus the fringe at 11,323. That the overall total should be at 58,962.
Speaker, if we could just make that correction and read it into the record correctly, thank you.
And the overall total amount changes too.
Are those the only ones that you see now?
The total overall for 1.0 needs to be 281,525.
Okay, the last one, what's the last one? Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ms. Heidi.
Okay, with that correction, the overall total for the 1% should be at 281,525. With the overall total for the 4%, the 2%, and the 1% at 2,533,961. Thank you.
Have it? That one that's, I don't know how she got to the two.
Speaker Dame, this is Vice Chair Smith.
What's this?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith.
I think this is all done in haste. I think this should be thoroughly looked at. If you look at GWA 1% under the total positions, you add up 214, 31, and 30. It should not reflect 244. It should reflect 275 unless they added more numbers to that.
Well, that was corrected for the record. So you got, read the rest of it into the record.
Back to speaker. Should reflect back on the record to fix the document under item C because this is going to go into the legislation. I think that should be done correctly on GWA 4%, GWA 2%, GWA 1% to look at it thoroughly so that we can get the amendment corrected on behalf of Honorable Vince James' request. Thank you.
Toddy, is that new one coming over now?
Mr. Speaker, we are reviewing it, and it's because of the formulas that we have in there that it's not calculating correctly. So we're going over all of the calculations, and we'll get back with you as soon as we get it done. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, let's go. I don't have anybody else. If I go back to reserve time, it's questions towards this. So I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. We're almost done with this Amendment 8. This will be going to the board shortly after we get this reviewed. So Ms. Toddy still needs some time. I don't want to go back and rehash this. So we'll go ahead and give Ms. Toddy some time in order for us to move forward. So with that, let's take a 10-minute recess.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. While we're on recess, may I ask, who do I need to talk to about that employee email? I'd like the Navajo Nation employees to know that this amendment is being proposed at council. Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
This is Racita.
Hi, Ms. Sadi.
We did, hello, we did make the corrections and we sent it to Dana.
Okay. Ms. Barbara, I don't know if you're on the line.
Yes, I'm on the line, and I sent out Ms. Toddy's most recent schedule probably 3 or 4 minutes ago.
Okay, great. Okay. Seven plus 6 is 15.
7 plus 6.
Hello, are we still on?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair. Charles Newton, we are just waiting for a quorum and waiting to send the email out. So,
Thank you, Speaker.
okay. What is that? See that? 172 right there. Cannot say that.
Oh,
Look at that right
so I
there.
have to get there by 2. So, wow.
All right, let's go then. 172 plus 146 plus 467. You're good. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and get back into session. Again, for the record, this is 24th Navajo Nation Council budget session, September 23rd. Time now is 3:34 p.m. I'm here in the Navajo Nation Council chambers in Window Rock, Arizona. We are on our budget session on legislation 0224-20. It's the Navajo Nation fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget sponsored by Jeremy Martino, co-sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. That, Ms. Lorraine, if we could get a roll call to get us back into good standing. Get a quorum.
Honorable Elmer Begay,
Vote present.
Honorable Elmer Begay is present. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.,
Delegate Keown is present.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown,
Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newman is present from Sherbrooke, New Mexico.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty,
Delegate Amber Canis-Balcrotty is present, calling in from Window Rock, Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty is present. Honorable Seth Damon,
Present.
Honorable Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.,
Here.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Mark Phelan, Honorable Pernell Helena, Honorable Jamie Henio, Honorable Vince James,
Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Helena is present.
Henio's present too.
Honorable Jamie Henio is present. Honorable Vince James, Honorable Rick Nez,
I'm present, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Carl Slater,
Delegate James present.
Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Ottiso, Honorable Ottiso is present. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Daniel So,
Daniel So is present.
Honorable Daniel So is present. Honorable Eugene So,
Present from beautiful Del Norte, Arizona.
Honorable Eugene So is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Edison Winnica, Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I do. Yeah, okay. But most of the time, I don't have.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Is that Kansas City Chief? No, pizza.
Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Carl Slater.
All righty.
Monica is present.
Honorable Edison Monica is present. Honorable
Sorry,
Charlene
Freeland
Song.
was muted. Present. Freeland. I star six myself.
Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Mr. Speaker, I have 18 members present.
Speaker, this is Edmund. I'm here, sir.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie present. That makes 19-0.
Thomas Walker is present.
That 21 members present. Let's go ahead and continue on, colleagues. We are on amendment number 8. We're waiting for the new document coming from Ms. Toddy, and that is out, sent out. And with that, the new documents with total position is 1,507. GWA 1,661,202. Total fringe 779,169. Total amount is 2,440,369. But and then we also need to modify that too on the original amendment. You change that one? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rico, if you want to read that into the record too as well. I'll ask the sponsor if that's good. Modification is good. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, you have a modification to the general wage adjustment 3% Exhibit G sub Exhibit C. Amount is changed from $2,314,499 to $2,440,369. Mr. Speaker.
That, thank you. Honorable James, as the motioning party, are you good with the modification?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay, with that, Madam Chair, Charles Lewin.
Speaker, I haven't got the email yet. I'm waiting.
Are you on Zoom?
Okay,
Madam Chair?
I'm
It's
good.
on the-
Yes,
it's on the
I'm
screen.
good.
Okay,
I'm good. Can
right, with that, Going back, I don't have anybody else on the board. Reserve time, 36 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the amending party to withdraw this amendment. It's unjust. It affects 604 employees, and we have the money to give them a 3%, and I'll reserve my time.
That. Reserve your time at 21 seconds. Request to withdraw. Honorable Vince James.
Thank you, another speaker, Doshima Sanada, Honorable Amber Crotty. I will respectfully decline that request due to the fact that we are still addressing all of the Navajo Nation regular status employees receiving a GWA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable James. That, Madam Chair Crotty, motion is declined to withdraw. Moving on down, on reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 16 seconds.
Well, thank you, Shanada, Speaker. There's still an error on this Exhibit C. Under Judicial Branch of GWA 4, it's supposed to be at a total amount of $195,414. I'm still calculating. I reserve my time.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Toddy.
Mr. Speaker, he did say there was an error on the 4%.
Oh, there's a, if you look on the Judicial Branch, GWA amount plus the fringe amount, I think that's off by $1. It might be your formula that you put into the automatic formula that's changing it just for the fact of the of a plus or minus, rounding up or rounding down in the dollar amounts. That's what usually it is.
Okay.
And then
yes,
also Vice Chair Smith, what was the other one? You mean the 27
Thank you,
plus the
Speaker.
16?
Hoping my time is not being used up. The amount should reflect $1,623,068, not 67.
$60. Total 4%. It's not gonna come out right all the time. It's just those algorithms. So the total amount's off by $2. Probably had to manually do it. Go in there and override the system, Ms. Toddy. I'll give the floor back to you, Ms. Toddy.
Mr. Speaker, that's what we did, and the calculations that Mr. Delegate Smith is coming up with is correct. The 1,623,068 and $68. That is correct, and I'm not sure why my formulas are not being cleared out. We went through and we cleared out everything, but it's still coming out. But we'll go ahead and correct it, and it's this one is still coming out wrong. This right here. So the correction was made, and it is, like I said, at 1,623,068. Thank you.
So are you sending that over now? A new
Yes.
one?
Yes.
Speaker, just Vice Chair,
Then
if I
there's
may.
also on the 1% of the judicial, that one's off by $1 too.
I did correct that.
Okay, all right. Honorable Vice Chair
And-
Smith?
Thank you, Speaker. This is getting a little out of hand for now, but hopefully we'll get this corrected on behalf of what we're trying to do here, accomplish. I was going to mention judicial branch of 1%, but you caught that, so that will change the figures under the total amount. I think that would increase it up to $2 more, if that is my calculation. I don't have a sophisticated calculator, but I'm using what I can here. Thank you.
Speaker Damon,
Yes, go ahead.
the judicial 4% GWA overall total would be at 195,414, bringing the overall total to 1,623,068 for the 4%. The overall total would be at 2,444,371.
That's what we got over here too. If you could send up an updated one, then we'll change the number on the forefront. So it's actually changing by $2, $3, $2. So going from 2,440,371 to 69 to 2,440,371.
Is that correct?
With that, those changes, Honorable James, are you good with that?
I just had them all.
Just to get this.
No, I'm not sure. Oh, I'm good with
Okay.
that.
Madam Chair, Charles Zoon.
I'm good, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. That, let me go on back down. Everybody on reserve time, I mean, on the board, go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll need to reserve my time. If Ms. Toddy can let me know the numbers of the impact for the 2%. Thank you. Reserve my time.
8 seconds. Okay, moving on down. New player, Honorable Slater.
Yeah, Shania, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate Shisui Delegate Vince James proposing this amendment. I'm deeply uncomfortable with it as a legislator and a leader of the Navajo Nation, because it is the council telling our employees that if you make over a certain amount of money, that your work and your effort is worth less than those who make another amount of money. Ultimately, the salary distinctions that we're making right now are arbitrary. They're not based off of anything other than what someone has decided. And it's not fair, because I can't look someone in the eye who works from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., moving dirt around, trying to improve our roads or clear out drainage canals or working hard with their hands, and say that their work is any more or less important than the engineer who is designing those canals, designing those roads, and is working on the weekends and putting in all the extra effort as an exempt employee to make sure that we're moving our nation forward. And I think we, for a variety of reasons, and none of which I agree with, divide our people up way too much, way, way, way too much. We should have worker solidarity among all of the Navajo Nation employees. We shouldn't privilege some over others. We shouldn't say that your work is worth more or worth less. It's not fair. Everyone deserves to be treated equally in the eyes of the government. And what this is doing is saying, well, we found the money to be equal and treat you all equally. But instead of doing that, we're going to devise a scheme whereby those who make under a certain amount of funding will receive a more substantial increase than those who make over a certain amount of funding. And the declarations earlier about the differences between exempt and non-exempt were incorrect. Non-exempt employees are the ones who are eligible for overtime and hazard pay and are can get funding at that hourly rate in a higher amount. And I think if we want to be fair, we need to treat everyone equally. So I understand the concept of trying to help people out, work in the best interests of our workers, but all of the other issues that we've brought up, whether it's salary increases, the pay scale, all of that, it's not going to be solved with either 3% or the scheme where we divide it up into 1, 2, and 4. That is not going to address everything. And if we think it is, then we're misrepresenting what this amendment in GWA, whether it's the 3 or the 4, 2, and 1, will do for our people and our workers. So I think if you consider our young people, or maybe it's the mid-career folks, they go off, get an education, or maybe they're the account maintenance specialist who has some college, has an associate's or something, but they're putting in the time and effort right now to go ahead and get that accounting or that business management degree, something to propel their career forward. Now, they may still like to do that, but they'll know that, well, if I advance in my career with the Navajo Nation, I'm not going to see increased compensation as compared to if I continue in a job elsewhere. So they'll either lose the incentive to get the degree and advance within the Navajo Nation system, or they'll get the degree and know that and be planning to leave the Navajo Nation system. So I asked my colleagues, and I hate to do this, but not to support this amendment because it's divvying us up. It's not solving the issues that we're purporting to solve. And it's creating division among our workers unnecessarily. We have the money. We can keep everything as is in this budget without dividing people, creating disharmony. And I sincerely ask you not to support the amendment, while I deeply appreciate Shui Delegate James's efforts on it thus far. Yeah, Speaker, and I yield my time to Delegate Crotty.
Seconds. Madam Chair.
Thank you. This is an unfair amendment. If we want to reduce Navajo families, then Navajo delegates should reduce their stipends. we make about $56,000 or more a year. What we're asking from our employees, we should ask for ourselves. We have the funding. It's very clear, and nobody should be targeted because they've been able to be successful. Thank you.
Okay. That. Moving on down. Nobody. Honorable, back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. 1 minute and 42 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to know the number of overall vacancies for executive. I heard the number, but I'd like to have numbers. I reserve my time.
1:36 time. Ms. Toddy, do you have that number?
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Yes, the total number of vacant general fund positions is at 257.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. That. Moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 8 seconds.
Reserve my time. Thank you. Contact your delegate.
6 seconds. Every time. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith. 1 minute, 36 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, again. Reason why I asked that question is we got 1,507 total, but out of the executive, we have 257. And out of the executive, that's a lot of positions that are vacant. Is that inclusive of the vacancies that we're talking about to do the general wage adjustment? I reserve my time.
One minute, 11 seconds. Reserve your time. Go to Honorable Vince James.
I'll go ahead and relay the message to Ms. Toddy, Department of Personnel Management, DPM. Thank you.
James, can't hear you. Barely hear you.
Thank
I'll go ahead and relay the question to Ms. Toddy at Department of Personnel Management, DPM. Thank you.
Okay, Toddy.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Ms. Toddy. Hold on. Ms. Crotty, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. If I could have DPM clarify, I have 6 legislative council attorneys that are impacted by this reduction. Can I get that number verified? I'm just trying to understand. One day we praise them, the next day we reduce their pay. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Toddy, are you there?
Yes, I am. The 6 attorneys that you're, Delegate Crotty, that you're wanting clarification on, are those with which program?
Office Legislative Council.
Okay, what will happen with these is if they are approved in this budget, they would be approved at whatever rate is being proposed. If a general wage adjustment is approved, then we would issue a new salary schedule. And more than likely, depending on where, what the entry-level salary is for these positions or whatever was offered to them, there's a possibility they would either fall at a 2% increase or either a 1% increase.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sadi, and there was a question too. There was a question by Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Well, before I go to that question and privilege, Honorable Daniels.
Yes. I raised a question of privilege. I have a question on that. Are we decreasing salaries for attorneys? That's what I heard. I have that question. Speaker.
You saw that, right?
The salary. Honorable James, I'll go back to you for that question.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Daniel Adinskidi. No, there's no decrease in salary for the legal counsel. We're talking about the general wage adjustment. But in the general wage adjustment, what Ms. Toddy has indicated is it will depend on where their annual salary is, if they will fall under the 2% or the 1%. That'd be my response. Thank you.
Hey, that Vice Chair Smith, if you want to state your question again from Ms. Toddy. Without taking anything from your time.
Yes, Speaker. My question was, we have a number of vacancies, 257 through the executive. Out of the 257, we have a total of 1,197 in the executive branch. Out of that, there's 940 if you minus 257. Is this 257 inclusive with the 1,197 on behalf of the 4%, 2%, 1%? That's my question.
Ms. Toddy?
Thank you, Speaker Damon and Delegate Smith. The 257 vacant positions are not included in this projection. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on down. Nobody else in the queue. We're back to reserve time.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
I'm Chair. Crotty, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm looking at the big book. Can DPM let me know how many committee advisors would be affected by this reduction of general wage adjustment? Thank you, Speaker.
That. Ms. Toddy?
Speaker Damon and Delegate Crotty, all of the advisors would be included in the in this projection. However, it'll all depend on where they what their current salary is at. So without searching for the information, there's a possibility that they could get a small percentage if they're making more than 40,001. So I'm thinking that they would fall into that category. One more thing I'd like to add is that I know there was questions on whether or not we would have individuals where we have overlapping salaries, and we did a quick analysis, and we do see where because of the individuals making less than 40,000 getting a larger percentage, it could impact, or these individuals could be making possibly the same amount of an individual making whose grade is assigned, say, at 69, grade 69, and where they're making $69,000, they could be one employee that is at assigned grade 51 could possibly maybe making the same amount on their biweekly payroll. So we are going to have a lot of inequities as a result of this. And I have a comparison of these salaries. It's like about 4 pages long, where we will have overlapping salaries.
Hello. With that, thank you, Ms. Toddy. We go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Amber Cardi, 6 seconds.
Reserve my time.
5 seconds. That, moving on down, Honorable.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty with a question of privilege.
Question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. On the big book, under legislative, page 20, I count 5 legislative advisors that would be reduced to 1%, if DPM can confirm that. And my second question is to protect our Navajo Nation employees, if DPM can send me a document on how we can consider a union to preserve jobs and their salaries and some decency. Thank you.
Study question privilege.
Mr. Speaker, I'm bringing up the information. I'll get back with you in a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 11 seconds.
Speaker, son. My question is on the amendment. Are we going to change the language to reflect the amount that was given under the 2,440,371? I haven't seen that. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 50 seconds. Yes, that has already happened. Are you on Zoom right now?
No,
Vice Chair
sir.
Smith?
I'm limited with the internet.
Okay. If you're on Zoom, you can see the strikeout of 2,314,400 $2,499,499 has been changed to $2,440,371.
Could I have that emailed to me, please? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Rico is sending that out right now. Okay, moving on down. Honorable Paul Begay, new player.
Can you speak? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker, colleagues. Very good discussion. I am having trouble trying to accept this amendment here. Talking about 1%, 2%, 3%. Shikna ash kwaye hatsi oye to histera. I have always considered equity in any discussion that we have. There were many discussions about issuing help and support to all our chapters. I have always insisted on equity. And we're talking about money here, and I think that's still my thought, equity. We're telling people that if they're making a high amount of money, they're only going to get 1% raise. We're kind of holding them down. To earn where they are now, and we're holding them back. In the meantime, those that have lower wages, we're giving them 3%. And those that are making we're trying to give 2% to. Nani tlinki kut raro ledo his ego kut I see young cities ashe. Aro basa ni tlonshe. Okodoni the next day nesto lesto even na ya sa londo le. Okwagish nam takuban kisho. So the amendment is all I see to shash konda. Shlam ta Igi or his out Naban seekis the 8 quag Beatis Simpson. Ado Bayanani washing got Bansana the discourse, but right now I'm not comfortable with this amendment. I reserve my time.
23 seconds. Honorable Paul Begay, on reserve time. That, we go back to Ms. Toddy. You have that question of privilege information.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we do have 4 people that will be eligible for a 1% increase and 2 eligible for a 2%. This is in reference to the advisors, the legislative advisors. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Toddy. That, we go back to reserve time. Madam Chair, Member Crotty, 5 seconds,
Reserve time.
4 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 50 seconds.
Vacation and about doesn't the speaker. I don't bitch my son. I don't doesn't flaggy. The intent was to just do the 3% across the board, be fair is fair. Then we're dividing folks up, and folks have earned their college degree, and they're up there in that scale. They've had that determination, and if we do this, it's going to be a morale breaker. Folks are going to be. I was in the U.S. Navy, and on a ship we had to continuously be one unit and to have great morale in order to accomplish our task. And if we did something like this, this would practically sink the ship. So I just wanted to make that statement. I reserve my time.
Time. I will use up your 50 seconds, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Honorable Paul Begay, 2 minutes, 23 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If I'm in order, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Honorable Delegate Crowdy. Thank you.
Honorable Paul Begay is at 1:55. Madam Chair, you good? Madam Chair, McCarty, 1 minute, 55 seconds. I don't.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the Navajo Nation employees, I just want to say thank you for being on the front line, for being there for our people to try to manage the best we could, not only during the pandemic, but realizing that you are working in dilapidated buildings, that sometimes the paperwork is slow, that you're just trying to do your job, get that special duty pay so that you could pay your bills. And for this amendment, we have this funding to give you 3%. Matter of fact, we owe you more as a nation. We value you. We want, as the delegate and some of my colleagues have said, the cost of living is increasing. You're trying to struggle getting your children broadband so that they could have access to school. We know that it's a challenge to telecommunicate, and that this virus does not have an income barrier. It is hitting us across the board. We're losing relatives. We can't sleep at night. And so this nation needs to give you a hand up and not just a handout. And I'm hearing the impacts and continue to educate your delegates who are here to represent you and your voice, because we have the funding and you're valuable. We need you here, and we need to continue to work together to train the next wave of Navajo Nation tribal employees who want to work for the betterment of their people, who want to go out and do more, who are on the front line serving our senior centers, being at the chapter level, at all across the board. We have lawyers, we have police officers. This is a time for us to come together, and this is a time for us to recognize we have the funding. And right now, we'll be losing at minimum $1,200 out of every Navajo Nation employee who's impacted by the reduction from either 3 to 2% or 3 to 1%. And there's really no just cause as we try to unify. And we know that $1,200 can go a long way. We know that that's just a small token of our appreciation. But I think in terms of when I sit here and I look at staff, I want to do what's right. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Pat? Moving on down. Nobody on the board. I like to reserve time. 4 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
I request a amendment to be withdrawn. Thank you, Speaker.
Request to Honorable James to withdraw the amendment.
Another speaker. Again, my son, Honorable Amber Crowdy. I will kindly, respectfully deny that request due to the fact that AODL Nahadej Nishiki Doek Adeya E Altani Nista Ado Doek Adeya Kotao Altan hit that Nilda Anle de Hot Ben his whole Jishako Oko Hot by Yaki Nahadej Nishiki at Ade Ni at Aunt Ban Sahakis Di Nego Bahanete Kokonzate Dobest Eda I da cohort I da what on he says so hey Khalid Adolis, how do we fix the problem of keeping the rich, poor, the poor? Di kodobe haneze across the board di no. I da do e kot eda ako. Yego ni. Kodon hadis nish. Ado neden lede sediat iten hadis nishiki. Bado lesi niniki. Ende akwagi. Nte dobich is lada. Dobedet ita. Nihita net that o hayu hana lad she. Be all in. Banana shidis o. Le the Tatnasnel has add banana shidis. So that our equity, our office assistant, our office specialist at the chapter level, Nahadid Nisht our equity, Nahalo the Nebelia Hikahi, and the door. He needs Tata. PEP workers, though he needs Tata. Are those the political appointees in the Hanana, though Nana, he needs Tata. So I thought it quite I thought it's uneaten. I thought it's uneaten. Khalid out a quite doban Sahakis the last and so Nihisans Yego hit the net ani which and the wheatna. I thought what unhit that net. Show hey the hit arjik at non essential employees no se. Show hey arjik at essential employees no se. I don't what odds up at that net. Non source be has ani they had it. Koje non exempt no se. Koje dibe has ani ben ha had it. Koje exempt staff no senigi na happy had it. A quit avik a no indo list. Jokut on that I don't as ani net a co. Do 80 day yabe ani nisa. Ya na gahi ala ani le naste bansa case Khalid al naste which in na iliedo lista do the question based on sa anin no sini hot abe khazi Khalid al yan le naste big albanate inigi that abe ba na hot it do list the aquaiki based on and do nesto ba it's neldo listiki Khalid a quaiki do bansa case Oko okot kodo benina do that snido ado nede di kodo I thought that's not Nalanki. Yahoo peso poor. Are we going to continue to move in that fashion? Are we going to continue to move fashion, keeping the rich, poor the poor? Jo kwaiki ben chen haatse. Idat aha jo ba ako nanish ates eniki nanish ik itaha galiki yen chen nakha adan nego. So hey lede kastata zanaki he kit Beniyashihin Asa 1 way, 2 hours to get to my job site. But yet I only get paid $9 an hour. But yet I'm at the chapter level. I'm just a PEP worker. I'm just a temporary workers. Temporary workers in the some of them drive over an hour. How long have they been in a temporary status position? And the all time and the across the board, but the need that the quite based on nahi it edole chinat no senigi based on an so the lachit aho okot but so to costa chokot eko ye go na if nani ta ani na if nani eko ate hit sa hosto Koche peso lao if any ni hit sa hosto peso ya ho bit ni helia he ni hit sa hosto di betai na de betai peso de any ni hit sa hosto do to ba di ni ta ko okot kodo ni hit na is kando le space pa sa an ni kliniki da ye go na if na need end Joshi jo kot kait aho la his au fan sa case so let ni zanike kodok at jono ba ani nen ha anet sha hat gita adi ni let's go do changes. Let's go make changes. The no the bahanetse all that's a stada kogon his whole jistole all that's a kot on his whole jistole na hada handa na shiki kodan tait ahodan sa hot on how say ayen jim pa ko akone at hal zilne aten at the asahe hot ha hot ha say sa hot on how say not on no seniki chokot ado yen hije yadaski ko Asian ban sanana case to the Asian ban so case she o ado lefti kodo amendment ki dog astobi do so nini ginan so ko kot ad ya hije hasti to le to khida nate queen da to nate khida kosh da to ko o la khit aho he host out across the board but these ni to nini ki so kot sabe ya ti ki ado hiti nen later not the queen is not date next nini ki do kot ako what ado you've been hit hasti to this thank you very much speaker.
Thank you. Honorable James. Hi, colleagues. I don't have anybody else on the
Question of
board.
privilege.
I don't have anybody
Delegate
else
Crotty.
with the reserve time. Go back to Madam Chair Abercrombie, question of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. My question of privilege is regarding delegates' pay. So I see on budget form that we're getting the $25,000, but I just need to crunch the numbers. It looks like in this budget, there's also $31,795 per delegate for claims. So I have, if I could get the numbers, so I have that delegates have the opportunity for $56,795, if I could get that verified. And in looking at the AMS, just maybe 27,000. I'd like to be in solidarity with the AMS and need to know how we can adjust the delegates' opportunity to be in solidarity with the AMS. Thank you, Speaker.
Due to solidarity, we would basic council delegate pays 25,000 per code. The stipends that are allocated on top of that, you would just have to do an amendment to put those dollars somewhere else, Madam Chair. Stipend dollars.
Speaker, if I could get that breakdown, thank you. And if I could get the total meeting claims for each of those breakdowns per delegate, thank you.
Madam Chair, those vary. And the reason why they vary is because of how many members, what delegate is on what committee, and how many committees that they're on. That could be, and I'm not talking about just not the 4 standing committees. I'm talking about the subcommittees. There's numerous delegates on different subcommittees. And so it varies. And the closest thing that it would take, but it would take some time to do a breakdown from FY, from this year's budget. And I can do a closeout on that and present to see how much each delegate has earned per stipend per committee, Madam Chair. That, colleagues, everybody else on the board, we're going to ready to vote on Amendment 8. Let's go to the board then. On Amendment 8. Roll call.
Honorable Albert Begay.
You can get that, Madam Chair. If you can get the breakdown.
Honorable Key Allen McKay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen McKay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen McKay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knazvat Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knazvat-Crotty votes red. This is unfair, unjust.
Honorable Amber Knazvat Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Halona votes red.
Henio votes.
Sorry.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes
Aye.
red. Honorable Jamie Henio.
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Ataso. Honorable Ataso votes red. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
Green.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Herman
Elmer Begay votes
Daniels.
red.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes red.
Delegate Brown, green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Speaker with the vote of 6 in favor and 14 opposed.
Speaker, this is Delegate Brown. I would like to change my vote to red. Thank you.
Brown? Mr. Speaker, with the change of vote, 5 in favor and 15 opposed.
Thank you, colleagues. 5 in favor, 15 opposed. Thank you, colleagues. 5 in favor, 15 opposed.
Speaker.
Speaker not
Speaker.
voting. Motion.
Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Yellowhair.
I'll vote green because I got off the line here trying to fix my cell phone. I was already late. I heard you guys. I vote green, but I put that on star 6 on it. I got back on. I'll vote green for this legislation.
6. Okay, with that, with Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair's vote, 6 in favor, 15 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion fails. Back to the main motion. Moving on down. Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 37 seconds. Serve your time. 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Moving on down. That, moving on down, Chairman Yazzie. On the main motion. Honorable Yazzie? Chairman? Going once. Going twice. Chairman Yazzie, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't hear you. You can mute yourself, star six. Star six. Okay. Go back to next individual on the board, new player. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay, if you are on mute, press star six.
Okay, Speaker. Yeah, this is Elmer now.
All right, Elmer Begay on the main motion.
Reserve my time.
Every time, 4 minutes, 58 seconds. Moving on down. Chairman Rick Nez.
Thank you.
On the main motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon Arosh and 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'd like to propose an amendment for Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Fair. There was a memo sent to us from the controller, business unit number 915011, in the amount of $598,226. And I had Miss Lowell drafting that amendment. I don't know if it's ready. I'd like to reserve my time. Hello?
Thank you, Chairman Nez. We're just trying to verify it.
Speaker, this is Kristen.
Yes, Ms. Lowell?
I have not finished that amendment yet. I had to coordinate some things with OMB in order to craft that amendment, so I'm currently still typing it, Speaker.
Okay, that, Chairman Nez, reserve time is up 4:40. So I'll come back to you when that amendment's ready.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on down. Nobody on the board. Back to reserve time. Honorable Slater.
Offer an amendment, reserve my time.
4 minutes and 48 seconds. 4:46, I mean. Go ahead.
I'd like to offer an amendment, reserve my time.
Well, can you explain what it is? I mean, just give us what it might be. Overview.
The Office of Legislative Services should have it. It is from Ms. Lowell, and it's the carryover for Doty.
Okay. Every time at 4:40.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me on the queue.
Okay, that. Is there anything in there with personnel? Okay. Personnel, okay. Right there, she just now sent a new one, revised for Carl Slater. There it is. That's a revised one. Good? That, we read into the record, Mr. Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 8. 1, amend the document title, the Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers into 2021, new exhibit I to include the carryovers as indicated below. Amendment to exhibit I to include business unit number 109001, program Doty admin, amount up to $44,281.90, no additional notes. Business unit number 109026, Doty / Office of Accountability and Compliance, amount up to $320.97, no additional notes. Business unit number 109017, 109013, 109012, program Doty Office of Dene Youth, amount up to $67,236.84, no additional notes. Business unit 109018, Advance ED / Konya, amount up to $2,959.63, no additional notes. Business unit 109006, program Navajo Nation Library, amount up to $2,959.63, no additional notes. Business unit 121004, program Division of Transportation Roads Department, amount remaining balance. Additional notes, consolidate remaining balance carryover amounts from NDOT GF business unit numbers 121001, 121002, and 121003 into 121004. Program performance criteria number 1 will be updated to account for supplemental funding. And you have modification to previous amendment. This modification will go to business unit 113011, Department of Health Deltex. Overstrike up to $1,189,523. New language should say remaining balance. Additional notes. Overstrike modification includes Deltex overstrike not to exceed and overstrike 958,148 for addressing numbers 7, 11, 12, 13, and 14 of facilities report and other purposes. Overstrike $26,568 for personnel and $204,807 for operating and overstrike. Consolidate all available carryover funds from all NDOH general fund business units. New language inserted, comma, underscore, comma, except for business units 113010, 113012, 113013, 113014, and 113015, which are to be carried over as indicated elsewhere in this exhibit into 113001. 2, upon the approval of this resolution by the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of Legislative Council, in coordination with the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Management and Budget, shall provide a final version of the document titled the Navajo Nation FY 2020 Carryover into 2021, which is labeled as New Exhibit I. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs and sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, when noted to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Agree with that. Honorable Slater, this is amendment, hold on. Amendment number 8.
Speaker, there's just one issue where it says $948,148. The sentence is just supposed to start with a capital F. It's supposed to be overstricken.
So 4.
Yeah,
Like
just
that?
start the sentence with 4.
Like that?
That's it.
Okay. That, Honorable Slater, motion, is there a second? For once? Going twice?
Second, Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So. That, comments, questions on Amendment 8? Going once? Twice? 3 times? Go to board. Roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knuzbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
What about red or green? What about green?
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hinio.
India votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinio votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I have a question. What are we voting, Speaker?
You'll hear we are voting on an amendment that is by Honorable Carl Slater, second by Honorable Chairman Daniel So, for carryover for for Doty and Navajo Nation Library, Transportation, and Office of Accountability, Office of the EU, and correcting amendment for Daltech.
I'll vote green.
Votes green.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles
Delegate
Newton.
Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Speaker, I was muted and I didn't realize it, so I was trying to say something when it came to questions. So I guess, can I vote yellow on this? I did have a lot of questions about the amounts that were reverted back to the federal government. But I guess I'll just have to vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Vince James.
This is Delegate James. Speaker, when you were asking for a question, I was trying to ask that I had a question. You probably can't hear me.
Well, James, I hear you. I asked it. I did the count. Once, went twice, went 3 times. I didn't hear anybody. So we called for the vote. Now we're voting.
Honorable Vince James, how do you vote? Honorable Eben Yazzie.
Okay.
Speaker, did you get my vote? This is Delegate Daniel.
No.
Honorable Herman Daniels, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. With a vote of 21 in favor and 0 opposed, Mr. Speaker.
Hi, colleagues, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries. On amendment number 8.
Speaker, point of order, this is Delegate James.
James. Point of order.
If I could have staff relay the message that I was trying to unmute during the part where you were asking for questions, I would appreciate that because I've been trying to get back on, and I did raise this question earlier, but I guess you guys couldn't hear me again, so I logged off and signed back in, called back in.
Staff, did you get any word from Honorable James? Staff is saying they got no word from you or a text message. Honorable James.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, buddy. There's 12, yeah.
Okay. Honorable James, all I can say is that I do give time when I call for the question.
Hey.
And if it's one, I usually call up to 3 and at least give some time and effort for individuals to make a comment. And you can also text in to the number or individuals email into as well. With that, moving on down. Where are we at now? Oh, back to the main motion. We are in reserve time. Almost later, moving on down. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to clarify with Legislative Council if I need that amendment regarding chapters approved for that gaming distribution fund, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Speaker.
4:37.
Speaker, question privilege, Freeland.
Question and privilege, Honorable Freeland, what's your question?
Thank you, Speaker. I have a program that needs to have their budget modified. It's an enterprise account. Who could I ask to help me modify that account? I just sent an email out to Legislative Council. The budget does need to be amended, be modified, and it actually is reflective of 2 positions to be retained. Speaker, thank you.
Of an enterprise?
It's an enterprise account.
Speaker,
I sent an email out to. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
This is Kristen. I was going to help.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kristen. I appreciate it. Thanks, Speaker.
Okay, with that,
Thank you,
Madam Chair, back to Ms. Barbara or Ms. Lowell. The question regarding Madam Chair Amber Carty's request regarding gaming
Speaker,
distribution fund. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, Speaker. This is Kristen Lowell. I did confirm with the Office of the Controller that the money, the $14 million that we spoke about yesterday, is in the gaming distribution fund, and that is available for chapter use. There's no additional allocation or any action that needs to be taken by any of the oversight committees or by council, Speaker.
Okay.
This is that. Oh, I guess I'm gonna sit down with the controller and verify that, and the reason why is because allocated to each of the individual chapters right now is just up to the $25,000 for non-gaming chapters and $75,000 for the host chapters. There's never been any future allocation, and if chapters have gone back and asked for additional funds when they're zeroed out of their dollars. The DCD, along with the controller's office, has verified to these chapters saying that there's no more funds in their game appropriated dollars. So I don't know how that is, how the controller is coming up with that conclusion at this time.
Very good, Speaker. I did email back and forth with them yesterday and asked if there was another mechanism that replenishes funds for the chapters. And my understanding was that there was not. So if that is an incorrect understanding, then I would just ask that the Office of the Controller let me know what needs to be done, Speaker.
I mean, that's something, I think overall, working together with the budget and finance.
Point of order, Speaker. Delegate
Then it needs
James.
to be changed. Point of order.
Hi again, Speaker. Yeah, there's another. I've been trying to get on with you. In regards to the last amendment, I did try to unmute, do *6. It did not go through, and that was my request to have staff review that. And I did hear your part indicating text. That information was sent as well. And so with that, respectfully asking, I guess I can't ask question now since we moved on, but respectfully asking that I vote green for the last amendment. Thank you.
Where were we at? That was amendment number 8. We are on. Okay, I can accept your vote. We haven't got a new motion. Change the vote. One more for green. So that's going to make the 22. Honorable Vince James votes green on amendment number 8. 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting. And the reason why I'm accepting that vote is because we have not gotten a new motion.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Now I lost my train of thought. Where were we? What were we doing? Oh, the controller. Just to follow up, Madam Chair Amber Crowdy, I think that's something the Budget and Finance Committee is really going to have to look together, working with the controller and mapping that out. Because if they're giving that direction, then that means that there's a possibility for any chapter to go up there and ask for variable amounts that are not allocated to them. But you can't do that. There's no way the controller is going to release that money without an appropriation to each of the individual chapters and the host chapters according to the gaming distribution.
Question is privileged, Speaker.
Yes, Madam Chair, Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, Speaker. If we could ask the controller if they're on the line. Thank you, Speaker. I do need clarification because if we could do it here at the budget, I'd rather do it here and not delay. Thank you.
Mr. Willie? Mr. Willie? Willie got OOC online. You are, I don't hear anybody, but *6. Unblock yourself. Unmute yourself, actually.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at that right now. Give me a few moments.
Okay, well, that was I have to come back. Even if it is ready, that amendment is not ready at this time. So I'm moving on down. If you can get that information over to Ms. Lowell, Mr. Willie, and come back to you. Madam Chair Charles Newton, moving on down. On reserve time, on the main motion, 4 minutes, 45 seconds.
Speaker Winika.
Madam Chair Charles Newton. Chair Charles Newton. Going once. Going twice. I'm Chair Charles Newton. If you're on mute, *6. Going 3 times. That, moving on down. Honorable Freeland.
Speaker Winika.
Honorable Wanika. Oh, you want me to put you in the queue?
Yes, please.
Hey, I will. We have. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 59 seconds.
Reserve my time, Speaker. Reserve my time.
2 minutes, 58 seconds. Honorable Vince James, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. On the main motion.
No, reserve my time. What did
3 minutes, 3 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Otto So,
Speaker, can you hear me?
4 minutes, 36 seconds. Honorable Otto So.
Hello?
Madam Chair, I can hear you.
Oh, sorry.
Honorable Otto So, 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Going once. Honorable Otto So. If you're on mute, *6. Honorable Otto So, going twice. Honorable Otto So. Going 3 times. Moving on down. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay, 4 minutes, 58 seconds on the main motion.
I reserve my time.
4 minutes, 57 seconds. Moving on down, Chairman Nez, 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. I'd like to make a motion that I would like to propose an amendment that's been prepared by Ms. Lowell and it's been sent out to the council. I reserve my time.
Four minutes, 26 seconds. Is this for the Navajo Nation Fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We're
Second, Speaker Freeland.
Sending that out right now. Okay, go ahead. Rico, if you want to read the amendment into the record.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 9. 1, the Navajo Nation Fair budget forms are to be included in the fiscal year 2021 budget detail listed as Exhibit J of the legislation. 2, the Office of Management and Budget will update the recalculate the monetary totals in the body of the legislation and the corresponding exhibits in accordance with Section 3 of the legislation. 3, renumber, reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede the inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes.
Be careful.
Attached with this amendment are Navajo Nation Program Budget Summary Form 1, Navajo Nation Program Performance Criteria, page 2, Budget Form 2, Navajo Nation Listing of Positions and Assignments by Business Units, page 3, Budget Form 3, Navajo Nation Detailed Budget and Justification, page 4, Budget Form 4, Navajo Nation Detailed Budget and Justification, page 5, Budget Form 4, Navajo Nation Detailed Budget and Justification, page 6, Budget Form 4, the Navajo Nation Detailed Budget and Justification, page 7, Budget Form 4, Navajo Nation Summary of Changes to Budgeted Positions, page 8, Budget Form 5, budget forms refer to business unit number 915011, program title Navajo Nation Fair. Mr. Speaker.
Freeland, second, Speaker.
Chairman Nez. Motions.
Yes.
Honorable Freeland is a second on amendment number 9. Any comments, questions on amendment number 9?
Delegate Crotty with the question, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Nez, for this amendment. I am just looking over the possible layoff listing. If I could get some clarification on the status of the Department of the Navajo Nation Fair in terms of any kind of impact. Thank you, Speaker, and I'll reserve my time.
Four minutes, 36 seconds. That, Honorable Chairman Nez, go back to you.
Honorable Speaker Damon, Federal Council, may I have Ms. Vanjie Carly Thomas respond to that from DNR?
Yes, go ahead.
Is she on the line?
Vanjie Thomas?
Speaker, anybody from DNR?
Thomas? Anybody from DNR? If anybody's from DNR, and you might have to press *6.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Navajo Nation Council and Speaker. Thank you. I'm sorry, was on another call when a question was being posed. Can you restate that, please?
Thank you, Speaker. My question was, I just need to make sure that any proposed layoffs would be avoided with this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. Yes, this would proposal for the Navajo Nation Fair Office with the recommended budget level of $598,000 by the Controller's Office will, in fact, retain and maintain the current employees, which are a total of 4 positions. They are funded for the full year for FY 2021. Thank you. Hello, were you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, I was
Thank
talking
you.
to myself. All right, thank you. With that, let me go back to the floor. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 9?
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question.
Yes, Honorable Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Shananda. Beshmasando, Division of Natural Resources, Vanji. On the amendment, this budget that's being put in place, and this is to recalculate. I guess this question could go to OMB too. What does that mean by recalculate? Is there monies that need to be shuffled around, or because I know that the whole executive is working with a certain amount. The 3 branch are working with 167 million. And my question is, if we put this in, would that infringe upon the 3 branch on keeping in with the 167 million? And why was this taken out of the budget under RDC? Well, I'm not saying RDC did, but I'm just wanting to get a little understanding of what's going on. Plus, it's a business unit 915011, and I'm trying to look that up in the Division of Natural Resources, and I don't see that. I see tribal ranches, I see enterprise, I see Colorado Ranch. I don't see 915011. That's my question. I reserve my time.
This is Vanji again. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. The response is yes, it's not included in the exhibits under natural resources, but for information under the Resource Committee Oversight Legislation supporting natural resources, we did include it, but it was for 0 amount. What happened was, due to the pandemic and the government closure and no revenues coming in, the controller, when they released back in July the recommended budget levels for these proprietary enterprise fund accounts, she recommended 0 for the Navajo Nation Fair. So that resulted in no funding and no budget. But as of this morning, September 23rd, we received notice from the Controller's Office that an amendment or a revision was made to those recommended budget levels. Therefore, we finally are submitting the budget for the recommended amount of $598,226. Thank you.
Thank you. That. That, moving on down, colleagues, any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody in the queue. Let me go back to reserve time then. Madam Chair Amber Crotty, 4 minutes, 36 seconds.
Yield my time. Thank you for the amendment.
Okay, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Shanta. Exhibit J in the legislation, I'm trying to follow along with the budget detail in the FY 2021. Where can I find that Exhibit J, listed as Exhibit J in the legislation? I've got the big binder. This would fall under the legislation under J. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Honorable Vice Chair, what you're looking at, the big binder, the budget book, that's Exhibit J.
Thank you, Speaker. So in this Exhibit J, would that also include the change of the division summary by fund type regarding the business unit? That would be as business unit number, that's not in here, 915011, I think it was, for the fair.
Yes. And that's why it's not in there, but when you add it in, if this amendment passes, it'll be adopted into this. So when OMB puts this whole thing together starting tomorrow, they'll revise the division summary by fund type summary. And that'll be in there. Only if this amendment passes. Okay, with that, moving on down. Honorable James, new player.
I have reserved time, right, sir? Vice Chair Smith.
3 minutes, 8 seconds. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question in regards to why the layoff has been occurring or has been started. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Let me refer the question to Ms. Curley Thomas.
This is Vanjie.
Yes.
Thank you for the question, Council James. There is going to be no layoffs with this budget if approved, but because when the initial revenue budget levels were released by the Controller's Office, there was no recommendation for the Fair Office in terms of funding for 2021. But now that we got the allowance to have a budget level of the $598,000, we are not going to have any layoffs at all.
Okay. That, moving on down. Moving on down. I don't know anybody else on the board. Going back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 3 minutes, 8 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. This funds that's going to be appropriated, that's under Proprietary Fund 1, which will be in Exhibit J. And that would be reflecting under that line item. Am I correct on that, Banji? Within the summary by fund type, under the FY 2021 budget in page 1 of Exhibit J. I'll reserve my time.
This is Vanjie again. Yes, you are correct. It will be included under the proprietary account funding.
Okay. Back to, no players. Back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and Jay, on this legislation amendment. I do support this in reference to the fair. The other question I have is within the Division of Natural Resources. I know there's prepared money. Yeah, it left though. Is this the only one that's affected, the Navajo Nation Fair? I see others that have them listed, but is this only Navajo Nation Fair? The reason why I'm asking is because we don't want to exclude any one of them, such as the Navajo Nation Zoo or Resource Enforcement or Fish and Wildlife or Forestry, just to name a few, and Land Department. We're not overstepping any of them, and Water Resources. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Okay. 120. Reserve time at 140. That, Reggie?
Yes, thank you. Yes, there will be an effect now. As of the pandemic, as of the government programs did not operate and were not revenue. As a result, they have been affected. I don't have the specific amounts, but I'll just run down the line. For example, Navajo Nation was not available for use, so they are going to be impacted. Other is the veterinary program service being provided, so they are also impacted. Other is the Fish and Wildlife Department. For example, the hunts that usually take place, those are impacted as there was some hunts that were not approved or authorized because of the pandemic again. I think those are the only ones that have proprietary accounts. The water code was okay. They did receive an amount that was recommended based on what they've been collecting. Another area that is non-general fund, and it is also a non-proprietary but special revenue, is the land acquisition. That was significantly reduced. There is an amount recommended for 2021, but it's not the usual or the kind of like average amount for the upcoming year. And the other is the Parks and Recreation. Their budget budget level was also reduced, and also the Navajo Nation Tribal Ranches Program, and also the Livestock Custody Fund and the Colorado Ranch. So these are all the accounts that have been affected. They are revenue operating and generating programs. Because of pandemic and government closure, services were not provided, and also no revenues were coming in, or very limited revenues were coming in. But our understanding is the controller did include in the initial release of recommended budget levels for these accounts is to work with her office to see what it is that they can do to make an amount available. And those have yet to occur for natural resources. The only exception is the one for the fair office. Thank you.
Thank you. That, we're back to reserve time. Anybody else on the board? Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Thank you again, Speaker, and Peshma-san. Thank you, Vanji. So the ones that you named off, are they in need of help, or are they okay? That's the main question. I know that controller had put a cap on each one of these, and the cap, I suppose, on the fair is at 598,226 for the year of FY21. My question is, did other departments need help in this? Maybe we could put this in an amendment. Reserve my time.
Speaker Freeland.
Vanji? Honorable Freeland, you want to be put in the queue?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, thank you again. This is Vanji. Yes, there is going to actually some help is going to be needed, but I think it's just stated in the controller's memo releasing recommended budget levels and working with her. I'm not really sure what it's going to take to really encourage in terms of an amount or a higher amount than what is usually projected for the year. And the other thing too, included in her initial notice was some of these programs can utilize their fund balance, meaning that there's some savings, there's an accumulation of savings, but I think the only one is really the Parks and Recreation that might have funding available. But we need to caution on that because in most cases that fund is used for projects at all these tribal parks. Thank you.
Thank you. That. Let's go to new player, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to the amendment, I want to thank Chairman Nez for sponsoring this. Thank you, and I'm trying to do the same for the Tribal Ranches program. We're trying to modify their budget. It was recommended by the controller to have their program set at $200,000, but it turns out there was some money that was released to the program, and now we're trying to reflect the new amounts on their budget. So I'm having some challenges with the budget forms and OMB, asking the controller's office to release those monies. If there's other programs within DNR, I think we need to just do them all together, Chantal. That way we don't have to worry about any of our programs within DNR. I know Ms. Thomas had mentioned several programs, but Tribal Ranches is one. And I'm trying to help Mr. Ivan Vicente with this modification so we can retain 2 positions there. Chantal, just a recommendation and to include all of the programs if they're needed, just like what my brother mentioned, Honorable Smith. So, yeah, Chantal, with that, I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
3 minutes, 50
Speaker, Speaker, if I may, can I give a response?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Speaker, earlier there was reference to the Fair Office revised schedule issued by the Controller's Office. That document has the listing of the business units and the amounts that are recommended or not recommended for 2021. But let me just run down. There's about maybe 8 of them. Let me just run down and give the business unit number and the program description. Beginning with Parks and Recreation Business Unit 915001. The Fish and Wildlife Enterprise Account 915008. The Livestock Custody Fund Business Unit 915009. The 4th of July, I think we all know that there was no 4th of July this past year. Their business unit is 915010. There's no recommendation for 2021 fiscal year. The fair, of course, was initially recommended at 0, and their business unit, as we reported, is 915011. The veterinary program, veterinary services, business unit 915013, and the Colorado Ranch Fund, business unit 915014, and the Navajo Nation Museum, business unit 115017, the Animal Control Program 115028. So those are the listed business units that are being affected for 2021. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Robert Willie, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, and honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This request actually came in late today, so I know I have a number of other requests ahead of this one right now, so I'm working on those. We're doing the analysis for this particular one. It looks like there were revenues that were deposited within the last month. The one that is the actual amendment that is currently being considered is the annual fair. I know that we've been working with Mr. Francisco, the fair manager, on this one. The revenue that came in for this one is the census building that you noticed that's sitting over there and on the fairgrounds. So we calculated the number, and the amount will be available for them to utilize, and that's what this amount is. All those other business units that were mentioned by Natural Resources, when we did the analysis initially, there were items. There were some of the funds that were being depleted. Some of them were actually in deficit, that being the 4th of July. So I don't know how you would generate revenues if you don't have a fair and you're already in deficit. So that one currently doesn't have any money in it. It's actually in the minus. And the others, like the veterinary sales, we noticed that the fund balance in that one has steadily declined within the last couple of years. And the pandemic is certainly not helpful to that also. But I am currently working on the Tribal Ranches one, just to let you all know. And that's the update as far as these items go. Thank you.
Well, thank you. With that, moving on down then. Everybody else in the queue, so back to reserve time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute.
Speaker, I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
$59. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 52 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Aldershot. I want to thank Mr. Willie for that update. The program that the programs that Ms. Thomas was talking about. I also want to include Business Unit 915003, the Navajo Ranch and Eastern Land Management Program, as well to that listing of programs. Thank you very much, Speaker, and I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3:38. Moving on down. No new players. Vice Chair Smith, 59 seconds.
Speaker, I'd like to reserve my time, please.
58 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 38 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I'm hopeful we can get all these programs included in the DNR budget and updated, especially the Eastern Land or the Ranch and Eastern Land Management Program budget modification as well. So, hopeful we can get it done by this evening. With that, I want to go ahead and reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
That 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Okay, with that, moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 58 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Did I just hear OMB say that, our Office Controller say that the fair is in the red? And are we just picking and choosing on which ones we're trying to save? I reserve my time.
43 seconds. Chairman Nez, go back to you on the question.
Let me refer that question to Ms. Carly Thomas.
Go ahead.
Yes, Speaker and Council, thank you. Yes, likely the accounts are showing a deficit. The reason being is that the 4th of July, for example, there was no 4th of July this past year. So some expenditures may have occurred, and the other is for the fair, preparation for the fair and all. Some expenses did occur, and including personnel. So because there was no special event taking place, some expenditures did take place. Thank you.
Okay, with that, moving on back. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
Speaker, I reserve my time.
3 minutes, 21 seconds. We're going down. Vice Chair Smith, 43 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Real quick, how are we going to ensure that we put this in the amendment so that all these different departments will be inclusive in Exhibit J? Reserve my time.
That, reserve your time at 30 seconds. Going back to the sponsor.
Good question, Honorable Smith. Vanjie, could all those that need to be bundled with this be included in all that instead of just one? Thank you. Can you respond?
Chair, thank you for the question. That is actually a difficult answer to give. The reason being is that the controller is the one that makes the recommendation for a budget level. So they usually do a review from prior years to the current as to what revenues are being collected compared to whatever their recommended budget level was. So I don't have the current information, so I can't really give you an answer as to where it is that expenditures are taking place. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on down. Honorable Freeland, 3 minutes, 21 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. If that's the case, is there a way we can come back to this particular modification after the other modifications and maybe address it? Because it seems like we still have some work to do on these programs, and I want to make sure that the ranches program is included. We have some really, two great staff that we don't want to lose in that program. So just a recommendation. I don't know if Chairman would be willing to do that, or if we can do that, Speaker. Thank you. I reserve my time.
We've been going back to carryover budgets periodically. So this would just be an add-on later on if somebody came out with another amendment, adding in budget forms into Exhibit J. That. Moving on down. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I think that was a mechanism to say the animals need help out there. My question is, we need to do this properly, to include everybody. Wish I had more time, but I do support this, and I'd like to support the rest of the Division of Natural Resources in their efforts to continue with their proprietary funds, Speaker. And if that's all possible, I think we have a fan back there saying yes, yes. Okay, now, thank you.
Hey, with that. We're back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I guess my question too relates to my brother's comment about what do we need to do to make it right. So I know there's still work being done by the staff, but are all the budget forms and all the required documents, would they all be in place by this evening? Is my question, Speaker. With that, I reserve my time. Thank you.
2:27. That. Vanjie?
Yes, thank you again for the question. I don't think we'd be able to get all the budgets completed. Just using the fair as an example, we got the notice roughly about 10 o'clock this morning, and we got it completed by 1, but we had to submit for OMB review. So it took roughly about 4 hours. So now everybody's pretty well gone home, and I need to make contact to see what the program would recommend as an anticipated or estimated amount. Otherwise, without that, the controller also may need to make a recommendation based on the review of what the program is projecting.
Thank you, Benji. That, moving on down. Back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes, 27 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for that response, Ms. Thomas. So, Speaker, my colleagues, so if we pass a budget that doesn't reflect the current updated amounts for DNR for these programs, I guess would the programs have an opportunity to work with OMB and get their budgets modified to reflect the actual amounts that should be reflective of this discussion? So that's my question, Speaker. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 2 seconds. OMB? Matter of fact, not OMB, the controller. Mr. Willie, I don't know if you're still on the line. Questions
Mr. Speaker?
about these other accounts that are under DNR that are possibly might be proprietary accounts in the same similar predicament?
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
It takes a while to calculate each one of the, because we'd have to go to each financial and then recalculate the amounts they've earned and look at their revenues and then do the financials to figure out what they actually have in their fund balances. Once that amount's determined, then we send that amount over to Office of Management and Budget, and then they contact the program to get the budget forms in place. I know a number of these programs do have a budget. They could possibly request for this in the new fiscal year once the budget is passed for an amended amount, and then take that back to their oversight. And that's kind of what we indicated on the form that we sent to Office of Management and Budget. So not knowing what was going to happen going forward with the pandemic, we gave them reduced budgets if we didn't think that they were going to earn these amounts. Mind you, some of them do have fund balances, so Parks and Rec, if they would request the amount that they want, they could possibly do that, but it sounds like Vanjie said that most of that's reserved for projects. I don't know that information because that belongs at the department level. The ranch one I'm currently working on. It's taking a little while, but once I get that number, I can forward that on to Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Vanjie did say it does take some time to get signatures and such. So we're really late in the game. Most of these programs do earn revenue. The pandemic has had a big effect on them. The definition of proprietary is that they earn revenue, and off of that revenue, they're supposed to be able to expend off of that. So that's all I have to offer for now. Mr. Speaker and members of the council, thank you.
Thank you. Now let me go back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland. 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you for that response, Mr. Willie. I guess my concern is staffing, and what do we need to do to ensure that the staff remains in place after October 1st? We don't want to have to lay off staff and then have them reapply for their same positions again. That's a process that they shouldn't have to go through. for all these programs. So I'm just concerned with the staffing levels and how are we going to address that, Speaker? I reserve my time.
Honorable Freeland, just to with that, Honorable Freeland, in the past, we've never gone down to the wire like this. What can happen and what usually happens is that an appropriation, just like how we do modifications to the budget, when there's a line item veto, and if there's any line item vetoes, the president will send over those funds back to those dollars that are not appropriated can be allocated to certain areas, and those funds are available and open to utilize in certain sectors that the president doesn't want or still needs to be negotiated in order for them to go ahead and get these funds through and approved by council and then ultimately by the office of the president. So just, it's hard to say. If you're asking me, Honorable Freeland, if we can get individuals that have pink slips currently and they're not going to be getting any funds, one of the best possible things is that we could come back and amend the budget, and that the budget has been amended before to replicate what you're trying to do. And that would need for documents to be worked on throughout this week. You would have to request that information, or actually DNR probably would to request that information and get it through the process, get documents signed off, and then get legislation going again so that they can go through the process and amend this legislation when it's signed into law. Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker.
Just as an example, there's not this past year, but the years before, if you remember, the Navajo Nation Council delegate LDAs were laid off for close to almost 45 days. And the reason why is just because the president line item vetoed their budget because he used it then as a leverage or political leverage in order for them to go ahead and utilize and get what they wanted for their budget back. But at that time, there was also numerous different individuals that were laid off that I remember Health, Education, Human Services Committee tried to get in the former 23rd Council, tried to get them all back in place. They were eventually all laid off too as well for that 45 days until they came back on after 45 days. So it's not a certain thing. It's not a but it is a possibility, Honorable Freeland.
I think my chair has a question of privilege, Speaker.
Question of privilege. Chairman Daniel, so sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I was on mute. I really support the Mark Chay's request, Honorable Mark Freeland. And, you know, in the other carryover amendments, we didn't put a dollar amount. It just says all that remain. And so it's been very vague on what we were carrying over. In this regard, where
could we address it much the same way? To say what is being accomplished for the fair. And the other aspect is, should we also make it a condition of appropriation? So that would be questions either to OOC and our legislative council. Thank you, Speaker Damon, for allowing me these two questions.
Hey, up, Kitty, up, Kitty, Kitty, up, Kitty, Kitty, up.
Humble y'all here? Could you please put your phone on mute? Let me go back over to Office of the Controller and then Office of Legislative Council.
Mr. Speaker, Robert
Yes.
Willie here again.
Yes.
So my understanding of the question is can they do a carryover? And I'm not sure about the condition of appropriations, but I believe that's to look at these accounts again in the new fiscal year. Can I get clarification on that question, please? Thank you.
Chairman So, back to you again.
Thank you, Speaker Otto, Mr. Willie. Basically, what Honorable Mark Freeland is concerned is to not have any layoffs in the program, and we understand that within the tribal ranchers program, the grazing fees that are paid by the lessees of these tribal ranchers provide a revenue. And so that's how come it fits in this particular category as the same, I feel like, fits in the same category as the fair aspects. And so that's how come I'm just trying to reinforce and get clarification on how we can best do this. To offer a some sort of solution rather than just saying it can't happen. That's the intent of my question of privilege.
Honorable, Mr. Willie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fair was a unique instance where there was an infusion of lease payments that came in. So when we saw that, we automatically knew that they'd be able to cover that particular amount that we gave them. The tribal ranches one, we got that notice within the last few hours. So that one, we're working on that one, and we noticed that there is an infusion of revenues. One of my questions was how is their billing system? Because we didn't see that infusion of revenues until late. I don't know if they bill monthly or quarterly or how their money comes in. These other programs, like the annual, like the 4th of July, in which I indicated that one's actually in deficit and has been in deficit. It ended up in a deficit last year, I believe, because there was no revenues coming in at that time. And if you recall, I know the members of the RDC committee did have a session on the fair back in February, in which we went over unpaid bills and when the closeout report would come through. And then one of the topics we covered back then was the contract for Building Nations. That Building Nations helped run the 4th of July fair and the annual fair last year, and they still had not been paid. So that was one still item that was outstanding, and I still don't think they've been paid to this day. So I need clarification on what's going on with that one, because that would be a liability to that particular fund. These other funds, the reason we gave the balances is because their fund balances were low. as I indicated earlier. But the fix, which Honorable So is asking, I believe, is we can reevaluate these programs after the year end, because we've been open for about roughly a month, and about a month right now. After the year end, which is probably late October, we could go back to these programs and see if they've actually generated revenue, and then we could revise our projection. Once that's done, we'll send it to Office Management and Budget. They'll review and then send out the new allocations to the programs. And in that process, only the oversight, they'd have to only take it to the oversight and Budget and Finance, I believe, in order to get the increases in their revenue. So there's that option that they could take, and they don't actually have to take it all the way back to council if they get revised revenue amounts. And I believe OMB can also speak to this too. And that's my clarification on that. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back then on amendment number 9. To reserve time, Honorable Freeland. 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker Alderson. My most honorable and distinguishable Che, thank you for the question. Speaker, my colleagues, so would this mean that we would have to lay off our people and rehire them back? That's my question. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
With that, go back to Mr. Willie. Chairman.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe Mr. Willie, if you have an answer to that question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure exactly how all these budgets were set up and then how many positions are in each one of these funds. I know a lot of the ones that were mentioned did get partial funding. So I don't know if any of those programs did have layoffs. I would assume that they would have notified the oversights as they were going through, but I don't know if there's an actual report on those particular business units as they were going through the process. You'd probably have to contact the program for that, or Office of Management and Budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, Vanjie, if you have any other information on that question.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Council. I just went through really quick. You should have this information, or I'm sorry, the Budget and Finance and the RDC should have this information because we provided them copies of the budget forms. But just going through the budget forms really quick, just looking at the personnel counts, for example, Parks and Recreation, just looking at current year to the proposed new year, the effect or impact is there is a total of 8 positions that are being affected. And I need to look at the details. We do have a summary, but I need to look at the details to find out which of the 8 are actual layoffs. But for Eastern, there is a position that I'm aware of. There's one position that was eliminated, and that will result in a layoff. Fish and Wildlife, there was 2 positions eliminated, so I'm not sure if it's going to be a layoff. The veterinary sales, there was 1 position also affected, so I need to look at my detailed worksheets to find out which ones are actual layoffs. But totally, there was 13 positions that have been affected as a result of the reduced or no funding for these proprietary account enterprise accounts. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is ONB.
Let's go ahead, OMB.
Yay, you can hear me now. This is Darlene Pham.
Hey, good evening, Miss Sam. Good to hear your voice.
Okay, so for the one business unit, the ranch and Eastern Land Management, there are 2 layoffs, equipment operator and GIS technician. As far as Delegate Freeland's questions, how these layoffs can be avoided, one recommendation we were texting to the program is it possible to have these programs redo their budgets? For the ranch program, right now there's 2 positions budgeted at 2,088 hours, which is for the full year. And then the 2 layoffs are there as layoffs. However, the recommendation, or what I was recommending to the program, is if these 2 positions that are being retained on budget form 3, if they could be budgeted at a prorated rate, at least for the first quarter, then we can possibly insert those 2 layoff positions back in, but with the understanding or a guarantee come first quarter, like Mr. Willie is saying from Office of the Controller, that there is a guarantee that there will be additional funds provided to this proprietary fund. That was one recommendation. I thought that was it, but now Vanjie is saying there's other proprietary funds that are also in, that could possibly be in the same situation, but I would need to look at the detailed budget, see how the current positions are budgeted. Are they at all 2088? And then possibly take the same solution or recommendation, prorate them until a new funding level is provided during the first quarter by the Controller's Office. So that's natural resources, but like the Controller, Mr. Willie explained earlier, this is just for DNR. Across the board, there's other divisions that are also affected. So it may be, or it, you know, they're in the same situation too, like EPA and then social services with their daycare. Because of the pandemic and so forth, some programs not generating revenue. That's why the Controller took that approach, a cautious approach, at a lower level for these proprietary funded revenue generating programs. That's the additional information OMB has, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. That? Anybody else? Honorable Yellow Hair, new player. Honorable Yellow Hair? Honorable Yellow Hair, if you are on mute, press *6. I don't see you on the board though.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you
All
are.
right. Thank you very much. Mr. Robert Williams mentioned that for those programs that have layoff and they should redo their budget, bring it back before the Budget Finance Committee. All for that one. Let's take care of that one. For those we need to help our staff or to take care of these programs so we can redo the budget. Robert Williams, and then I think there's not too many layoffs, but let's take care of it. Budget Finance Committee. I reserve my time here, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honorable Yellow Hair, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 28 seconds. That,
Thank
going
you.
on back.
Yeah.
Honorable Freeland, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker. I feel like I've opened a new can of worms here.
150. Sorry.
I feel like I've opened a new can of worms, Speaker. I'm really concerned with these layoffs, these revenue generating programs. I think we didn't take a good look at thorough enough. These proprietary funds are still in the process of being given to the programs. What do we do in this circumstance? We do have a continuing resolution to consider, and I think we need to go back at some point and have the finances get caught up with the programs. We're kind of at the 9th, 10th, almost towards the 11th hour right now. And what are we going to do to save these jobs within DNR? So that's my question or my consideration, Speaker, my comments. With that, I reserve my time. Thank you.
Every time at 1 minute. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. 4 minutes, 28 seconds.
I reserve my time, please. Thank you, Speaker.
4 minutes, 26 seconds. Moving on down, back to reserve time. Honorable Freeland, 1 minute.
Thank you, Speaker. So we can definitely work with the Fair Office and move that along. But what are we going to do for the remaining positions within these programs? What do we need to do? Recommendations? What do we need to do to save these jobs, Shanta? So that's my question, Speaker. Thank you. I reserve my time.
$45 seconds. As indicated, Honorable Freeland, you would have to know how much money, or Mr. Willie's going to have to run his report, see how much money is in there. If there's enough money to adequately fund it, then they'll write a memo like they did for the Fair Office, and then you would have to start the budget process. Vanjie would have to start to make the forms. Once you get the forms done, then you would have to come back to a special if it's going to be an emergency legislation, it would have to be dropped before the end of the fiscal year as a possible amendment to legislation that was passed by council this evening. I think that's probably the best way that I would see that could happen. But again, it would all be up to how the departments are able to see how much funding are in each one of those accounts and how much time they're going to take, especially with whatever else they got on their table right now. Honorable Freeland. And I think it was just mapped out by each individual that spoke, from Mr. Willie to Vanjie, pinpointed it out and how she'd get that information back to individuals in council that could sponsor that portion of the legislation to help make sure those are carried over or completed before the end of the fiscal year. Again, we only have 8 days left till the fiscal year ends. The second thing is they get laid off, but you go into negotiation and you do a modification, and hopefully they're not laid off for that much of a time period, and you find funding working with the Office of the President and Vice President and DNR to see where they can get some funding to keep them on.
Speaker, question privilege?
Yes.
So did you say that this needs to be done before October 1st? So it needs to be dropped and signed, sealed, delivered by September 30th, midnight, correct?
Yes, but if it's not signed by 8 o'clock that next morning, those individuals on October 1st are still going to be without a job. The president will still probably take at least that whole day, or I don't know how long he would take in order for him you would have to sign the legislation into law. And then on top of that, OMB would get notice, and then OMB would notify the controller would notify the department, or OMB would notify the department. Then that's when they would probably bring them back on.
Okay.
But again, I don't know how long it's going to take Mr. Willie And if you just heard him, he just indicated he didn't give a specific time frame for each one of these different programs. So it all depends. I don't know if Mr. Willie can get that done tomorrow, by this weekend, by Monday. I'm not too sure. That's just up to them. We'd have to, Miss Curley would have to work together with OMB and Office of the Controller, do diligently over the next couple of days to get that done. I don't know if we. Okay.
Okay.
That. On yellow hair. 4 minutes, 26 seconds.
I'll just reserve my time in case, Speaker, thank you.
4 minutes, 24 seconds. Member Freeland, 45 seconds. Back to reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker Shunta. So my question is, if these individuals get laid off for an X amount of days, would they be retained back onto the same positions at the same rate in their same positions? Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Can't be replaced. Priority. Yes, I think there's something in the personnel policy. I'm not an expert on that, but is there anybody here, maybe Ms. Toddy, can answer that question?
Good evening, Speaker Damon.
Yeah, good evening.
Can you please have them restate their question regarding what you want me to clarify? Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Freeland, go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Ms. Toddy. If we run out of time, Ms. Toddy, after or beyond October 1st, and the program's funding or their budget's not in place, of course, the staff would get a temporary layoff. Would they be retained back into the same position at the same rate? Would they be brought back in their same positions once the funding gets put back into place and the budgets are reestablished? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Freeland, for your question. In terms of whether or not they would be on a temporary layoff, yes, that would be in place since the funding isn't available. Once it becomes available, they do have reemployment preference for 6 months. So if the funding becomes available, say within less than 30 days, and they do submit their information, they can reinstate these individuals back into the positions, provided that they're all back in the budget at their current, using their current position title and their current pay rate.
Well, thank you, Ms. Toddy. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair, 4 minutes, 24 seconds.
I agree with that. We should just take care of it. I'll just yield my time and just take care of it. And just like what Mr. Willie said, and just redo the budget for those programs that's involved with the layoff and take care of the budget, fix the budget right for those employees returned back to their current position and their current salaries to be retained as it was before for 2021 budget operation. Yeah, Biga, I just want to yield my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel.
New player, Honorable Daniels. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Shadaya Kudo, Arunda Kudo, 24th Navajo Nation Council Kudo, Shanat Shinigi Kudo. We're on the third day Kudo on this comprehensive budget Kudo. Indeed, Kudo, Arunana Kudo, Nagata, Nizo Yugo Iban, this case, that did. According to we did budget hearings. the great RDC being asked out of the Law and Order Committee, Health, Education, and Human Service Committee. We did budget hearings. I don't know if they'll revisit. This called Oban first case. I don't know just Eliad and Harlan. One later, that would feel upset. Jane Harlan of his budget. Which then was just got the no overseas job was the so I don't job and change Mr. Harlan. Budget I don't just Eliad. Even though there was a 3 branch chief meeting or agreement change Eliad, but could all done. They thought made job and made that one. I think could I bet that could I in kindergarten last so could on the gate could we have over a little bit 5 hours left to act on this legislation could I don't know could but first case just a continuing resolution. Hot Erebet in the 2020 budget. I set up a until we fix our budget. So the question I have right now is on this amendment is these are layoffs. If we go with the continuing resolution, these are layoffs. These people that are that are laid off again, are they gonna go back to work if we go with CR? Mr. Speaker, thank you for the reserve time.
Two minutes, 40 seconds. Honorable Daniels. On reserve time. That, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Chairman Ness.
Thank you. I know we're at the 11th hour. We still have amendments for veterans as well as Eastern Land Management. I just barely received this request to amend for the Navajo Nation Fair. Honorable Daniels. We'll see how far we can get tonight, and I'm sure that programs do have regrets as to how they should have approached the oversight committees to make some of these corrections and perhaps recommendations at that time. And it made it even more difficult because last year they were sitting right in front of us, but over the conference, it was just difficult. So thank you.
Okay, moving on down. Nobody else
Speaker,
on board.
I had a question, Speaker.
Is there a follow-up?
Yes,
Hey,
Speaker.
You have Honorable Daniels. You have 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe I asked a question. Yeah, if we go with CR, these people that are laid off, are they going to go back to work if we go with CR? That's the question I had for the Speaker. I don't know who would answer my question with the Speaker. Is there time?
$216. Great question. Great question. OMB. Continue resolution. Each organization would still get the same amount of dollars, same amount of positions. Mr. Willie? Ms. Tani?
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. With reference to this continuing resolution, if the nation were to go into a continuing resolution, the employees would continue to work using a certain percentage of the budget. And in most situations, or when we did go into a CR previously, the employees continued to work until such time the new fiscal year budget was approved. Thank you.
I really like the thin one. Thank you, Ms. Tani. There it is. Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Without that, I
Hold
would
on.
go that route. Yeah.
Daniels, hold on. Let me go back to reserve time. Before we lose it. I only have one other person in front of you. Then I can come back to you, Honorable Daniels. Honorable Freeland, 34 seconds on reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. The pandemic has really affected a lot of us personally, taken a lot of lives, and it looks like it affected the nomination government budget as well. I'd hate to see layoffs, but if we have to pursue the route of CR, I'm going to have to consider that because we still haven't talked about EPA, and we also haven't talked about Division of Social Services as well. These proprietary funds accounts need to be considered. So, Speaker, thank you. I'll wait the rest of my time.
Okay. Moving on down. 216, the Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This case, I'm thinking about just going that route. That will be my position with CR. The reason being is this COVID-19, we're still in this pandemic. Even today, it's kind of hard working on the budget over the phone, in person. But today, so I would just go with CR. March with a legislation with a directive with CR until we come up with a budget. So I just vegan so not just with our fair Navajo Fair Office, but other departments as well. I feel for these families, workers that so Speaker, before they sleep I don't know where my time.
Thank you. We ready to vote? Everybody else on reserve time? I don't have anybody else on queue. Well, once, twice. This is amendment number 9. Went 3 times. We're bored.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable K. L. Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crowdy.
Delegate Amber Knuzbach Crowdy votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knuzbach Crowdy votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
Green for Ashki Happy.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Valona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Valona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio.
He votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Here, they wanted Delvin to wear that suit.
Delegate James.
He was just laughing. I know that one time he was wearing that,
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green, sorry.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key L. Begay Jr.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key L. Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, with 22 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries.
Speaker, put me in the queue. This is Daniel for main motion.
Daniels, go ahead. You, okay, with that, moving on down on the main motion. New players, Honorable Vice Chair Smith.
Speaker
Vice Chair.
Wanika.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Yeah. Honorable Nika, you are next.
Okay, thanks.
Vice Chair Smith here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Vice Chair Smith here.
Yes, go.
Speaker, Vice Chair Smith here.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Am I up next?
Yeah.
Speaker, I'd like to. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to reserve my time for now. Thank you.
Four minutes, 53 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Nika.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to make two carryover amendments. Am I in order?
Yes, do you have them ready with Legislative Council?
Yes, Mary Anna Khan has the carryover language.
Okay. Is it Election Administration?
Yes, Election Administration and also the Board of Election Supervisors.
Okay. I'll have Mr. Rico read it into the record, Mr. Winika.
Okay, thank you.
This is amendment number 10.
All right.
Go ahead, Rico.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, amendment number 10. 1, amend the document titled the Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers to 2021 to reflect carryovers as indicated below. Exhibit I to include business unit number 101021, Program Election Administration Office, amount, remaining balance, no additional notes. Business unit number 101022, Board of Election Supervisors, amount, remaining balance, no additional notes. 2, upon the approval of this resolution by the Navajo Nation Council, the Office of Legislative Council, in coordination with the Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Management and Budget, shall provide a final version of the document titled the Navajo Nation FY 2020 carryovers into 2021. The exhibit will be relettered in accordance with paragraph 3 below. 3, renumber reletter succeeding paragraphs or sections accordingly if necessary, and this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes. Mr. Speaker.
Okay, with that, motion by Honorable Edison Winika. Is there a second?
Miller here.
Jimmy Miller here. That,
Yeah,
colleagues,
thank
any
you.
comments, questions on the carryovers? For once, Honorable Slater.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a request for modification to Chiche, and that is to include language that the Office of Legislative Council has developed regarding the carryover amounts for the Veterans Administration agency offices and central offices. I reserve my time. Thank you.
442.
Cool.
4 minutes and 42 seconds.
Not bad.
Speaker, can I respond? Hello?
Sorry, Mr. Winika, I was talking to myself. Honorable Winika, I'm going to have it read into the record first, and then it's up to you as a motioning party to accept or not for the modification. So let me have it read into the record first.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, modification to amendment number 10. Add the following language to the additional notes section of Exhibit I for business unit numbers 103015 through 103020. New language is as follows. Underscore, before carryovers are expended by business unit numbers 103016 through 103020, the respective agency veterans organizations will approve a budget for the carryovers that will be considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. Before carryovers are expended by business unit number 103015, the Veterans Agency Council will approve a budget for the carryovers that will be considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker. There is a correction, Mr. Speaker. The sentence indicating before carryovers are expended by business unit number 103015, the Veterans, it is Advisory Council, will approve a budget for all carryovers that will be considered by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee and approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker.
That Honorable Winika. That request to modify. Are you good with that?
Yes, I'll go along with that.
All right. With that, as a second, Honorable Yellow Hair.
I'm good with it. Very much, Speaker.
Okay. With that.
Speaker,
Going back
Delegate
down.
Freeland.
Oh, Freeland.
Speaker, I have a question for the speaker, for the sponsor and the modification. Could we also include chapter veteran organization as well for the 110 chapters? That's my question, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Moving on down to Honorable Monica as a motioning party.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. The request by Honorable Freeland, is the language ready for that? And amounts per chapter?
No, Honorable Freeland is just asking if the veterans chapter organizations can be a part of this dialogue and discussion, and maybe even the approval process. What I'm understanding, correct, Honorable Freeland?
Yes, Speaker. Mr. Wanika. Yes, just to include the chapter veteran organizations at the local level. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go with that too.
Where Honorable Freeland, I don't know where you're putting this language, where you're suggesting.
It would be maybe in the back or towards the end of the language, speaker, to include chapter veteran organizations of the 110 chapters of the Navajo Nation.
Because right here,
remaining balances.
So the respective agency veterans organizations, or actually will approve a budget for carryovers that will be considered by Health, Education, and Human Services and the Budget Finance Committee, and the 110 chapters.
And the veteran organization, chapter veteran organizations within the 110 chapters.
So you want 110 chapter veteran resolutions before they can start utilizing the carryover? That's how it's going to read.
No, speaker. No, just to include the veterans organizations, the chapter veteran organizations from all the 110 chapters or within the 110 chapters.
Point of privilege, speaker.
Point of privilege, Honorable Slater.
Thank you. I just hope this comment will clarify. The purpose of having the agency veterans organizations contribute or participate in this process is that they're representative of all 110 chapters. So there's representatives from each of chapters that participate in those agency veterans organizations. Presumably the leadership that participates in the agency veterans councils will be consulting with their membership. And in this process, they are participating because it's the agency veterans organization that will look at the carryover amount, pass a budget resolution for the carryover amount for their respective agency, and then that will pass along to HES, and then Budget and Finance will approve it. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Speaker, question privilege.
Slater, let me go back to Honorable Slater. Honorable Freeland, the question now is back to you. Where are we putting the language of the 110 chapters?
Well, Speaker, guess what I'm thinking is that it seems like what just Honorable Slater just mentioned, it's going to stay at the agency level. What I'm trying to do is get it down to the chapter level as well, to include the chapter veteran organizations. I have multiple veteran organizations. I have Vicente, I have Herfino, they're all veteran organizations within those respective chapters. They get funding as well. How can we include the local organizations to be included with the carryovers? That's my question, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, I'm almost feeling the 10/30/16, 10/30/17. Let me see. Let me go look on this. 10/30/16, 10/30/17. Those are the agencies, the veteran agencies. And these are the agency dollars for the operating funds that are going to be utilized.
Speaker,
so
point of order.
Point of order, Chairman. So,
yes, thank you, Speaker. Ado, I 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado Shiche. The distribution that goes to the chapters comes out of the interest of the Veterans Trust Fund for that assistance. That's what you're talking about. And that's in a different account. So that's, I guess, the reason that the Speaker can't find it. So it has to be in a different fund account. Shache. It doesn't come out of the general funds. And right now we're talking about the general funds, but so that would be my point of order. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Honorable Freeland, the carryover, this is, in this, it's doing an amendment to ask the agency veterans organization to help assist in approving the carryovers for each one of the agencies. And then it also says that it's asking the Veterans Advisory Council to approve and to carry over for the administration budget, which is 103015. So in the process here, it says that before carryovers are expended in the agencies, for the agencies, the respected agency veteran organizations will approve a budget for the carryovers. And that will be considered by Health, Education, Human Services, and the Budget and Finance Committee. In that sentence, where do you want the 110 chapters? Because it seems like it goes to the agency first to have any kind of approval process, and then it's considered probably through a legislation by Health, Education, Human Services, and then it's finally approved by Budget and Finance Committee. That's why I'm seeing the process.
I got you.
So
Okay.
if
Well,
we're approving at the agency,
I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my request then, because these are parts of the chapter budgets too, and I believe they'll be carried over through the chapter budgets. So I'll go ahead and withdraw my request. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. All right. Moving on down then. Any other comments, questions on amendment number 10? Like election administration and Board of Election Supervisors. And then carry over approval process for the carryover for the veterans organizations. I mean, not veterans organizations, veteran agency funds, and the administration. And once, and twice, and 3 times for the board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Keel, vote screen.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay, vote screen.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty.
Delegate Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knusbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
30.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Jamie Hinu.
Hinu votes green.
Honorable Jamie Hinu votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Dan votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
I will come back for sure.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Altuso. Honorable Altuso votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, is that, oh, thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edison Winica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay.
Elmer Begay votes green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you. That 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion carries. That, let's go on down on the main motion. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Speaker. The 24th Council could have Senate Dainos Agi could have Ago Arunan staff a staff I think yeah could have not so Kedi not Mexico Arunan Legislative Council as the investigation could have yeah could have on that the horse the so Arunan could have I mean Oibaha Biko could have great this legislation very happy yeah okay quick Ivanate could have Navajo Nation Council could have budget session 8 in days nation get could also the reason aren't could budget hearings about the committee aro hazo de yada or fees or you are no go na long a could a budget or you have a the kaiho aro na could do I think yes it is yada na great divisions and then again like RDC we have Division of Natural Resources, aren't the great economic development, as the English are in that, aren't that DCD, as the English to I think yes, it is yada. I don't know revisit about the I know there's a lot of unmet needs. Aren't the great holes just so we're doing a lot of budget carryovers, so a amendments by I don't know great transfers the budget between programs. What about between the great business units? What about so all your open case what on the great has opened these missions for the has opened these Mexico. I open nani hello data but now what's nagi so in hello because of the pandemic COVID-19. So ben not la kodo so kodo na great o even the shashin like kodo where the hazoben deal so hazobu that he host ego the whole Navajo nation but hazos at the budget So I'm going to make a motion to table this legislation. So I don't I'll reserve time this week. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, tomorrow, if this tabling motion passes, tomorrow, I'll schedule emergency legislation. CR, layoff. So Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Well, to everybody that's listening in, and colleagues and everybody that's part of this discussion, thank you very much. This has been a tedious process through this time that we had to get this budget done in a short amount of time. That we really need to try to get something done in this short amount of time. So again, with tabling legislation known as 0224-20, first, how long is it, the timeline? Honorable Herman Daniels. I know that there's been myself working together with Office Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barbroff working together with Department of Justice, and all three branches. We've come together and had a meeting last Friday, Monday, and if you see Ms. Barbroff's presentation or email today, there's a presentation of possibilities for the CR. Now that CR, as you can tell, that hasn't been done since 2011. But in this case, it's always been there in the back. And I accept that due to the fact that even though as a former Budget and Finance Committee chairman, we were always told that CRs weren't the best thing to go. I had to put that beside me because there was a unanimous decision that the Navajo Nation Council passed in passing Chairman Yazi's recommendation to override the president's CR language. So with that, the motion table this legislation, I ask you, Honorable Daniels, if this legislation does continue to stay idle and this does pass, for how long? If we have a CR discussion tomorrow, that emergency legislation doesn't go forth and it doesn't pass, then we need a time frame in order for this legislation to come back to the Navajo Nation. And mind you, Honorable Daniels, that today is September 23rd. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 days left in the fiscal year. If we don't have anything CR or in a budget by 8 o'clock on October 1st, the Navajo Nation will have its first ever shutdown going forward. And I know that's just difficult decisions that we always have to make. I just want to make sure that we're on the same discussion timeline. With that, Honorable Daniels, I leave it back to your floor. We still need a timeline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the timeline until we come up with a budget. When I know there was a directive, in one of the legislation, there was a directive up to March so until we come up with a budget. So Speaker, so especially Jackie, or amendments they bandi. I know amendments ban as then, but Kodo had the budget again. I don't know carryovers. I don't know budget transfers between business units. I don't know. The reason why I'm saying this is because layoffs again. I don't want people to get laid off. So I'm really feeling for these families. So I don't want this pandemic to layoffs. So it is Speaker.
So you're saying until March?
Speaker, is there a way you can go back? I know we made a directive in one of the legislation. I believe that the directive is there a way you can go back and look for that?
Yeah, you mean the CR that was passed by Navajo Nation Council? Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I believe.
And then the one that we overrode. If you heard Honorable Daniels, when we opened up the discussion on Monday and then today, you're going to be the third delegate probably to get the explanation from Office Legislative Council today that even though that directive was, or that motion or the amendment to the legislation was passed to put that into the overall fiscal year budget, it was still recommended not only by Office of Legislative Council, but also by Department of Justice that there still needs to be a CR legislation that needs to be passed, because that language that was passed in that CR was only up until September 1st, and then I believe it was until September 18th. But I can give that information back over, or give the floor over to Office of Legislative Council to explain that again. Office of Legislative Council.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I'm not great with the star six. So I sent out a memorandum on that exact issue this morning. I'm digging through my emails to find out what time I sent it. If anybody can help me out, that would be helpful.
11:55, you sent it out.
Okay, I sent it out at 11:55, and that explains why a new continuing resolution is needed, or an amendment to the existing resolution is needed. And that is primarily because in the continuing resolution, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find my memo. This came up a little faster than I thought. Okay, I got it. Okay, so it would be great if everybody pulled up the memo I sent out, but if not, I'll try to walk you through it anyway. So the Navajo Nation Council adopted CJY 5920. It was a continuing resolution. And they adopted it on July 22nd. The president vetoed it on August 7th. The council then overrode the president's veto on September 1st. A provision in CJY 6920, it's actually on page 3, it's paragraph B, it states In order for the continuing resolution budget to be entered into the financial management and information system, all Navajo Nation programs and chapters shall submit continuing resolution budgets to the Office of Management and Budget at the level of funding stated in paragraph A above by September 1st, 2020. Neither programs or chapters submitted the continuing resolution budgets that were required to the Office of Budget, to OMB. So what that means is OMB does not have the budget to submit or to the continuing resolution budget. So we've got four options actually. Option number one is to enact emergency legislation to change the September 1st deadline. You will probably want to change that deadline, I guess, to probably September 25th, but that's really your call. The challenges to this approach: one, that the president will have veto authority over the emergency legislation. So what that means is he's got to have the opportunity to veto it or to sign it into law. The programs and chapters will have to actually prepare their continuing resolution budgets by September 25th, if that's the date you go with. And that puts a double burden on the chapters, is that they're going to have to get approval for those budgets through chapter resolution. And then the Office of Management and Budget will have to enter those continuing resolution budgets in a very short period of time. And then they're going to have to turn around and enter the comprehensive budget when it's adopted for those same programs and chapters. That was option number one. That's changing the date on the budget. Option number two is to enact emergency legislation that replaces the requirement that programs and chapters submit continuing resolution budgets with an authorization to OMB to enter 1/2 of each program and chapter's fiscal year 2020 budget. This approach, this option, will shorten the implementation time by removing the time required for programs and chapters to develop budgets. And also this option will not require the chapters to get approval for those budgets through chapter resolution. But the president will still have veto authority over the emergency legislation, and OMB will still have to enter the continuing resolution budgets in a very short period of time, and then turn around and enter the comprehensive budget once it's adopted. You have option number three. And under option number three, there is a paragraph in CJY 5910, that was the continuing resolution, the section 3, paragraph C. And it states that, and I quote, the branch chief, in conjunction with the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management Budget, are authorized to administratively address special budget situations and shall issue any necessary instructions for the proper implementation of this continuing budget resolution. The failure of the programs and the chapters to develop continuing resolution budget arguably creates a special budget situation wherein the three-branch chief can issue instructions to address. And each of the three-branch chiefs could use this authorization plus their ultimate authority over their branch to delegate their responsibility to sign off on their respective program budget they could delegate that authority to OMB to develop the continuing resolution budget. And the branch chiefs, they could issue their authorization to OMB jointly as a 3-branch chiefs letter or individually. Each branch chief do it separately, but all 3 branch chiefs would have to be on board. And this option would not require legislation. So the president would not have veto authority over this action, and chapters would not have to pass chapter budget resolutions. But OMB will still have to enter the continuing resolution budget in a very short period of time, and then enter the comprehensive budget when adopted for those same programs. There is a 4th option, and that 4th option is to enact a brand new continuing resolution, and I'm putting continuing resolution in quotes because would not be your standard continuing resolution. But we're just going to call it that for now. And that would be wherein that resolution would authorize programs and chapters to use up to 1/4 of their proposed fiscal year 2021 budget through the end of the first quarter of fiscal year 2021. The fiscal year 2021 comprehensive budget, as adopted by council and line item vetoed or signed by the president, would automatically become operable at the beginning of the second quarter of fiscal year 2021. This new resolution could be enacted by council as emergency legislation, and what it would do, it would use the fiscal year 2021 fringe benefit rates and would not require programs and chapters to develop new budgets. Also, OMB would only have to enter budgets once, but the president would have veto authority over this new continuing resolution. And I want to real clearly note to council that this approach would be utilizing proposed budgets that have not been fully approved by council at the time that this continuing resolution is adopted or implemented. So that's an overview of the 4 options you have available. And I know that this was discussed in advance. This memo and the various options were discussed in advance with OMB, Office of the Controller, Office of the President and Vice President, and the Department of Justice. And I think each of them have an option that they would recommend. I don't know if they're in the room, and I don't know if you want to hear their recommendations. So, Speaker, with that, I think I've covered my memo. I may have been confusing, but I think it'll be easier if you actually read the memorandum. So,
Okay.
Speaker, I'll stop and take questions. Thank you.
All right. That, back to Honorable Daniels. The floor is yours.
Listening to the options, I kind of got confused, you know. I'm thinking about to have for 45 days. I believe that is a sufficient time to sit down with divisions and programs and talk about the budget. Unmet needs. That would be a sufficient time. 45 days. So without the speaker, thank you.
We're shut down.
Okay, that, Honorable Daniels making a motion. Table legislation 0224-20 for 45 days. That, Honorable Daniels, is there a second?
Second, Stewart.
Freeland.
With that, second, Chairman Pino.
Minutes.
We have 3 minutes.
Debate afterwards.
And then no debate, we go straight to the board vote. Chairman Henio?
Star 6.
Speaker, question privilege. Freeland.
Star 6, Chairman Henio. Question privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Will all the amendments that were conducted these last few days remain intact? So when we come back to this legislation, will they all be in place? That's my question privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, they will be. Legislation stays the same. Chairman Henio. That, co-sponsor. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. Co-sponsor. 3 minutes. Yeah. No, it's.
Thank you, Speaker, colleagues, as co-sponsor and listening to the conversation and recognizing all of the time and energy that's been put into this budget. Speaker, I think in terms of looking at the President and Vice President veto of the carryover, I made a commitment to this budget. We're now finding that there are little nuances that were overlooked. I agree that we should not consider a budget that could possibly lay off individuals. That is something that I believe we all agree on. So, Speaker, I would request that we get a listing collectively on who, what positions have either abolished or laid off. That is should be a standard procedure. I know that sitting on the Budget and Finance, that was a question that we did ask a majority of the programs, and in looking at their budgets, there was no indication for these layoffs that we're hearing now. I think in terms of hearing from some of the entities and really not knowing what was the plan from the Office of President and Vice President for these layoffs. I would ask, Speaker, that if you could coordinate a meeting with the President's office to know and to identify what other areas that we would have to consider in this budget. There are some concerns if we move forward with the CR. I know it does impact judicial, I believe, like their retirement, the judges. There's some nuances that it and also another area, colleagues, because it says for 45 days, I think we also need to be sure the impact on the veterans and the Veterans Trust Fund, like all of these fiduciary accounts that are coming through, Speaker, we need to be crystal clear that that we're not harming a part of our community and relatives because administratively somebody dropped the ball. So I would need those questions to be answered. I would ask my Yash to reconsider that 45 days. I think if we just recess, have this conversation again tomorrow, because this budget, this is the elephant in the room. We have to process this. And if we don't have enough time and to get those documents, I would ask to continue to have this discussion tomorrow, and or at least call, if it's a NABI, adding that on as a report, just to be clear on the impact. And what I heard from Ms. Barbroff, that's a lot to digest. She spoke for about 10 minutes, and I think all of us as delegates need to understand, once we do this table, what are the options. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, with that, go to board. Roll call. Vote. On table in motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiala votes green.
Honorable Key Elmer Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green.
It says up to.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Oh, it's up to. Up to. It can come back sooner.
Honorable Amber Canazwat Crotty.
Delegate Crotty votes red. I don't know the impact on our Veterans Trust Fund. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canazwat Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Phelan votes green. Honorable Pernell Haloti. Honorable Jamie Hemio. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Caller Slater.
This was a setup, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Right.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winica.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winica votes red. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer Gay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Pernell Colonna. Honorable Jamie Hinu.
Red.
Honorable Jamie Hinu. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Vince James votes red.
Honorable Vince James votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Mr. Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor and 7 opposed.
Motion adjourned.
Tabling motion carries, colleagues. 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Speaker not voting. Colleagues, with the recommendation, with the recommendation and moving forward as laid out by Ms. Barbara, today was the day to make sure that Office of Management Budget, Office of Legislative Services could continue to work on and put in the budget so that they could go ahead and modify that and make sure that they get it in FMIS and then eventually send the budget over to the president, because that is not happening now. 25. Because that is not happening now, colleagues, and everybody that's listening in right now. Tomorrow, we're having a Navajo Nation Council special session. I have already asked Ms. Barbara to work on a CR resolution, and if that's the wish of the council, and it seems like that is the wish of the council to go down a CR path with a vote of 14 in favor, 7 opposed, speaker not voting. The question now then is this: I would really make sure that we consider passing that CR tomorrow. And the reason why and not move this into Friday, not move this into Saturday, is because one, that CR legislation needs to go into the office of the president and vice president. And we'll definitely have a call with the president after this. We'll call him Chief Justice, see their thoughts. But I'm moving into Saturday, Friday, that we need to make sure that OMB and the controller's office has enough adequate time to start putting in the budgets, or if they don't have enough adequate time to put into the FMIS system, that delays the process, and it could delay everybody from receiving their checks on time too as well. There's a process that needs to be in place internally in order for us to move forward into next year's budget. So I would strongly suggest, colleagues, to pass that CR tomorrow. And Ms. Barbroff has already started working on that. And I hope to know that we can get that completed with the vote that's happened this evening. Again, 14 in favor to table legislation 0224-20. Thank you very much. Tomorrow, colleagues, 8 o'clock, from 8 o'clock to 9:59 is Navajo Committee. The special council starts at 10 a.m. 10 a.m. to whenever council goes, but I know we've asked Ms. Barbroff to put that CR resolution. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, I can put together a CR amendment, but there's 4 options there, and so I've requested guidance as to what option you want me to pursue, and I have not gotten any guidance in that regard. So maybe you can give me that guidance tomorrow morning. I do have a request for a continuing resolution already filed, so that's fine, but that there's not much explanation as to what you want me to do with it. So perhaps we can discuss that at NABI.
I think the recommendation was, Ms. Barbroff, is the least amount of trouble to make sure that we have an appropriate budget on October 1st. And that legislation was to not have the chapters do emergency legislations to to pass budgets. So I think the option number 3 that you went over was the one that we're looking at, just to make sure.
Okay, the option number 3, just to clarify, option number 3 does not involve legislation.
Okay.
Option number 3 is simply a directive from each of the branch chiefs delegating their authority.
Oh, that's how I'm getting on a call tonight with them and see what they say.
Okay, so I will just continue on, and you will let me know in the morning.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank you.
That, colleagues, motion
to adjourn. Delegate James.
Motion adjourned by Honorable Rich James. Is there a second?
Monica.
Monica. That, go to board.
What?
Adjourning at 7:52 p.m.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Dr. McGee. Elmer Begay, vote screen.
Honorable Elmer Begay, vote screen. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Calvin, vote screen.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. vote screen. Honorable Paul Begay.
Paul Begay, vote screen.
Honorable Paul Begay vote screen. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Crotty. Honorable Amber Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable
Green.
Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green.
Green. Freeland. Freeland, green. Green, Freeland.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Rich
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Rich James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Okay, Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto Sell. Honorable Charlene Sell. Honorable Daniel Sell.
Daniel So votes red.
Honorable Daniel Sell votes red. Honorable Otto Sell votes green. Honorable Eugene Sell.
All for 3 days, red.
Honorable Eugene Sell votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker.
Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Oh, you guys are listening?
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman
Delegate
Daniels
Brown votes green.
green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Pernell Helona.
Vote green. This is Delegate Brown. I vote green. Sorry, I'm cutting out.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
I think that one was because it was like the one you were trying to wear.
Honorable Charlene So. Sixteen in favor. For adjournment, Mr. Speaker. 5 opposed.
Speaker, do we go home now?
16 in favor, 5 opposed, speaker not voting. Motion carries. Honorable Yellowhair, you can go home now, but tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, there's a Navajo committee meeting.
It's me, Speaker Eugene. I want to go home
Oh, Eugene So, yes, sorry.
now. I
You don't
didn't
have to
take
go
my
home.
nap.
All right. Sixteen to 5.
Right, John Boy.
Tomorrow.
Pagona.
Hakona.